Please take your seat because we will start the meeting. Okay, so welcome to everyone. Good morning. It is my pleasure to open this international workshop on managing soil-affected soils for sustainable future. Today, we are opening a series of meetings that will take place during this week, starting from the second meeting of the International Network on Salt-Affected Soils and the sixth plenary meeting of the Eurasian Soil Partnership. We will also have a training on the Global Soil Laboratory Network for assessing salt-affected soils. And on the last 2 days, we will travel to the field to see some salt-affected soils. It is my pleasure to introduce the speakers that we have today with us for opening this important event. On my left, and with great pleasure, I will introduce Mr. Bahadir Tajiyev, Chairman of the Agrarian Water Resources Management Committee under the Parliament of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Mr. Tajiyev, you have the floor. Or from here.
Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli xalqaro konferensiya ishtirokchilari, xonimlar va janoblar. Avvalambor mana shunday yaxshi kunda mana shu juda katta City Palace mehmonxonasida juda katta anjuman o'tkazayotgan ishtirokchilarga, bilmalarga, tashkilotchilarga minnatdorchiligimni bildiraman. Mana bugun 22-may Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti tomonidan xalqaro beahil-mahillik kuni deb keng nishonlanyapti. Hozir yana bir ikkita tadbirlarimiz bor. Mana keyingi davrlarda O'zbekistonimizda xalqaro tashkilotlar bilan, olimlarimiz bilan juda katta mana shunaqa kunlar jahon miqyosida chiroyli olib borilayotganidan juda xursandman. Biz iloji boricha mana bu yerda juda ulug' insonlar o'tiribdi. Mana Laziza Akramovnani ko'ryapman va institutlar rahbarlarini ko'ryapman, shu sohani mutaxassislarni ko'ryapman. Bugungi o'tkazilayotgan konferensiya ham juda ahamiyati katta, ayniqsa bizning mamlakatimiz uchun. Chunki bizning mamlakatimizda mana Orol fojiasi bugun kurash juda kuchli olib borilyapti. Davlatimizning rahbari tomonidan mana sho'rxok yerlarda bugun daraxtlar ekilib, ekologiyasi tuzayotgani butun xalqimiz qiynalyapti. Jahon xalqaro tashkilotlari, butun dunyo bizga bu sohada barcha masalalar bo'yicha yordam berayotganidan biz senat a'zolari, parlament a'zolari ham shuni ishida yurganimizdan juda xursandmiz. Mana azizlar, sizlarni O'zbekiston Oliy Majlis Senati nomidan nufuzli anjuman hisoblangan sho'rlangan tuproqlar xalqaro hamjamiyatining 2-yig'ilishida qutlashdan, sizlarni O'zbekistonga xush kelibsizlar deyishdan men behad xursandman. Barchangizga ma'lumki, qishloq xo'jaligi yerlarining sho'rlanishi muammosi butun dunyo bo'yicha eng dolzarb muammolardan biri hisoblanadi. Ushbu muammo bizning Markaziy Osiyo mintaqamizga, xususan O'zbekistonga ham taalluqli bo'lib, qishloq xo'jaligining barqarorligiga jiddiy xavf tug'dirmoqda. O'zbekistonda turli darajada sho'rlangan yerlar maydoni 1.900.000 gektardan ortiqni tashkil qiladi. Shundan kuchli va o'rta sho'rlangan yer maydonlari bugungi kunda 500.000 gektardan oshgan. Sho'rlangan maydonlar ayniqsa Orol bo'yidagi Qoraqalpog'iston Respublikasi, Xorazm, Buxoro hamda Sirdaryo viloyatlarida ko'proq tarqalgan bo'lsa, boshqa bir qator viloyatlarda ham sho'rlangan maydonlar bugun mavjud. Keyingi yillarda prezidentimiz tashabbuslari bilan sug'oriladigan maydonlarning unumdorligini oshirish, meliorativ holati va suv ta'minotini yaxshilash maqsadida keng ko'lamli tadbirlar davlat dasturlarida tariqasida amalga oshirilmoqda. So'nggi yillarda O'zbekistonda sug'oriladigan yerlarning meliorativ holatini yaxshilash bo'yicha Prezidentimizning bir qator farmon va qarorlari qabul qilinib, bu ishlar muvaffaqiyat bilan bugungi kunda amalga oshirilmoqda. Xususan O'zbekiston Prezidentining 2019-yil 10-iyundagi qishloq xo'jaligida yer va suv resurslaridan samarali foydalanish chora-tadbirlari to'g'risidagi 57-42-sonli farmonlari bu borada muhim qadamlardan biri bo'ldi. Ushbu farmon bilan qishloq xo'jaligida yer va suv resurslaridan samarali foydalanish konsepsiyasi tasdiqlandi. Shu bilan birgalikda Prezidentimizning 2022-yil 10-iyuldagi O'zbekiston Respublikasi suv xo'jaligini rivojlantirishning 2020-2030-yillarga mo'ljallangan konsepsiyasini tasdiqlash to'g'risidagi 60-24-sonli farmoni hamda 2021-yil 24-fevraldagi O'zbekiston Respublikasida suv resurslarini
in terms of improvement and management of the irrigation sector in Uzbekistan. And the presidential decree, I'd like to say the PQ5005 and number of other documents. And that gives me a great pleasure to state that because the peoples, farmers that live on these lands are benefiting from the adoption of this degrees and implementation of the work. We know I am myself a farmer. I have 80 hectares of land. I usually harvested 25 centers of cotton, of 40 cents of wheat, and I'd like to say that with the help of the international organizations, with their insight, for example, we are using the laser leveling systems, and that allows. This all measures have allowed me to harvest better crops, and that, of course, improves my financial situation, and in turn, it contributes to the development of the not only to the benefit of the people, but also the benefit of all people living in Uzbekistan. And of course, that means more money, more income, and what really gives me special pleasure that the scientists, the researchers, they all work very hard. They sort of work from the same page to improve the amelioration system of Uzbekistan. I myself have been in this business for quite a long time, and I'm very pleased that our international partners are here to help us. And we are all contributing to the development of this sphere in Uzbekistan. And of course, all this adopted laws, decrees, and decisions show their positive effects. Today, science is rapidly developing and entering factories. Therefore, it is time to switch from traditional salt washing to innovative methods of reducing soil salinity. Of course, there are certain experiences, innovations in this regard at the global level. And I believe in order to implement those measures successfully, we have to combine theory and practice and make sure that we reduce the water consumptions in a global scale. Of course, we're looking forward to the practical solutions, to the practical decisions on this area, and I call on you to bring every resources possible to help to minimize the water expenses and increase the efficiency. And I thank you for inviting me to this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Аттакон Рахмат. Большое спасибо, господин Таджиев. Действительно, очень важно видеть, что вы сами фермером являетесь, что вы цените и вы беспокоитесь о своей почве в вашей стране. Конечно, почва является главным ресурсом в стране, и действительно, данная встреча поможет нам найти реальные решения для того, чтобы управлять проблемы нехватки воды, засоленности почвы. И поэтому огромное спасибо, что вы пришли сегодня к нам. Следующий выступающий, который хотел бы я выступить, это господин Алишер Шукуров. Он является советником министра сельского хозяйства. Господин Шукуров, пожалуйста. Спасибо, что вы пришли сегодня к нам. Огромное спасибо. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much, the participants of today's event. With your permission, based on the attendees, I'd like to make my speech in English. В первую очередь, для меня большая честь приветствовать вас здесь от имени Министерства сельского хозяйства, всех участников данного мероприятия. Это
three events are really joining together. It is parallel meeting. It's the 6th Eurasian Soil Partnership Plenary Meeting, second meeting of the International Network of the Salt-Affected Soils, and the training of the Global Soil Laboratory Network, GLOSOLAN, which is jointly organized together with the Global Soil Partnership, Sub-Regional Eurasian Soil Partnership, and FAO, particularly the FAO Country Office, as well as the government of Uzbekistan. We really value today's event because the topic, all three events gathering around the one topic about the soil. Soil is the crucial. When we think about the plant, we refer to the soil. When we think about the climate, we think about the soil. In general, sustainable development goals, ensuring the food security, really requires that the fertile soils is important in order to produce sustainable production. And gathering here in Uzbekistan, I think this is has a great potential to learn from the best practices, as well as some lessons we learned, because Uzbekistan is located in such position. We have so much agriculture is important in the country, and we have already learned from decades really good lessons we have, as well as we have also challenges which we inherited from the previous practices. And giving you a bit information that today in Uzbekistan, we have a 44 million hectare of land. And from this, only in the 4 million hectare of land is the arable land. In our main 90% of our agriculture we do in 10% of the total area of the country. And we produce for our self-sufficiency, as well as we produce to export for more than 70 countries around the world. So it means that how our agriculture is intensive in Uzbekistan. And also we know we have a experience that we faced the challenge focusing for several years only for cotton and wheat, which really caused for the soil degradation. And now today's our policy, we are really diversifying the agriculture, and we are bringing the sustainable production systems, particularly diversifying the agriculture production, conservation agriculture, organic agriculture production, a number of other integrated land management systems now becoming vital, because as Bahadur mentioned, he's also a farmer. Farmers today, they are realizing what they need to plant and what they need to plan for the future. With this respect, I think being here in Uzbekistan, you will certainly learn from different practices we really face it, and still we are now trying to improve the soil management system in Uzbekistan. And also I am really happy that the number of participants, I don't want to mention all of them, but it is really important to highlight Australia, Armenia, Bangladesh, Georgia, Egypt, Spain, Italy, China, Malaysia, Netherlands, United Arab Emirates, Pakistan, Senegal, Tanzania, and France. Maybe I missed Japan, maybe some other countries, maybe I missed, sorry if I missed some other countries. I think this is really unique. Come together from different parts of the world and really to sit and to share the knowledge. And we believe that today's event is the knowledge platform. We are really trying to share the knowledge among us. Nothing else. This is the knowledge platform. And when we think about here, for example, one of the events here about the laboratory networks, global soil partnership laboratory networks. We realized last year how important the laboratory system is for the soil testing. And we know that, like Uzbekistan, we suffered very long years to upgrade our laboratories. Because of the outdated laboratories, we couldn't simply do the soil testings. And now, I would like to highlight that we are investing heavily investing to the laboratory system, to the research capacity. But we are also lacking the expertise. One thing is investing the good laboratories is really good, but what about the capacity? What about the capacity to run these laboratories, really to effectively use these laboratories? With this respect, I think this is the really unique thing that the Global Soil Partnership initiated, the network among the soil laboratory systems. This is the knowledge sharing tool that really we can benefit together. And I believe that in the framework of this 5 days workshop, several events, parallel events, you will visit also one of the really heavily affected region in Uzbekistan, Karakalpakstan region. And Bahadur Aki also mentioned, and other colleagues, you know the tragedy on the Aral Sea. We're speaking a lot about the Aral Sea problem. Yes, we speak and we did a lot also. We invested a lot also to the Aral Sea region. Why we're visiting to that region? Because we need to see what is the consequences of the bad practices. What is the lessons learned from that practices that, of course, we're trying to improve the situation on the ground, but we should really avoid it from other regions as well. I believe that such similar problems also happen in different regions in the globe. So that's why I think this could be also a unique opportunity to visit and to see the consequences and the results of the Aral Sea tragedy that you will. Sometimes I fly by plane, and when I landing to the land, I see the soil and I see, is it really snow or it is really something else? You know, because you see the clear, visible picture that the soil is the salt-affected soil. So we can speak, of course, a lot about the problem, about the issue, and the soil is the crucial part of our life, I would say. And I would like to also highlight one of the publication FAO supported to translate. This was the book of the soil. One of the American scientists, he wrote the book, Montgomery. Yes, thank you for. And I read that book, you know, I really surprised it. He is I think, geologist, how he described the soil, how much it is important. It can be destroyed easily in a very short time, but restoring the soil takes the decades and 100 years in order to simply to restore the soil. So it means that we should really care about the soil and about the planet. And the Ministry of Agriculture, we are really happy to host this important event together with a number of partners together, Global Soil Partnership, Eurasian Soil Partnership, FAO, and other partners, national partners, parliament, and also we have research institutions. And the most importantly, I would like to thank all of our international partners that you participants, you found the time and you really traveled from long way. I see from Africa, from other regions, long way to come to Uzbekistan. I think this is the good event that we can all learn together. But at the same time, I also recommend you that now it is the really good time also to visit some good places, really to visit to our local markets, bazaars, and other really traditional historical places that you can really enjoy our culture as well. So this is, I think, really great momentum. So I will stop here. I can talk a lot about the topic. I will try to join time to time some of the events. So on behalf of our minister, His Excellency Mr. Voitov, and our ministry, I wish you good luck and a successful event this week. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sukurov. I will now, well, first, thank you very much to the government of Uzbekistan for hosting this event, for having us here. I would like to give the floor back to you, Mr. Tajujev, because I know you are very busy today and you would like to. Okay, thank you so much for being with us today. We are very grateful. Thank you so much. And as you say, Mr. Sukurov, there are very good lessons that we can learn from the situation in Uzbekistan and export the good practices as well to other regions and other countries in the world. I would like now to invite Mr. Sheshort Umarov, the Assistant FAO representative in Uzbekistan, for giving some opening remarks.
Good morning, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the FAO representation in Uzbekistan, I'm pleased to welcome you, as it was mentioned, in these three unique events, combination of these three unique events. This major international forum, the second meeting of the International Network on Salt-Affected Soils, as well as the 6th Eurasian Soil Partnership plenary meeting, of course, training on glossolan. As we do understand, the soils are the basis for food production and many essential ecosystem services. Sustainable soil management contributes to increased food production, improved nutritional value of food, and climate change adaptation and mitigation. It should be noted that secondary salinization of soils caused by anthropogenic factors is one of the main causes of land degradation in agricultural circulation in Uzbekistan. The conservation and sustainable management of soil resources is central to FAO's mandate to end hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition. The SDGs identify the need to restore degraded soils and improve soil health. Soil health is critical to achieving the SDGs and is crucial for FAO's 4 areas of improvement: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. Together, we must strengthen and unlock the full potential of soils to not only support food production, but also provide cleaner water, preserve biodiversity, reduce carbon emission, and build resilience in the face of climate change. In Uzbekistan, FAO implements several programs and projects regarding the soil improvement, such as foliar, psyllium, LDN, and others. Considering the special role of protecting soil health and rational use of soil resources in the activities of our organization, FAO also supports several initiatives working together with the international and national and as the foundations. In conclusion, I express the hope that this forum will provide participants with new opportunities to strengthen the dialogue and coordinate joint actions to ensure sustainable management of soils around the world, to stop salinization, and to increase soil productivity. FAO is always ready to support partners in implementing effective policies and actions to ensure soil health. I would like to highlight once again, welcome to Uzbekistan, and I hope these 3 events will be very beneficial for both of us, for all partners, and enjoy your stay in Uzbekistan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Umarov. And I would say that we are really grateful for all the support we have got from your office and your colleagues. Without you and the work you do here in this country would not be possible that we were all here today. So thank you again for all your support. Now I would like to invite Mr. Kenji Tanaka. I think he's connecting online. Please confirm if he's connected.
Hello.
Great. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Tanaka, I hope you can hear us.
I can start.
Perfect. So now you have the floor for the opening remarks. Mr. Tanaka is the principal researcher of the SATREPS project funded by the GACA project from the Japanese government. So Mr. Tanaka, you have the floor now.
Yeah. Good morning. On behalf of the SATREPS in Uzbekistan, I would like to briefly introduce the concept of SATREPS. SATREPS embodies the spirit of international collaboration, uniting scientists and policymakers from different countries to tackle the pressing challenges of sustainable development. Through the convergence of scientific expertise and technological innovation, SATREPS aims to foster solutions that address critical issues, improve livelihoods, and build a sustainable future for all. GST will provide financial support to the Japanese research institutions for the project activities in Japan. JICA will provide financial support to the research institutions in the ODA recipient countries within the framework of technical cooperation projects. It's my great honor to be a part of this important event organized by International Network of Salt-Affected Soils, INSAS, under the Global Soil Partnership. The main objective of SATREPS in Uzbekistan is to achieve sustainable agriculture with better management of saline lands through active use of real-time data and halophytes. You will have the field excursion to one of the halophytes test farms in Nukus region near the Aral Sea. I hope all of you to enjoy this field trip, and we are always ready to collaborate with all the members of INSAS network. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tanaka, and thank you also for hosting us in the pilot project that you have for sustainable agriculture near to the Aral Sea that we will visit on Friday this week. Thank you very much for supporting this joint event, and we are looking forward to collaborate further with the project. And to finalize this opening session, I would like to invite now Mr. Jorge Battle Sales. He's the chair of the International Network of Salt-Affected Soils. Mr. Jorge, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Dear respected authorities, dear respected colleagues, Assalamu alaikum, dobre utra, good morning, buenos dias, because this is, you know, it is online meeting as well, and there are other participants that can watch what are the works of the network during these days, now in online or later in streaming. It is my big pleasure to be here. I was here before, 2 years ago, but virtually. You know, this is the second time that the network meets here in Uzbekistan. And this is not a casualty. This is because in Uzbekistan, intense work has been done investigating the salt-affected soils. That is the thematic topic of our network. The former meeting was excellent, organized as it seems this will be. And for that, I will want to give thanks to the organizers, to the sponsors that make possible this meeting. Soil is where food starts. And we can say that it is the more complex of the ecosystems because it is, to describe in a physical way, it is the more porous and bigger surface active of any material over the world. So their chemical reactions, biochemical reactions, take care, and soils holds a lot of organisms and with high biodiversity, plant as well, regulate and make many functions, regulate the hydrological cycle, and many functions, many environmental services that they provide us. Salt-affected soils are from the most delicate systems to manage. We have natural salt-affected soils that are real privileged ecosystems, very fragile, that are usually linked to the water, flooding periodically, and that not only serve us for sustain the vegetation that we watch there. It is a site where a biological and genetical wealth is conserved, because we find there organisms that overcome the difficulties of the salinity. And nowadays we are learning from this organism, trying to make our crops more adaptive to difficult conditions. But as well, these are the way of migratory birds, for example, that nest there and pass, moving from warm regions to cold regions, and in the inverse sense, depending on the season. And for that, I think that it is a very adequate place to learn about salt-affected soils. Since I was studying, I learned about the Aral Sea, and I'm a geochemist. My background is geochemist, and I was very interested in visiting this, as for the Dead Sea, in Jordan. And there are specific areas with that are singular in the nature. And I'm very happy to be here. And I think that the works have been performed to give us a very well documented field excursion later. And not so our experience will surpass what we will exchange here, because we will have the opportunity to watch in the field and exchange our experiences. A few words about the international network of salt-affected soils. The works over salt-affected soils started since the very beginning of the International Soil Science Society, that will now celebrate first centennial. And one of the first commission at this time was of the salt-affected soils. So it is long trajectory of dealing with this problem in the science side of the studies. But this is a network of FAO, and FAO has as well the mission to translate and to make possible to farmers to take profit of the experience of the specialists and scientists. And in this way, we are committed to produce guidelines and to produce some good documents that tells farmers and stakeholders how to proceed in a complex system that it is not easy to manage, but we will try to give the main rules to not commit some errors. And this network is short, is young. It is only 2 years started because the Global Soil Partnership concentrated the interest of several networks, and then FAO and other organizations established this as a technical network, and its member its members are very, very willing to share their knowledge. And so we have regular meetings, and we have established working groups dealing with different aspects relative to salt-affected soils. We have relative to the mapping and surveillance of salt-affected soils, allophytes, the water management, and as well, and last but not least, about policy and the correct management of such soils. So I invite you all to go beyond the content of this meeting. That will for sure be very fruitful, because we have seen the communications that have been presented here, and enroll, if not yet enrolled, in the network and contribute with your experience, because it is very important. I knew about the salt-affected soils in Uzbekistan in '95, because one of your scientists, Ushelkra Kashankanova, the professor, was in one meeting I organized at Valencia, and we have met with Christina and other Professor Christina and other scientists in different meetings that we have had a bit everywhere. So my invitation is to take the most of the experience that we will have, to make questions. We are here for having a human exchange, and it is not only how to say making presentation. It is important to meet personally, and some collaborations could start from here. And I wish you all the best of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before declaring this meeting open, I would like to thank also to all the donors that have made possible that this meeting is taking place today, starting from the Australian government, the Global Environmental Fund, the Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality of the Netherlands, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, the Confederation of Switzerland, the Blue Fund, and the World Bank for making this meeting possible. Thank you to all the donors and for trusting FAO and the Global Soil Partnership to conduct this important work. And with this, I thank you all the speakers that have joined us for the opening, and I declare this meeting open, and we start with the technical session. Thank you very much to all for your support. Yes, please sit there so we can. Okay. So now we will start with the keynote presentations that we have for today, starting for the SATREP's Blue project called Climate Resilient Approaches for Water Use Efficiency and Halophytic Farming in the RLC Basin. For this, we are very pleased to have with us again Professor Kenji Tanaka from Kyoto University and Ms. Christina Todori for Totori University, both in Japan. I think Professor Tanaka is ready to start presentation. Okay, great. So the floor is yours.
No, I cannot start. This is Christina Sensei's slide. Okay, maybe now I can. Now, can you see? Okay. So I want to briefly introduce our SATREP's project in Uzbekistan. The official name is really long. Project for Development of Innovative Climate Resilient Technology and so on. So we have a nickname. The name is Blue. biosaline agriculture for land use efficiency. And this name is very catchy and very easy to call. So please remember the name of Blue Project. Okay, this is background of our project. So as all of you know, in this region, we have a long history of irrigated agriculture, and that result in the degradation of soil and surface water and salinization of groundwater. And also, especially RRC region, water shortage is also a big issue. So as a result, crop yield is reduced year by year. And another issue is health, because now that RRC has dried up, most of the RRC dried up. So sand dust storm coming from the former bottom of RRC is very critical. That because this includes a salt in the sand particle. So we want to discuss the sustainability of this region's agriculture. So main idea is key word for this project is halophytes. This is that can grow in saline environment and salt-loving crop. This kind of vegetation can remove the soil salt from the soil. And also we are trying to utilize another type of water, that is drainage water. We think we can still use this kind of water for the agriculture. So those are the two main keywords for our projects. The purpose of the project is technologies and business models for sustainable agriculture are developed based on circular halophyte mixed farming, CHMF, concept in the marginal regions, and officials in central and local government are capable of making a proposal to local farmers. This concept image is the upper line, traditional irrigated agriculture. The bottom line is our proposed new agriculture in the concept of CHMF. In the cropping cycle, we use halophytes to remove and reduce the salt from the soil and to control the salinity of the soil in the proper range, that contribute to the sustainability of the agriculture. Okay. Detail about this idea will be presented by Professor Toderich later. So our team has many specialties, from satellite specialist and water resource specialist and irrigation specialist and plant physiology and so on. And this is a structure of Japan and Uzbek teams. We have 6 groups, so really big project. And we have the representative for all the groups like this. And this is a main target region. And first one is Amudarya Delta or Karakalpakstan region. And second one is Kashkadaria. And this Kashkadaria was selected because no glacier in this upstream of this Kashkadaria. So water resource supply is very vulnerable or highly dependent on the weather. And that's why we are selecting those 2 regions to discuss the sustainability of the agriculture. And this is some important part of this project. We will provide real-time solar radiation information, and also sand, dust, storm alarming system. We will make this kind of real-time information every day, every hour. And also, we are utilizing such a real-time satellite information and other source of real-time data. We will do the hydrological analysis. This is also real-time, almost real-time, day by day, hour by hour. So we can provide many information of the land states, like soil moisture, and then evapotranspiration, and the irrigation water requirement, and so on. So we want to provide those real-time information to support the management of water and agriculture. And also we will conduct the field experiments of the halophyte cultivation with the combination of different fertilization and irrigation water amount. And we will choose the best species to grow for specific conditions. So this will be talked by Professor Todrich later. And also we will do the analysis of salt balance in different scale, farmland scale, region scale, and basin scale or national scale. This is a traditional type of water intake and drainage, and as the rivers go down, the salinity of the river water will be increased like this. But by applying the many methodology to remove the salt in different way or different combination of method, we will try to control or reduce the impact of salt. That kind of analysis will be done by the concept of value chain analysis. Okay. And with such kind of analysis information and also future climate information, we will discuss the future of this region. What kind of cropping pattern or what kind of water use pattern will be realized if we choose some scenario. We can show different combination of scenario. In this example, crop production, livestock, and fisheries. This is a main priority, gives the priority for such things. We can provide different scenario like this. Then we will discuss with local people and policy makers what kind of future we should select through this project. Okay. Okay. This is my part. So next one will be Professor Todrich. Thank you.じゃあ、クリスチナ先生、始めてください。
Just a momento. What is happening? Okay, do you put my Chrome on the slide? Put my okay.
It is a high privilege and an honor to be here among these, I would dare say, diverse attendees. I have been in this industry for almost 40 years, and I believe I have some sort of a moral right to have discussions, to have speculations, saying why this topic of this today meeting is a soil affected soils. And let our presentation begin. Next slide, please. It's not moving. Please stay here and just help me around. No, don't leave me alone. Just stay here and change. I will not going to change because I don't have time for that.
Садитесь сюда и будете поменять. Не, будьте здесь менять, пожалуйста. Садитесь и будете менять. Я не буду следить, потому что на это нет времени. Why salt-affected soils are so important? Why we are gathering together today just to talk about such categories of soils? What we have with us in science, technologies, indigenous knowledge, from where we need to start. And our INSAS project, the main working hypothesis is, since the climate is changing, then agriculture and food system must too. As you know, looking on this map and knowing the tragic situation, not only in RLC, I would like to tell you today, Kenya, Turkana Lake is also drying up. Irimiya Lake in Iran, it's also drying up. And RLC, it's almost dry up. What is happening? And looking in this map, you see, we have even less productive lands than marginal lands. One of the key elements of the marginality, of concept of marginality, is salinization, soil salinization. And this is why we are salt-affected lands. You need to find out, from the map, you see very clearly that we have coastal soil salinization and we have dryland salinization, intercontinental. Which one is difficult to be managed? Which one should have special approaches, special technologies? For example, until now, for the 14 years, I was a regional coordinator for biosaline agriculture regional office in Tashkent for all 5 Central Asia. And we had success, very good success stories regarding development of saline agriculture under sandy light soils. Now we are facing a very difficult task. We need to reclaim, restore, remediate, whatever, how to produce more food for these abundant and degraded lands, affected mostly for salinization. From where this salinization comes, let's to discuss with you today. And I would like to tell you that saline lands are sensitive to traditional agriculture, but suitable for livestock grazing, landscaping, fisheries, bioenergy, technical crops, and other alternative use. Looking what we have in RLC basin. And this is why the today event is here in Tashkent, not by the way. It was very well selected because we are facing now salt-affected lands from the deltas of the river and from the dry up of RLC. Looking what is happening, next one, where is my, okay. Looking what is happening on the feature. How we are going to reclaim each of these categories of salts. All of these salts is salt affected. And I will tell you why salt affected, but not saline, sandy soil, not saline, coastal soil. It's really intercontinental. And this intercontinental salinity. When, why I mean intercontinental? One, Uzbekistan is double locked country. So no entrance into the sea. So the water from the river returning back again into the river, all this drainage is infiltrated in the soil. And what we have here, we have very poor drained soils. We have a very big crust of the surface, and we have very, very difficult to penetrate for the plants. If you see there. In this case, next one, where is it? Okay, in this case, let me to tell you from where salt-affected soil is coming. Salt-affected soil is not natural by their origin. Salt-affected soil mostly it's secondary salinization of human-caused salinization. And if you see in these categories of soil, this is an example from the irrigated agricultural zone. Give me next, back, take back. Okay, do you have the indicator? Okay, it's difficult actually to manage, but it's okay. I would like to tell you that in the right side here nearby with me, you have such categories of salts affected soil, irreversible. That means dead soil. So we need to develop really special technologies, radical improvement. What we are going to do, it's difficult to say, because upper side, you have crust of soil on the surface. So we have scraping, we have to remove and to doing some things with this technical soil. What we are going to do with the soil from this part, that it's almost dead, it's a problem of our discussion for next 3 days. And next one. And as I mentioned, this is categories of salt-affected lands from irrigated zone. And the priority, as we find out, is to find solution. You see the diagram there, is to find solution, option to manage root zone salt accumulation, toxic salts that sometimes varies from 80 to 52%. This is too much, for example, to maintain cotton fields and to maintain wheat, winter wheat, or to maintain even agroforestry. That means that we can't rely, not because we don't, no, we can't rely on traditional agriculture in some areas, not only in Uzbekistan, but around the world. And next one, several times. And this is why Professor Tanaka today mentioned about this satraps new element. And this is an innovative new approach, and we are on the starting. It's only first year, but we believe that we'll find solution not to replace traditional agriculture, but friendly to integrate traditional agriculture with circular halophytic mixed farming. На русском это будет галофитное земледелие, which is new part of saline agriculture, even not bio-saline agriculture, saline agriculture, because we are considered all the renewable resources to be utilized. What is the meaning? It seems for us that we need to learn how to, not to fight to salinity, but to learn how to live with salinity. In this case, I would like to tell you the flora, global flora of these halophytes is a little bit skeptic, especially for stakeholders. But I believe that from 1,600 species, we will find at least 100. Do you know today, globally, we use food for more than 100 species. I believe that domestication of such category or underutilized, so forgotten resources in near future will become on our table, like maybe 100 or several centuries, potato came to our table. So this is a friendly intermixing of different categories of land use through combination of non-conventional crops or glycophytes that we are doing together, and to introduce friendly halophytes in different categories: strip alley cropping system, agroforestry, aquaculture, everything as is possible to remove soils. But in this case, next one, in this case, do we have enough science? What we need to understand. And for the first time, we differentiated the category of soils in agricultural zone. So salt restoration is halophyte, so-called biorestoration is class 1. If you use class 2 and class 1, you have in nearby the Natalia, you have a very interesting picture. It's a kind of also that solonchak in Koshkopur in Khwarezm region. We can't rely on it. We need to find a radical solution for such kind of categories of lands. Class 3, you have this licorice. And I would like to tell you that today it's so much attention to these categories of crop. But I would like to tell you that this is also problematic. You can't, again, use licorice for Aral Sea Basin. You can't use licorice for Delta of Amudarya, where you have the farmlands abandoned for 20, 25 years. It's difficult. In this case, you need to go with this class 2 as soil restoration with such kind of wild flora. And what is very important to note, that in the beginning, when you started to recovering such kind of salt-affected lands, you will come to an idea, because some of them, as we did in Totori University, we find that these crops accumulated toxic salts in their biomass. In this case, we should to delimitate non-forage crops and forage crops. So we need to have special another technology. And now we are working Kitakyushu University to utilize this biomass for higher saline lands for recycling system. It will go for biocomposting, it will go for biogas, biofuel, or some other alternative use before we return or recover to convert to agricultural use. But believe me, next one, don't think about that such kind of restoration, the bioremediation of such salt-affected lands will take only 2 or 3 years. This is a long process, it's a long story. What we start from the beginning, we find out that sometimes we are using these halophytes, many of the farmers has not knowledge of these categories of crops. This is why last year we started with, I would like to, what is again, only one note for satraps. Satraps is not only Japanese project. This is first time innovative approach from the government of Uzbekistan. So government of Uzbekistan is supporting 10 national projects, and together with national PIs, 10 universities from Japan, it's working. And this is 5-6 year project that will transfer technologies, transfer knowledge, training, extension, and all of this. And so we started with sampling or not sampling. I should tell you, this is a very detailed field survey of halophytes. And we had 3 expeditions. Soon in June and September, we're going in the dry bottom of Aral Sea. And we believe that we'll produce for the first time, not only in Central Asia, but in the world, we will produce first book about halophytes of saline Aral-Qum Desert for the knowledge in the world. So what is next, what we are going to do? Second, in order to select the crops, not just we need this one, we need this one, methodом тыкания. No, we are going now to use very, very simple and very simple evaluation method how to select these species. So we develop a special criteria. One of the criteria, we are using isotope analysis for screening, delimiting of these crops. Of course, we are taking into account their value chain, or we are taking into account the economic value of these crops, but most important, we are selected based on water use efficiency and also based on these C3 or C4 plants, once C4 are more adapted to such kind of climate and salinity. And so we are making the documentation of these halophytes. Another screening of these crops is going so-called seed germination protocol. One of the key elements why farmers doesn't want to take these species to introduce from the wild into the agriculture because seed germination, they don't have enough knowledge. And this is why we are going to develop also another book or another guideline for the field, how to make this seed protocol, not only in the laboratory, but also in the field, also in the greenhouse, to find out how ready these crops are for domestication, how they are prepared to be transferred into agricultural system. And we are starting now to develop this electronic halophytic flora survey and documentation. And I think FAO is also involved in the electronic halophytic database in the world, and we are contributing as well. Another key element, okay, no, go back. I think it's very bad, this. Okay, this is gene bank. Gene bank. Next one. Next one. Next one. Okay. I think it should be a person who manages this because it's impossible to interrupt the presentation. One of the key elements that ICAS, this International Innovation Center for RLC Basin, under the president of Uzbekistan, will be able to receive in SATREP's project this gene bank and in situ and ex situ conservation. It's a long way, and we are now in the initial stage, but I would like to tell you that we are working not only for this nursery international in the field, but also in this climate chamber, growth chamber, and also we are going to release new varieties for these areas. And then now I would like to tell next one. Now I would like, yes, I would like to tell one, after the screening, after we come to idea which kind of halophytes, for our day, nowadays, we selected already 56 species that are ready to be domesticated or to be transferring into traditional agriculture for so-called circular halophytic mixed farming. And here is the first time Japan in May, they installed for the first time such kind of logos. Next one. Okay, this is very interesting. And for the first time in Karabuga, they were able to install so-called real-time soil data documentation and monitoring by using digital generation soil sensor system. And this is really new for the region. This is really new for the students, and Karabuga for SATREP's project, Uzbek-Japanese, became a platform, education, research, extension platform. So this is why we will collected all these higher tech technologies in RLC Basin. Let's see how we work. Next one. So cultivation of halophytes. This is one of the very difficult tasks And we are working now with farmers, with different categories of stakeholders. And we are lucky that private sector was very supportive to initiate these fields. And I would like to tell you that our national partners put a lot of efforts in trying to introduce these halophytes into system. And we find out that in wintertime, because you know that Central Asia is bimodal climate. So under snow, if you cultivate these halophytes under snow, you will be really in good success. And we are in our next one. And we are now in the stage that to analyze these halophytes that are very good candidate for salinized agriculture, to analyze on this metabolomic analysis. And this metabolomic analysis is extremely important because these categories of plants, when adapted to the very stressed environments, they develop special metabolites to survive in such environments. And we find out a lot of very useful bioactive substances that might be very important input to promote and adopt environmentally resilient and nutritionally rich halophytes and non-conventional glycohalophytes, especially for their new nutritional portfolio, like quinoa. We are doing very well on such kind of crops. Next one. And of course, I think the last slides, it's showing you that one of the key elements, key approach, is to develop this saline agriculture knowledge hub. We are going to establish so-called biosaline education, research and development platform, and we invited FAO to be a part of this platform in future. And last one. And we produced, last year, we produced for the first time, again with support of Food Agriculture Organization and the Kasilm2 with Kazakhstan team and SATREPS project. For the first time, we produced training manual of innovative approaches and technologies to manage salinization in marginal environments, in marginal lands in Central Asia. This manual, it's in internet. You can read and to take some lessons from there. We are in the stage of moving forward with this halophytic farming. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Christina, and apologies for the technical issues. And also thank you very much to Professor Tanaka that presented before. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, so we will not have time for questions now, but I invite all of you to approach the speakers later on in the coffee break and share your questions. With this now, I would like to invite Professor Jorge Battle-Sales to present about the environmental impact assessment of projects on salt-affected lands or under risk of salinization. Professor Battle is from the University of Valencia in Spain.
Hello again. I was consulted with my colleagues what to present here in this meeting of the network. And instead of presenting technical work, I wanted to share with you an approach that it is now mandatory adopted in the European Union, in the United States, Canada, Japan, and other countries, and voluntary in other. And this approach is the evaluation and the environmental impact assessment. Because, well, the problems that of any action over the environment could be, the problems could be varied and multidisciplinary. And this methodology try to put some order and try to protect nature as much as possible, examining about the details of the projects that will be presented. And salt-affected soils, of course, fall into the consideration of these rules. Just to describe more or less what is the social atmosphere, I will tell you that the concern to take care of the environment is taught at the schools since 30 years in Spain. And so we have had some even discussions with son asking, you do not separate well all the domestic waste because you should this. So there is already a population that it is concerned about the environmental conservation, and as well governments took over and make in an uniform way a framework for evaluation of any project. So I will present you this. I think that for some of you will not be familiar. Let's describe and define some aspects. So what is environmental assessment? It's an administrative instrument for evaluating the projects or the programs, and then approve them or reject them, taking into account the analysis of the possible significant effects of the environment. And we have plans and programs that are a series of strategies, guidelines, and proposals that try to satisfy social demand, but they are not directly executable. But to make for real, we move to what is called projects. And project then is any action that consists in the execution or exploitation of a work, construction, or whatever that can affect the natural environment or in the landscape, and including those that are destined to the exploitation of the natural resources, especially soil, subsoil, and waters, even marine waters. Environmental assessment include both strategic environmental assessment, that is for plans and programs, and environmental impact assessment, that is particular for projects. And environmental assessment then is considered an essential tool for the protection of the environment, facilitates the incorporation of sustainable criteria in decision-making strategies, and prevent the environmental impact that can be generated, establishing effective mechanisms of correction or even compensation when the damage cannot be fully avoided. Now we move to the impact assessment, that is relative to project. Is a document that is prepared by the promoter that wants to execute the project, that contains the information that we will see later, the minimal contents, that is necessary to assess the possible significant effects from the project of the environment. And with this tool, it is allowed to take decisions appropriate to prevent or minimize such said effects. And with the environmental impact assessment is another step in the administrative review of what is the process. Is a mandatory and determining project of the administration. And this should consider not only the start of the project, the whole life of the project, so exploitation and even the dismantling or demolition of the project. And this evaluation finished with the environmental impact report that is done by the environmental authority. The environmental impact assessment is a tool, try to optimize, because we have environment resources, but if we are Adamist, we should not take anything, so things will be like at the origin of humanity. So we should manage the environment. And then through this tool, we try to optimize and making a balance in between sustainable development and environmental protection. And of course, we consider all the elements of the environment, but as well, we consider the cultural, the religious, other aspects significant to the space that we are studying. And there are two main approaches to the environmental impact assessment that are different methodologies. One of them, a set of this developed derived from the economic science. And then we hear about the cost-benefit analysis of the project, the cost effectiveness, cost opportunity, hedonic price, and so on. And I think that this will be well developed in a training seminar that will be held by our Vice Chair, Dr. Kate Negas. And we have as well ecological evaluations that try to identify the importance of the conservation and the intrinsic value of nature. And it is applied to any natural assets. Of course, the environmental impact assessment is multidisciplinary. There are aspects related to water, other to soils, other to climate change, economy, rural development, and so on. So by definition, they are multidisciplinary. And there are, we have to evaluate any possible impact in any of these aspects. And usually, to make clear to the people first approach, matrices are used. And in a matrix, we put on the vertical columns, we put any of the aspects of the environment, and in the horizontal axis, we put possible actions. And in the crossing of this, we try to evaluate or categorize what will be the possible impact. And then later, this matrix is examined, and then we get a better approach, a clearer approach of what are the main aspects to be considered. And then probably deeper research should be done to get a better information regarding what will be the effect. This methodology is very popular because it makes clear you in just looking at the matrix, but has several drawbacks. One of these is that it's a bit subjective in the evaluation, that the values that we give to several things. And it is important here that we are dealing with economical development and as well natural value, natural assets. And sometimes we should decide, imagine an area with protected vegetation, how much this cost, what is the value, the economical value of removing this? Because we should take decisions. And sometimes if we have such endemic and autochthonous vegetation that only appears there, so sorry, maybe the project will not be feasible. But in other moments, we can present alternatives. And it is important in the projects that we present alternatives, including the zero alternative. That is, okay, we do not do anything, but we try to project along the time what will be the effects. And of course, there is supported, and it is within a framework of laws. And this is a webpage of the Spanish Ministry of Ecological Transition. And then you can, it is public, you can see the set of the laws that are of different levels. There are Spanish laws and even regional laws, but as well we are in the European Union and there are directives, and we have as well other agreements as, for example, Ramsar agreement that it is for conservation of wetlands. And let's take a look who are the actors. This is interesting, I think. First, the promoter. So you want to do something, you should present the report, taking all consideration of the possible impacts. You maybe can suspect that the promoter, it is not prone to exaggerate the possible impacts, but maybe trying to minimize this is not so important also. But now other steps will follow, and this can be corrected. And something of this surprising is that considering the total budget of a project, usually what is paid for the specialists that do the evaluation of the possible impacts, the total budget is, as an average, 1% of the total of the budget. I think this is not proportional, but it is how enterprises and so have established more or less to pay the professionals. And another very important actor is the administration that is responsible of environmental conservation. I did this short name now because in different countries it is called different. And there are technicians that are, they are environmentalists and they are economists, they are soil scientists. So these technicians that will receive the project should be capable of evaluating what is sent to them. If there are missing aspects, if there are aspects that are wrong. So it is important that you have and you teach and you get from the universities good specialists in the different aspects, because they will do the task from the administration. And when a project is received, the technicians browse and then decide, okay, this we should pass a consult to the watershed authority, because water will be consumed or water availability will be affected. So let's hear the authority, and if this, from this aspect, if this is can we go ahead or not, or maybe we have a patrimonial historical area that could be affected by that. So we pass the consultation to this. So other ministries and organisms immediately are noticed, and they are formally asked to give opinion of what is happening. And with that, later we will come back to the promoter. This is not usual. And this is very important. Stakeholders. Stakeholders can participate in the evaluation. So sorry, but we know a lot of soils and other aspects of environment, but who are the real actors in the field? Farmers. So they know what happens there, because they are living every day there. They can't participate in the evaluation because the project with the evaluations of the organism is made public, and they can read and they can make their own objections to the project. And this includes ecological associations, but individuals or professional organizations as well. And with all that, we should come back to the promoter, and the promoter should answer any objection. And the answers will be made public. It could be this objection is trivial, but this is important. So instead of making this, I propose to do this other thing after receiving the proposal. And remember that we should present always zero action, but as well later what we want, and maybe other alternatives. So we give different possibilities for evaluation. If they don't want that, okay, we will do this other one. And what is in the document is first a general description of the project. This is the minimal number of information that is there. So general description of the project, description of the various reasonable alternatives. That includes, as I told you before, the zero alternative of not carrying out the project, but always with making a forecast of how will be the evolution of this. Identification, description, analysis of the possible effects over any of the aspects of the environment, but as well by the no interactions in between them, because the interactions exist and they are important, but not always are well considered. And especially we have agreements with Ramsar and Red Natura 2000 as well, and special point should be included if the project affects the Red Natura, that is conservation for birds, for historical sites, for and as well if the project will change in a long term the hydromorphological and hydrochemical nature of the area. And as well the expected effects. But what happens is there is a catastrophe, it's an earthquake, it is a flooding, so natural risks or other. So you should give a hint of what will be done if something happened that was not forecast in the project. And of course, some negative impacts will appear. And so what we will do for correcting them, preventing first, correcting them, or if we cannot compensate to the affected persons. And we should present as well an environmental surveillance program. So administration will follow the project along the time. And as well for people that the stakeholders and non-technical summary that everyone can understand should be provided as well. This is the web page of the same ministry, and you can see this. This is public. You can go there and check about the projects, plans, and programs that are under consultation. And you can see there are some first projects. First are projects, but next dealing with water is a plan. Remember that plan. It is just a strategic decision for the future. And other are projects. You can check the documents and you can send your comment there through the. So in short, this is the environmental impact assessment flowchart. The promoter produced the document of the environmental impact assessment, including alternatives. It is presented to the administration. The administration check about the compliance and correctness of the terms of reference and the adequacy to the laws. And then this ministry consult organisms and ministries of any aspect of that is relevant, and their opinion is come back to the Ministry of responsible of environmental conservation. Then it is open the public consultation for stakeholders and public in general. Promoter then should answer the objections or modify the environmental impact assessment document, preparing another one that overcomes the option, and then it is again analyzed, and finally it is approved or rejected. So this is in short. Well, salt affected areas. We have two aspects when trying to study salt affected soils. We have natural environments that have high ecological value, and we have agriculture on the risk of salinization or dealing with brackish water for irrigation and so on. And of course, they are future projects are to be considered under this framework of the evaluation of the environmental impact. We are technically, I will tell you that most of we are researchers or professors or technicians, and we are very familiar with the procedures, for example, for optimizing the irrigation, the thing. This is just a short scheme of how to do that. And this aspect, I should tell you that our vice chair Dr. Meisam Rasei will develop in a webinar, in a seminar that will be on Wednesday. And as well, we can consult and make a bigger, we go a bit farther and try to look at bigger aspects and about trying to make balance. I think that most of us are very familiar with that. But we should consider that there are many externalities to the system. And these externalities sometimes change what we try to do. And because you can see in this figure, which sources from the political agricultural policy, common agricultural policy of the European Union, you can see that cropping is not just a matter of going then and putting water. You should have a lot of inputs for having some outputs. And so we consider that externalities, and many times are not considered in our projects, but they have impacts in other places. And so the environmental impact assessment takes into account that. And of course, in the case of salt-affected soils, the challenge of food production is raised to its maximum because of the difficulties of having a low level of salts concentration to make possible that plants grow up. And you know that that figure that is described is a group of people blind people that know very well a part of the problem. And so the problem is big. It's an elephant there. But they think, no, this is a problem of dealing with salts. This is a problem dealing with water. No, this is a problem. No, the problem as a whole is big one. And so we should be multidisciplinary in our approach. This is mandatory. And shortly, when we look for familiar pictures in the past, we get nostalgic. And I'm nostalgic of that. This is central region of Spain. I don't know if this is laser pointer. No. No, doesn't work, sorry. I will try. Well, you see this is 180 kilometers wide, this area, but you see there that are several rivers. And in the bottom left part, well, this is central Spain. And we have to pay attention to this part up, that is a wetland, and this part down. That is another wetland that is national park even today. I tell you because I have been warned to be short, that up, it is not anymore a wetland. And this is the upper part. This is a view to the past, 1956, and you see that this area is a depressed area that is flooded with water that not only comes from the rivers, but as well from the aquifers that are full and then make flooding of the area. And this was a typical wetland. And but has at the left is fed by rivers with fresh water, but from the right up, it is flooded by waters that are brackish, because this river is, the watershed of the river is evaporitic material. So they have a lot of sulfates, a few of chlorides, and especially of sodium and some, yeah. And excuse me, I promise in 1 minute. And this is the wetland, okay? So let's take a look about the evolution, temporal evolution of this. This, the upper area was decided to be desiccated and to start with irrigated agriculture. And you can see the temporal evolution, and up the left is the original situation, and then you see the Landsat infrared that in black is water, and in red is chlorophylltic action. And then here, right down is the actual situation. You can see the fields are salinized, and the production that started very well. Now it is alfalfa and barley, and not with very good production. And so this is the bigger image. Positive impacts of this project were employment and economical benefit, food production, rural development, development of infrastructure and communication. But in blue, we wonder if this will be sustainable in the future. But we have a lot of negative impacts there. Wetland loss, desiccation of river, soil organic matter loss, soil progressive salinization, and poor cost-benefit balance. And in the other area, that is the national park, a lot of wells have been opened to irrigate close areas. And so up in the 75, you can see in black water, and there down, it is no anymore water. And it was a big project, a big problem, because the pit that was submerged when the water was depleted and aquifers were depleted, so they were exposed to oxidizing ambient, and then fire into the soil started, because the organic matter started to oxidize, and then we have fires. And so even rescue admin of water from other areas try to stop that, but everything has changed there. So we have a lot of negative impacts in this, and I wonder what is the positive impact of this. I forgot to tell you that the two areas are connected. One is stream up, and the other is downwards. And so I think that, yes, this is the end.
Thank you very much. Sorry for interrupting, but otherwise we will not have time for the other speakers. So our next speaker is Professor Fei Wang from the Northwest A&F University, Institute of Soil and Water Conservation in China, and he will be presenting about the double desalinization approach as integrated for salt-affected soils management in water shortage region. Dear Professor Wang, thank you for being here. Yeah. And please try to keep the time just for respect.
I also want to
thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Fei Wang from Institute of Soil and Water Conservation. We are a research institute of Northwest Agriculture and Forestry University. And we also a part of Chinese Academic of Sciences and the Ministry of Water Resources. For me, I'm mainly do research of land and water management. So I'd like to share my information with you as double desalination approach. We can get a lot of information from Professor George, and the positive impacts really disappear for the saline land. But we also need to survive everywhere. We should use saline land for crops and for economic chance and for our future. So shall we find another way to solve it for long term? So maybe double salinization approach could be think a better way. Okay, everybody knows this photo. It's really terrible for us. We can see it's LRC today, but maybe it will be a common phenomenon in many places, not only here, in many countries. And this is also get it from online. It just showed the water area degree and the water volume decrease very fast. We also can see the salt on the topsoil became more and more. But the worst thing is the salt can come here from water, but the salt also can go everywhere with his own way, because the dust and salt storm can move the salt from the wetland, from LC to the cropland, to the grassland, and to the cities and to our bodies. It's really very bad, but we have no other choice. And this globe saline soil, you can see it's everywhere. In some country, China is sometimes Chile, China, Egypt, and not Uzbekistan here, because this is an old map. But indeed, the problem here is quite severe. And this is a saline land induced by irrigation. Because we want to get more food, we should consume a lot of water. All the natural water have salt in it. So if we want to, for a long-term irrigation, we have no other choice, just get a bad soil. In traditional, normally we have physical measures and water conservation measures and chemical measures and biological measures. In each place, we use different approach or different methods together to improve the productivity. And but all the methods have some bad result. This is an example in China. It's in the irrigation area along the Yellow River. We can see here the saline land is like this. But if we use different method to control it, we can get very good quality cropland. And because sunshine is very good there, so we also can get a lot of food there. But when we think about it, when we compare the water cost, the economic cost, and the ecology consequence, we should rethink it carefully. We all know the economic cost. We need annual input for this land. And especially short-term benefits. In China, if we put a lot of money or technology for the saline land, maybe just 2 or 3 years, we should do it again and again. It's very costly. And also, we need a lot of water to wash the salt, or to put the salt into the soil, into the deeper area. But soil is still there. But one way to wash the soil with water, but the ecological impacts can move the water to some other place to pollute the lakes, rivers, and the whole system. It's not the result of what we want to see. And now we can think it. The seasonal irrigation on site. If the salt is in the soil, we are not just put one time of water to this land. We must put a lot of water in this land every year, even every season. It's a kind of endless input of water. It's a terrible choice for every area, or for area without enough water, like Uzbekistan. And also, the drainage of polluted water can damage the water body and the system. In China, it's really forbidden because the water surrounding in China is not good enough. In most cases, the pollution is from agriculture. And also water shortage area. With the increasing of food, increase of population, we need food, we need irrigation, but we have not enough water. What shall we do? So the best way may be consider the impacts of salt in soil and the wetland together. And shall we abstract soil? Abstract salt from soil? It's possible. I also want to use a case of China. And the saline land in China is to the up left area. And in China, the rainfall to this area is very low. Normally, it's like the center area of LRC. It's just 100 millimeters every year. But the energy here is really rich. Yeah, we can see it's a kind of balance. No water, but full of fire. The energy is here and the water is there. It's a kind of cooperating, but it's also a kind of chance for us. Shall we use energy to solve the water problem? For me, it's a kind of option. But for many countries, it might be the final decision. And this is a globe salinization and the globe energy. We can see they are matched very well. And the salt and food and the water shortage and clean energy, if we consider it together, maybe we have a new selection, a new option. We can use it to desalination the salt from soil. Also use the clean energy to desalination the salt from water. So we also can get a lot of dry salt. If the salt leaves the soil, we don't need more and more water annually. And also the nature gives us chance. Think about it. In last 200 years, the temperature, air temperature increased 0.5 degree. But if we think about the land form, it's a nature give us, it's a very good tool for us. And we can see if we go up for 1,000 meters, and the temperature will be 6 degrees. It's really a good chance for us. So we can learn from our Mother Nature. This is rainfall induced by the landform. If we use the solar energy and we use unstable or oxide electric energy to warm the high concentrate polluted drainage, and maybe we can site different equipment to get more clean water directly. And the water can be used everywhere. We can drink it, we can do it for irrigation. And indeed, in the atmosphere, we have a lot of water. You can see only 1 cubic meter. We have 56 gram. If we just use this, we can get like 1,000 cubic meters fresh water just in 1 Chinese mole. Also, it means the water use solar energy can satisfy the irrigation in arid area. It is really possible. And also, this is a story of LRC. We can see they are full of energy. Indeed, energy sometimes is like water for us. The question is, how shall we use it reasonably? And also for the salt, we can use it directly if it's valuable. But we also can use it to build a structure, like the museum of salt effect soil, how to say, management. And also we can use for the greenhouse, put the salt into as a wall we can use it. Okay, we all know this guy is Diamond is a geographer, and he published one book, is Collapse. The least 40 events and the civilization decline from the human history. And what is how societies choose to failure or success. Failure and success is not the natural process. It's a result of choice. In dry area, in saline land without enough water, we should think about how to choose a good approach according to the natural inherent resources in different places. And also, I'd like to use this map to think about people can change a lot. People can change the world greatly because like 40% of the land was claimed under the sea for the Netherlands. But we also can think about this is a kind of question. We should think about it. We need to do something for the saline land. Use the same try. Maybe we can get a new success. Okay. And also, again, we can say, if we have no good water, no good land, how many goods we cannot touch it according to SDG? A lot, indeed. What is our choice? We should think about if the soil is the salt is in soil, we need endless water. But if we use some investment to get rid of the salt from soil, we can not just protect the soil and food, we also can protect the river, the lakes, and the wetland. So if we think our world as a whole, to think of the ecosystem carefully, I think it's value to do it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Wang, for the interesting presentation and for adjusting to the time given. Thank you very much. Yes, please leave it there. Our next two speakers, so I will ask everyone to stay with us for the next two speakers. They will be presenting online, and after that, we will go for the coffee break and the photo. So our next speaker is Ms. Bilkis Gul from the University of Karachi in Pakistan, and she will be presenting about plantation and utilization of halophytes with saline water irrigation in the Thar Desert of Pakistan. I hope Ms. Gul is connected online. Okay. Just a message, after the presentations, we will take the group photo here, and then we can go for the coffee break. Okay.
Hello?
Are you ready?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you please? Yep.
Yeah, okay. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. Before starting, I would like to apologize as I am currently experiencing significant issues with my internet connection, resulting in a slow and unreliable network. Unfortunately, this has made it impossible for me to open my camera during the presentation.
Ms. Gul, we can hear you well, but can you please put presentation mode?
Okay. The topic of my presentation is plantation and utilization of halophytes with saline water irrigation in the Thar Desert of Pakistan. As you all know, that the arid regions where the rainfall is below 100 millimeter extended from Rajasthan all the way up to Morocco. In that region, the primary thing is the water is in very short supply. In addition, the salinity is also increasing there. About 1 billion hectare of world land has become saline due to several factors. And one is the primary salinity and the other one is secondary salinity. Primary salinity is because by natural causes and the secondary salinity is due by man-made causes. So a lot of what people say is that the freshwater supplies are declining. Supply is not declining or decreasing. In reality, the consumption of water is increasing. And Pakistan had 500,000 cubic feet per person per annum in 1947. It has gone down 118,000 and due to the increase in population rate. If the population increases continue, its water utilization in agriculture industry will continue and we will become a water deficient country. So there are two major problems, soil salinization and viscosity of water. And we have a lot of resources of subsaline or subsurface water available in Pakistan, but almost 85% of them are saline and overall poor quality that cannot be used for conventional agriculture. So what we went now, it's about 15% of the world area, which is abundantly agricultural land is saline. It's increasingly becoming saline. So if you want to maintain the same level as they now about, productivity has to be increased one time. So according to United Nations report, 110 countries exposed to desertification and land degradation, 1.3 billion people trapped on degrading agricultural land, 12 million hectares productive land becomes barren every year, 20% of Earth's dry land degraded, 52% agricultural land affected by soil degradation. And less than 60 years farming left at current degradation rate. As well as depleting water resources are the main problem. And right now, world contain an estimated 1,400 million cubic of water. Only 0.003% of this amount, 45,000 cubic, are freshwater resources that could be used for drinking, hygiene, agriculture, and industry. So according to this report, water is unequally distributed. And as I mentioned, tell you before that the water resources are not declining. The world population is increasing day by day. And the consumption of water is increasing. As you can see in this picture in graph, so in 1950, so world population was 3 billion, and it is estimated to increase, becomes 9 billion in 2040. So according to Global Salinity Map 2021, 833 million hectares salt affected land based on 73% area map. So majority is only slightly to moderately saline. So salinity has become consistently increasing as the progress, and due to increase in salinity, the agricultural land becomes very low. So it is estimated that in oh sorry, I can't see. So what is the best possible solution in this situation? So food security is the major problem in our region. To overcome that problem, we can open new land for agriculture. But then opening new lands has a lot of consequences, ecological consequences, as well as we do not have enough fresh water available to those lands. So that's why new land is very difficult to open. So in Pakistan, we are mismanaging our agriculture irrigation through canal system, and there are so many other old-fashioned agriculture practices. So that's why in that case, most of the, about a total of 60% of the land is already saline states, and it's increasingly day by day. So what is the best available option in that case? The best available option in those plants that can grow in highly saline area and produce considerable biomass called halophytes. And we took an alternate solution here. We are not fighting with nature here. We are not trying to introduce salt tolerance. We are, and here we are just using the drift of nature for the benefit of humankind. That exactly was the intent to do this. So as you know that potential uses of halophytes, we can use halophytes. There are many ways you can use as a food. In Europe, people can eat siliconia as a salad, and there are other forage and fodder, medicine, chemical fuels. And we can have both kind of fuel because of biomass and biodiesel fuel. And we can also use halophyte for landscaping, chemical, fiber, and there are so many others. But why brackish seawater farming now? So utilizing saline land and brackish water for growing plants of economic importance to reduce pressure on fertile lands and good quality water resources. Non-conventional agriculture by using saline resources is our vision is basically that we want to use saline land and brackish water or seawater to grow crops, which can be so which can be utilized for agriculture purposes. So our wetland, wasteland should become productive, and our wasteland should take care of poor farmer. Mainly I'm referring to the farmer, those very poor living in Balochistan and other parts of Pakistan. So one of the major problems in Pakistan is fodder for cattle. After screening, we select best candidate for fodder. We have already developed a feed crop system that can be managed with brackish water. And Panicum turgidum is a salt-tolerant grass that can grow in brackish water and salty soil to avoid accumulating itself. And co-cultivation with a grid of Sueda fruticosa, a salt accumulating halophyte, kept the soil salinity stable. We have already patented this cropping system. And we have already published this data. Just to show you some pictures from the hub field. Here you can see that Panicum turgidum, a salt-tolerant grass, irrigating with brackish water. We have already done some animal trials in Balochistan and hub area and published this data. And now I have been working with the Sinangro Coal Mining Company since 2016 on a biosaline agriculture project. in the third desert of Pakistan. We had already completed a biosaline fodder plantation project at the third desert in the year of 2016 and 2019. 2016 to 19, and made significant progress in research on this subject, and believe that if properly implemented, it could contribute significantly to rehabilitating saline land and providing fodder and food to arid area like Thar. Here you can see the Thar desert in Pakistan. Thar means desert. Thar desert is situated in the province of Sindh, and it is the world's 17th largest and 10th largest subtropical desert, and also known as the Great Indian Desert. Total length of Thar desert in Sindh, Pakistan and Rajasthan, India is 200,000 kilometers per square. In Pakistan, spread over an extensive area, Ghotki, Sakkar, and Sangar, Mirpur Khas, and Tharparkar district. They mostly consist of a barren tract of sand dunes covered with thorny bushes. The only hills of the area named Karanjar are in the extreme southeast corner of the Nagar Parkar. A part of Thar is spread over about 20 kilometers inland and attain a height of 300 meters, covered with wild plants. Subtropical desert climate. April, May, and June are the hottest months of the year, and average maximum minimum temperature reach 50 degrees Celsius. And December, January, and February are comparatively coldest months of the year. Rainfall vary from year to year, and the region experiences drought every 2 to 3 years. So mostly in the monsoon month between June and September, receive most of the rainfall. Winter rains are insignificant. So water availability in Thar desert, water is scarce. Whatever seasonal rainfall is collected in tanks and reservoirs and is used for drinking and domestic purposes. Around 175,000 Thari families have left their homes due to the drought in 2014. Availability of food and fodder. People of the Thar districts are dying because of the shortage of clean water and food. And Thari people dependent upon their livestock. And as they are unable to grow seasonal crop due to the scarcity of water, livestock is the only means of sustainability for them. And a large number of livestock have also perished due to the severe climatic condition. As I told you before that, we had completed a successful cropping system experiment at Balochistan, and that's why we use the Panicum antidotol, the halophyte fodder, and the same halophytic grass we are using here in the Thar desert. So Panicum is a perennial grass, belongs to family Poaceae, distributed in salt-affected areas and desert, and is a salt excluder. And plant attain a height of about 1 meter in 25 to 30 days in summer. During the winter, it required 35 to 40 days for the comparable growth. So what is the purpose of our project is turning Thar desert into pasture for cattle fodder. So we had done some preliminary soil and plant analysis testing. And right now, we are using the same cropping system here in Thar desert. As I tell you before, that in the center, you can see we are growing the salt-tolerant grass panicum, and on the grid, we are growing Soida fruticosa. Here you can see some pictures. So we had done some preliminary soil and water testing. Here's some data I can show you, some plant growth analysis data and some ecophysiological and biochemical analysis had done. So this is Panicum turgidum at Third Desert of Pakistan. And this is the project that I am working on it. So what project rationale are basically the poor resident in the Thar live on aquaculture and traditional agriculture cultivation. However, only a small amount of crops can be planted during the rainy season, during July to September. So production technology is backward and production yield is relatively low. Meanwhile, a large amount of salt water is produced in the local coal mining process, but it cannot be utilized due to the technical limitation. Therefore, developing a saltwater agriculture by screening and introducing salt-tolerant economic plants and using a high-yield planting model that's suitable for local natural environments are the best choice to improve the agriculture production and ecological environment of the area. Here you can see that some pictures. So the main objective of the project is introduction and adaptability assessment of salt-tolerant economic plant for Third Desert. Number 2, research on high-yield planting technology of salt-tolerant plant using salt water. And number 3, development and utilization of salt-tolerant economic plants. Objective of, so here I can share some pictures. This is Panicum antidotale harvesting season. And this is the plan of work. So end user of the projects are basically the local farmers owning land in the third region will be the ultimate end user of the outcome of this innovative project. Penangdo Coal Mining Company will also be one of the beneficiaries, as this project will help in the utilization of salty water produced during mining process. So the conclusion of my presentation is halophyte cultivation on saline soil using saline brackish water. Irrigation can be useful in combating both desertification and food scarcity. In arid region, focus research in field of agronomy, physiology, molecular biology is required to transform, domesticate with halophytic plants as proper crops. We are confident that the success of this project is set to bring paradigm shift to the entire agriculture and livestock landscape of Tharparkar region and would make drought an irrelevant phenomena and bring green revolution in Tharparkar and nearby areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gul, and it's a pity you couldn't join us here in person. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, our last speaker for this morning is Mr. Mahmoud Shaumarov. Is the regional coordinator of the project Kasim 2 that we will have also a side event this afternoon explaining more in details the project. But today he will be explaining how to upscale in sustainable land management practices in Central Asia and experience from the regional FAO-GSP funded project on integrated natural resources management in Central Asia and Turkey called Kasim 2. Mahmoud, are you right? Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Natalia, can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. And thank you very much for this privilege. Let me please quickly present our project results. I see that we are out of time, so I will try to be short as possible. So, as you know, we have a regional FAO-GSP project, which is being implemented in Central Asia and Turkey. And this is the 5-year project, started in 2018 and extended until 2024. So in my presentation, I will be covering six parts. And so project, very briefly about the project background. So main objective of this project is to upscale integrated natural resources management in salt-affected and drought landscapes in Central Asia and Turkey. And this project contributes to 2 UN conventions, UNCCD and UNFCCC targets in the project countries. And the project budget is almost $11 million US. This is a grant from GEF, and plus also contribution from the governments, $65 million US. And project has 3 components. So first component is the regional component on multi-country collaboration and partnership. And second and the third components are national components implemented in 5 Central Asian countries. So second one on institutional and policy integration in the national frameworks, and the third component on upscaling climate smart agriculture practices. So our key interventions of the project focus on 3 levels: at regional, national, and at pilot site level. So in more details, I will be briefing you in the next slides. So our main results at national level include several key interventions that we selected together with national partners. So this is one of them is the sustainable pasture management. Another one is conservation agriculture practices. Third one is the crop diversification, including salt and drought-resistant seeds multiplication and distribution. Then agroforestry component, and salinity management and drought management. So due to this time shortage, I will not be going into details. So I can share my presentation with the participants, and then we can exchange for any possible questions or clarifications later on. So these are the examples of some of the interventions. So on a drought forecast and drought mapping that we started in Kazakhstan. So we are using modified CDI index for forecasting drought, and 4 weeks drought forecast at the moment shows 85% of the forecast. And we used 20 years back retrospective data to develop this model. And we also have models for 24 weeks and 12 weeks. But there we have to work more on them. But at the moment, this 4 weeks forecast, drought forecast, is working by 85% accuracy. And then this is also an example of the GeoPortal interactive map that was created jointly with our partners, which shows the drought on the map, and that also helps to make decisions based on the actual data. This is also another GeoPortal that we are developing jointly with WOCAT at the University of Bern in Switzerland. And this system helps to monitor LDN progress in the countries. So here we can see in the land degradation, soil organic carbon, aridity index, soil erosion, and other indicators on the map. Also, the national project results also include the water saving technologies that we implement in Central Asian countries, then national capacity building activities, then also applying different tools for decision making and efficient use of resources, and also for carbon balance estimation. And also on value chain development, we conducted several assessments in Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Turkmenistan for assessing the viable areas where the investments could be further channeled and mobilized. And also we use the Farmer Field School approach and Soil Doctors program jointly with the Global Soil Partnership in our countries. And also we use different other methods for capacity development, such as field trainings, and also conducting field days and presentations of the results at the demonstration sites. At regional level, we work on upscaling of the project with different partners, and also we work on the regional knowledge management platform with the WOCAT team, and also we work with the different partners on the capacity development on the different areas such as drought, sustainable pasture management, land degradation, salinity issues, and of course the policy dialogue on landscape restoration jointly with other UN partners, and of course with the national strategic partners. And for the project sustainability and institutional development, we work with working groups in the countries on law on pastures, on land code, on rural advisory services, conservation agriculture in Central Asian countries. And also one of the areas which we focus is the soil carbon financing that we started to discuss in Kazakhstan with national partners, and also forest carbon financing mechanism in Uzbekistan. And also, as I mentioned, we used platforms such as policy dialogue, regional and national policy dialogues on different areas, and also applying water monitoring system, for example, in Kyrgyzstan, or crop water mapping in Uzbekistan was applied at jointly with national partners, and that is being also upscaled at the moment. Then, as I mentioned, this SLM decision support is being conducted using different tools such as maps and geoportals, and also project works on tracking the different GEF indicators and the project progress using outcome mapping approach for progress of strategic and boundary partners. And also project works with the partners on assessing the current legislative policy and institutional frameworks for SLM and climate resilience, and also on early warning system, on assessing the current status on early warning system for drought and disaster risks, and also agrometeo services. And our team also works on facilitating the national action plan under the UNCCD reporting. We are supporting our focal points to progress and report on them, and different infrastructure facilities were supported by the projects such as agrometeo stations, soil laboratories, GIS labs in the project countries. So we will have a further discussion today in the panel session at 5 on addressing land and water salinity management challenges in Central Asia. Please join us. We'll have 2 hour session on discussing this challenging issue and we will be further discussing it as well on the regional workshop later on in September, based on the results of today's discussion. And that will be on managing soil salinization in arable areas in Central Asia. So this is the end of my presentation. I tried to be short. If you have questions, I will be ready to answer either later after coffee break or by email. So here is my email for further communication. Thank you very much and all the best for the event.
Thank you very much, Mahmoud, for your presentation. I think it was clear enough to give the first glance to the project, and then we will discuss with your colleagues and later with you during this afternoon session. Well, with this, we close the session of the morning. I thank you very much to all the presenters for the interesting presentations, to all the participants for your attention. And now we have two announcements for you that I will invite my colleague to give.
Еще раз приветствую. Yana bir bora hammani mana shu tadbirda ko'rganimizdan juda ham xursandmiz. Maybe I will proceed in English. So I have two announcements. First of all, we have a coffee break right now, which will be organized in the next restaurant. And then I would like also to invite everybody for our gala dinner, which will be organized on behalf of the FAO Uzbekistan. At 7:30, international participants could take the bus, which will move right from here. So it will be waiting, the bus will be waiting at the entrance of this hotel. And the name of the restaurant, just if somebody is going to have the sightseeing or something, the name of the restaurant is Han Chapan, so everybody is welcomed. And another announcement, we would like to invite you to have a group photo before going to the coffee break. The photo will be taken just outside of this main entrance. Maybe I also use in Uzbek. Hurmatli bugungi tadbir ishtirokchilari, fursatdan foydalanib hammani bugungi tadbir nomidan FAO O'zbekiston tashkiloti nomidan soat 7:30 da Han Chopon restoranida bir piyola choyga taklif qilinadi. Hozir esa coffee breakdan oldin hammamiz gruppovoy fotoga mana shu asosiy kirish qismida bir rasmga tushishga taklif qilamiz. Katta rahmat.
some that will present online. For now, I would like to ask presenting participants that are present in this room to join us at the table. So I would like to ask Mr. Shuan Hu to please join us at the table, and further Mr. Pim van Tongere also to join us at the table, and Mr. Tolib Mukimov. Okay, I still see that a few people are finding their seats. Great, thank you very much. I would like to invite Mr. Shu Wen Hu from China Agricultural University to join us here as a speaker. And the topic that Mr. Shu Wen Hu will present is ecological reclamation of saline sodic wasteland in China. Please, the floor is yours.
Esteemed chairman and distinguished attendees, I'm honored to be here to present our findings in the last decade on the saline alkaline reclamation. Today, the topic of my presentation is remodeling soil structure and efficient desalting saline sodic land management technology model. This is the outline of today's presentation. Begin with the background. Soil salinity and sodicity are global issues, increasing every 1 or 2% annually. Basically, there are 4 types of saline alkaline. The first is the sodic, the second is the saline, and the third is the mixed saline alkaline soil, and the fourth are secondary salinization soil. There are many methods for the soil reclamation. The physical, the chemical, and the plant. But the soil, the saline soil generally lack of water. So the key point is the scientific use of water. However, management of saline alkaline is an extremely complex system engineering, and it can't be solved by only 1 or 2 technologies. There are many difficulties in the saline alkaline improvement. For example, the first is the soil has a poor structure, it's sticky, and the high salt content, low content of nutrient elements, and the low desalting efficiency caused by slow water infiltration rate is the most restricting factors. How to reduce the surface evaporation and improve the soil permeability is very important. Now we come to our strategy. Let's take a look. For the saline, the right side, the saline alkaline land, larger amount, large amount of waters evaporated. It's slow infiltration and waste surface water. So it is it's critical to improve the soil structure. Let the water fastly infiltrated and conserve the water in the soil. This picture display here illustrated the principle. To solve this problem, we developed a series of new bio-based modified conditioner, such as calcium, such as cellular calcium sulfate, This kind of polymer materials, they can make the particle bigger, increase soil porosity, and improve the soil efficiency more than 10 times. After that, we propose the system improvement of clean alkaline land, including the first step is removing the soil structure and efficiently dissolving. After that, we build a dam and gates to come to the combination of dredging and blocking. After that, we add the functional fertilizers, the nutrient, the reclamation of good land. We publish papers. This data demonstrated at the beginning the soil cloud flocculated, and the large aggregate increased. After that, the soil permeability and the infiltration rate of water increased. Then the pH and the salt content decreased rapidly. We published a paper in RDD, revealed the formation of saline alkaline soil aggregate can be divided into 2 stages. The first stage, exchangeable calcium and iron and aluminum oxide organic matters are factors that promoted the formation of soil aggregate. The second stage is soil microbial exudates, enhance the formation of high stable, water stable macro aggregates. After we found after reclamation, the diameter of the soil became larger, so the capillary effect was less. We also returned the straw to the soil, and the root residues, neutralization of some carbonate. Finally, we control the groundwater levels. So use this comprehensive method, we suppress the soil salt return. We also studied the response of microorganisms to saline saltic soil and the long-term rice-based cropping systems. It increased the diversity and abundance. We also studied with the extension of improvement time, soil nutrient, crop yield, and the thickness of the soil reaping layer increased. Now let's take a look at the demonstration sites. In the last 10 years, we did a tremendous of work in the field. Yeah, this is what we did. Yes, we have set up a lot of demonstrations base and created database. Now let's take a look at the first restoration of northeast in the Soudic type soil. The strategy is reshaping soil structure and removing soil salt quickly to achieve normal crop growth. This case, the first case is 100 hectares of extremely sticky saline alkaline land were transformed into the fertile land with a very high yield achieved in one city. The second case is we restored 300 hectares of extremely sticky saline alkaline land. We can see only 1 year's reclamation up to 8 years of very stable high yield was achieved. The pH and the salt content decreased rapidly. The third case is we developed rotate, in order to save the water, in order to enhance the water resources. So we created rotate padding field into upland model. Yes. The second model is restoration of existing coast saline soil. Our strategy is build embankment and gates to control the water table and prevent salt return. This is the first step. The second step, we reshape the soil structure and enhance the soil permeability. Now, this is our strategy. We remodeling the surface and the surface structure and improve the efficiency of water leaching. But also, we use some shallow wells and open channels and discharge the salt from the floor layer. The first case is wheat and soybean planting in saline soil in Dongying, Shandong province, with only 1 year's reclamation, up to 5 seasons of stable high yield for both wheat and soybeans. The second case is experimental demonstration of soybean yield increased in Yancheng. The yield of soybean has improved 51%. The third model is restoration of mixed saline sodic types of soil. Our strategy is set up irrigation and drainage systems, control the water table, remodeling soil structure, and water saving drip irrigation. The first case is with saline alkaline desertification land in Tongliao, turned into the very high quality grassland. Only 1 year's reclamation, up to 7 years high yield was achieved. The second case is ecological restoration of saline land in Bainar. Only 1 year's reclamation, up to 7 years very stable high yield of sunflowers. The third case is in Xinjiang, Bazhou. We recommend the very high, very heavy land into the and the content grew very well. Now let's move to the last part. Restoration of secondary salinization. The first case is heavy rain caused waterlogging and the death of chili peppers in improved secondary salinization soil. Why? Those after modified, there no water accumulation and the chili pepper grew very well. The second case is we solve the pitch chlorosis caused by the eye fixation in the saline alkaline land in Dangshan. After improvement, the yield was increased a lot, and the chlorophyll increased by 51%. Now we come to the conclusions. we have created the systemic technical model of receiving soil structure and efficient desalting, combining dredging and cutting good land. And a lot of demonstration can be showed that the soil salt and alkaline content decreased and the soil structure improved year by year. Crops achieved very high yield after only 1 year's reclamation. Under the continued farming condition, the yield and the biomass increased year by year, and the resource effect very stable in all regions without recurrence. Yes, this is the last. This is the case we have done in Jilin province. This is the before. This is after. The process. So, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share our data to us. Let's work together, make a beautiful world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hu, on presenting very interesting case of ecological reclamation of saline sodic wasteland in China. Now, we would like to invite Mr. Youssef Hashemminejad from Khorasan Hazavi Agricultural and Natural Resources Research and Education Center from Iran. Mr. Hashemminejad will join us online, and he will present the topic of estimation of cotton yield and water productivity under saline conditions using SWAP model. Okay.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
And can you see my screen?
Yes, we can now also see your presentation. Can you please put it in the presenting mode?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The topic of my presentation today is estimation of root zone salinity using different models. Of course, it is somewhat different from the topic in the schedule. The central plateau of Iran is mainly dependent to irrigation for crop production. Almost more than 90% of the area in the central plateau of Iran is irrigated. And it is estimated that about half of the irrigated farms are faced to the salinity problem. And when we irrigate more, we apply more salt to the soil. And cotton is considered as one of the most water-consuming crops. Because it is irrigated during the summer season for almost about 6 months. So it consumes a lot of water, and when we irrigate with saline water, we impose a lot of salts to the soil. And so increasing the water productivity or improving water productivity is one of the most concerns in irrigation with saline water. Deficit irrigation is one of the approach which could be considered as to improve water productivity. On the other hand, when we use deficit irrigation, we have to apply less water, and applying less water may decrease the leaching fraction and increase the buildup of salts in the root zone. Different models can be used to evaluate the effect of different deficit irrigation scenarios on crop yield and water productivity and the buildup of salts in the root zone. Here in this study, we used 3 models. Conventional model, which introduced by Ayers and Westcott, which considers the pattern of 40, 30, 20, and 10% water uptake by sequential quarters of the root zone and the concentration factor. And the second model is VAT-sweet model, which considers the effect of this solution in high LF values and precipitation in lower LF values of carbonates in the salt, in salt balance. And the third one is the SWAP model, which is an agrohydrological model, which proposed by the Wageningen University and simulates the effect of water uptake by plant on water budget in the root zone and the effect of salinity on water productivity and plant growth and yield. On the other hand, the sowing date can also affect the water productivity. Early planting date may lead to the accumulation of biomass in the plant and increase the yield, while it can increase the water consumption. On the other hand, late sowing can decrease the yield, but it use less water. The objective of this research was to investigate the effect of deficit irrigation strategies on and planting dates using recalibrated SWAP model, VAT-sweet model, and conventional model for cotton under saline irrigation conditions. The impact of these strategies on salt accumulation in the root zone, leaching fraction, and crop yield is discussed also. Yeah, our study area is a part of Khorasan Reserve Province, Sabzawar area, which is located in the central plateau of Iran and is faced with the salinity and drought problems. And at the same time, it is all of the cotton production in the country. Our scenarios which we considered is included to 2 different irrigation water salinity, 4 decimals and 10 decimals irrigation water salinity, and 6 deficit irrigation scenarios, including conventional irrigation, reducing the intervals, which is management practice which could be considered as deficit irrigation to reduce the interval of irrigation, but decreasing the depth of irrigation. So if we, for example, we half the irrigation interval, we have to half the depth of irrigation. And 4 other deficit irrigation scenarios based on the relative transpiration rate of 100, 90, 80, and 70% relative transpiration. We use the calibrated model of SWAP based on the field information. And then we implemented different scenarios of irrigation, deficit irrigation, salinity, and planting date on recalibrated model. Then we compared the different scenarios on the term of water consumption, cotton yield, leaching fraction, and water productivity, and finally evaluate the effect of different deficit irrigation scenarios on the salinity buildup in the root zone. Here you can see different parameters and coefficients which we applied in the model for soil hydraulic coefficients and crop coefficients, some of the major parameters we used in this study. Of course, we used the Red Sea model outputs for the soil hydraulic coefficients and the crop coefficients from the WOFUS, and then we calibrated them to the local conditions based on the measurements. Here you can see the effect of different irrigation water salinity and deficit irrigation on evaporation, transpiration, crop yield, and water use and water productivity. Overall, it could be concluded with increasing with deficit irrigation management practices, we could improve water productivity both under saline and non-saline conditions, but the effect of these scenarios under non-saline conditions is most evident. And using this table, we were able to compute the evapotranspiration, and then we were able to calculate the leaching fraction. These leaching fractions were also implemented in the SWAP model, in the conventional model and wetsuit model to predict the long-term salinity profile of the soil under different leaching fraction conditions. For example, in these graphs, you can see the effect of different scenarios on soil salinity, and based on these graphs, under very low leaching fractions, for example, on the lower part at the right, you can see the effect of LF of 4%. And under these conditions, the conventional model predicted this very high salinity for the lower parts of the root zone, while at the upper parts, almost all of the models are similar in predicting the soil salinity. SWAP model considers the effect of capillary flow at the upper parts. So it predicts higher salinity at the topsoil, but it predicts less salinity at the lower parts because it predicts that the water at these rates could not infiltrate to the lower parts of the root zone, and the plant uses almost all of its water consumption from the upper parts of the root zone. The wetsuit model predicts less salinity also because it predicts the effect of precipitation under these conditions. But for higher leaching fractions, for example, at the upper part at the left, you can see the effect of leaching fraction of 38%. In these conditions, the conventional model predicted less salinity compared to the wetsuit model, because the wetsuit model predicts the effect of dissolution of carbonates in the soil. And the SWAP model, for example, predicts higher salinity in the long term after the completion of the sowing season. And one of the practices being considered in this research was reducing the irrigation intervals, and which could be implemented by the lower scale farmers, and this practice could simply increase the water productivity and decrease the buildup of salts in the root zone, especially under the non-saline conditions. And in irrigation with fixed intervals and depths, such as the majority of the common practices in the country, it is not possible to manage the frequency and volume of irrigation water. And farmers have to halve the frequency and volume or time of irrigation by agreement. In most areas of the studied area, 12-day irrigation cycle is common. The result of this research showed that halving the irrigation cycle to 6 days and the irrigation depth to 5 centimeters can increase the yield, especially in non-saline conditions. At the same time, the same operation under saline conditions mainly lead to increase in the evaporation losses, and a result of the amount of solute leaching decreases, which can even reduce the crop yield. The managed deficit irrigation methods can significantly increase the water productivity due to the adaptation of irrigation to actual needs of the plant. The research findings show that the highest level of water productivity in non-saline conditions occur in deficit irrigation conditions in relative transpiration of 70%. Based on the conventional method prediction, reducing leaching fraction could significantly increase soil salinity in lower depth of the root zone, while the backstreet and swap model simulation shows that the soil salinity could be decreased in the lower parts due to the effect of precipitation of salts as predicted by backstreet and compensatory absorption of water by roots in the upper layers as predicted by the swap model. Thank you very much indeed for providing me the opportunity to share my findings.
Thank you very much for sharing the interesting results, Mr. Hashemi Najat. Unfortunately, due to the time constraints, we don't have time for questions, so we will now move to the next presentation. Now, I would like to invite the next online speaker, Mr. Christian Ricon from Universidad Nacional Colombia. The topic that Mr. Ricon will present is monitoring salt-affected soils by NIR spectroscopy in the Colombian Caribbean banana plantations. Mr. Ricon, can you hear us?
Hello, I'm going to show you my screen. Greeting from Colombia.
Yes, we can hear you. We cannot see your screen yet.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Now?
Now
Yes.
we can see it indeed. If you could please put it in the presentation mode and share your video if it's possible as well, that would be great.
Hello to all participants in the second meeting of the International Network of Salt-Affected Soils. My name is Christian Rincon. I'm a student of geomorphology and soils at Universidad Nacional de Colombia, Medellín branch. Well, I'm going to speak about the monitoring salt-affected soils by NIR spectroscopy in the Colombian Caribbean banana plantation. The author in this investigation are Rincon Christian, PhD Loaiza Usuga Juan Carlos, PhD Rubiano Yolanda, and PhD Castañeda Dario. Well, as introduction, nowadays Colombia has more than 40 million of hectares affected by salts. On the other hand, the banana crop is the most important agricultural activity in the Caribbean region in the north of the country. In 3 departments, mainly La Guajira, Cesar, and Magdalena. Unfortunately, the use of woodland and mangrove soils with groundwater affected by saltwater intrusion increase soil salinity problems. Due to the high cost, salinity maps doesn't exist to detail scale. For that reason, NIR becomes cheap and fast alternative for monitoring salt-affected soils. Well, the main objective of this study was to know salt-affected soil distribution in the banana crops through the combination of geomorphologic information system and, geographical information system and NIR spectroscopy. Well, through the relation soils, and as it was possible to establish the salt dynamics in our study area. Well, methodology, how can you see the first square? The first square, this is Colombia, big Caribbean region, see Magdalena department, and the Zona Bananera. Actually, Zona Bananera is a municipality located between the Ciénaga Grande of Santa Marta. This is a swamp, and Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta. This is a mountain. Empty soils and septic soil are the most common soil order. These are young soils formed through the alluvial and colluvial deposits near to Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta, but near to Ciénaga Grande of Santa Marta, is most common fluvio-marine deposits. The primary minerals are quartz and feldspar and micas, and near to this one is most common jarosita and smectics. Well, Uztec soil moisture region predominate as near to Ciénaga Grande of Santa Marta, where it is aquid due to the water table fluctuations. Main precipitation is 1332 millimeters per year, and evapotranspiration is 1825 millimeters per year. The temperature is 27 Celsius degrees. This is the Ciénaga Grande of Santa Marta. This is the story area. Almost 14,000 hectares are implemented with banana crop. Well, this is the step by step in this investigation. The first step for developing this study was collect auxiliar data, like to digital elevation map from Alos Pulsar, satellite images from Sentinel-2, aerial photographer from Geographic Institute Agustín Codazzi in Colombia, and geological map from the Colombian Geological Institute. The geomorphologic units were established according to the geopedologic system of Sin et al. Well, with respect to soils and landscape relation, one type soil profile was characterized per each unit. In total, 8 soil profiles were described. Then 5 geomorphologic units were selected according to the salt concentration for design the sampling. In this case, maximum likelihood supervised classification was used to delimate the banana crop with the terrain form with salafex soils. Besides, we use geostatical analysis to calculate the sampling soils. In this case, 247 samples were collected in total. And final, conditional Latin hypercool sampling from Minania Bregni was used to design the sampling. Conventional analyses were analyzed in laboratories Universidad Nacional de Colombia, Medellín, Bogotá branch, and spectroscopic analyses were analyzed in Universidad Nacional de Colombia, Medellín branch. About the spectral models, the model validation was done with 60% and the calibration with 40%. Conventional analysis. The variable analyzed in this investigation about the egg profile described were pH, electric conductivity, chlorurons, sulfurons, carbonates, bicarbonates, calcium, magnesium, potassium, SAR, and ESP. About the spectroscopic analysis, in this case, we use 2 kinds of spectral models. The first one, supervised analysis using Zinca, PLS-GA or PLS-GA, and the last one was a prediction model using PLS and PCR model. Pre-treatments used were Savitsky and Golay using first and 2 derivatives and standard normal variance. Well, in this image, these are the spectrums without pre-treatments, and in this image, these are the same spectrums with Savitsky and Golay with first derivative. How can you see? The noise was removed. About the soils and landscape relation. In this case, typic Alaquez is related to the low alluvial terrace of tier level. The most important salafex soils in this case was sodicity. Then typic Turustets. Typic Turustets is associated with the fluvio-marine terrace of second level, where the salinity sodicity is the main affectation. there are highest chlorurons, sulfurons, and bicarbonates concentration, especially in the BN horizons. Typical aqueous ustifluents under the fluviomarine terrace of the first level has a high sodium and bicarbonate concentration and low electric conductivity. In the recent years, banana were reduced by around 200 hectares due to the high salt concentrations. About the spectroscopy model by supervisor method, the best spectral model to predict salt affect soils was OPL-SDA with R-square of 0.98 for calibrate model and 0.84 for validate model. In this case, we select OPL-SDA due to the low sensibility. In this case, the supervising method we use on salt affect soils with any kind of salt affectation, like to high electric conductivity or high pH, and not affect soils with without salt affectation. In this image, this is the principal analyzed components without pre-treatments, and this image, this is the model using pre-treatments. This is the score graph. Well, final about the pH spectroscopy, the better model was PLS mass Sabitsky angula using the first derivate mass standard normal variate. In this case, the R-squared to calibration was 0.27, and for validation was R-squared 0.35. How can you see it? This is the pH using nearest spectroscopy, and this is the pH using conventional methods. Unfortunately, about the electric conductivity spectroscopy model by prediction method, didn't have a good results, but it's important in this case the tendency about the concentration of electric conductivity in the bootmap is the same. Conclusions. Parental material, weather, and the landscape were the most important factor in relation to salt affect soils. Soils in low fluviomarine terrace had high concentration of chloruron and bicarbonates. Parental material and geomorphologic condition of water table fluctuation and salt affect soil presence. Wetlands, mangrove, and lowlands areas were affected by soil solidity, and the relation soil landscape was a useful tool in the study of salt affect soils. Near-infrared spectroscopy improved the precision and reduced the cost in salt affect soils maps. And finally, through calibration, validation, and soil sampling was possible to improve the accuracy of proposed methodology. This is the reference for pay attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ricon, for sharing this important study from Colombia. We will now move to our next speaker, who is Ms. Larissa Golovko from Landweiser, USA. She will be talking about in-field assessment of soil and water salinity with geophysics and geostatistics. Ms. Golovko, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can we now see your screen? Let's see. Yes, we can see it as well. Can you please put it in the presentation mode?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. And the floor is yours.
Okay. So thank you so much for inviting me to present in this important forum. I really grateful to be able to reach so many people from around the world. Landweiser is a very small consulting company. We just became partners in Global Soil Partnership have an office in US and Czech Republic. And of course, I would just briefly repeat, but everybody knows here that salinity, soil salinity is highly dynamic and especially variable. It could be caused by natural causes, is it in coastal area or in arid conditions. In coastal area, it could be saltwater intrusion, especially with global climate change, the raising of ocean levels or hurricanes. It could be also man-made factors such as poor irrigation water management and well, others which already been discussed in this forum. So recently also I want to bring the attention the publication of by FAO is a handbook for saline soil management for Eurasian region in 2018. Also technical specs and mapping guidelines for their salt affected soils, which I studied and learned a lot from those manuals. And in 2021, there is a release of global map of soil affected soils. And here in that description about that map, I wanna, so a lot of countries participated, but it's a living product and the global coverage would increase because in some cases, map wouldn't be able to be complete because of lack of data or capacities in different countries. And those, of course, we'll know that the key parameters there are electrical conductivity in 30 centimeters or in subsoil. Also, ESP and pH need to be recalculated. In this manual for mapping, this manual, their emphasis was put on imagery, right? And the previous presenter was showing the case about using imagery for covering a lot of, but imagery is great because it can provide the complete coverage, but also it's kind of indirect because it's mostly showing vegetation. If it's a bare soil or vegetation also change, it could not be really applied to the deeper soil properties. Also, there's a number of sensors which provide point data. The researcher could bury their soil sensor, EC sensor, or water content sensor, temperature sensor on multiple depths and monitor, but this is point data. What I would present today is a geophysical method. Geophysical methods are measuring soil electrical conductivity or resistivity from soil surface to multiple depths and could be creating actually 3D models of the not only mapping but the different layers. And there is instruments on the market now, also like DC probes and electromagnetic, and those could be people can walk with it, can drive, or even put on the drones. And this is a classic publication from 1999 by Rhodes. A lot of methodology is there and kind of was a reference for many years. It's more than 20 years since publication. And also in this forum, I know there will be workshop using electromagnetic methods made by Geonics Limited and other companies like DualM. But the standard of evaluating salinity is actually electrical conductivity of saturated paste extract, ECE, or measuring in laboratory in soil paste. But of course, it's very difficult. And I know now researchers using like just soil water extract 1:1 or 1:5 even, which is not, it's still faster, but still people need to collect soil samples and do this thing in laboratory. the field technique of measuring directly in the field, such as 4-electrode probe, and also well known and described in this book. But unfortunately, manufacture of this, it's not produced right now. Electromagnetic instruments are there, but also I'll show you some new development which we have on electromagnetic ones. But then when you measure electrical conductivity or resistivity in the field, then you need to convert it through some calibration, again, from some soil samples, but less than you would if you don't have the instrument. They put a transfer function to convert to EC into salinity, total salts, or even pH or other properties. And then we use geostatistics or machine learning to interpolate from all those properties into the maps. And then there's a geophysical inversion software which will provide 1D profiles like with the depths, or 2D, or even 3D models like I showed previously. Briefly, so in 1999, there's the book by Rhodes about salinity specifically. In 1996, this was a book in Russian by, actually it's a family, to my father and mom and myself. And that was a summary of all of the electrical properties of soils. Arid, salinity in humid areas. So basically lay the ground base of using electrical resistivity for different soils. In 2003, 2004, I started Landvisor, and we brought to the market the handheld tool for electrode probe, basically could be in laboratory or in the field. And this is how it looked like back then. In 2010, it was featured in the first time in agricultural budding field in geophysics, and also in Encyclopedia of Solid Earth Geophysics, where it was compared with bigger and professional, deeper electrical tomography instrument, which and now we have this model from 2017. So what is LandMapper? LandMapper is can fit in short pocket, very small, only 250 grams, run from standard 9-volt battery. And you can use it to measure soil test and extract, or in the field, where if you put electrodes farther apart, it will reach deeper. So you can either map to the specific depth, or have several measurements going deeper and deeper and have a profile and reach to groundwater. So those are examples. So since 2003, there's quite a few LandMapper was sold around the world. They're used by researchers, by crop consultants, I specifically put salinity application in dark black points. So that's where we have users who are using for specifically for salinity. And why that instrument is being more and more popular? Because it's versatile, and it's also can measure in very wide range of salinity. And of course, conductivity is just inverse of resistivity. But if you run into salty situation, you would prefer to see on the screen not resistivity, but Siemens meter values, because resistivity would be rather small. And the other, if you are non-saline ground or doing inversion, it's better to use resistivity, but it's easy button switch and it also records data inside the memory, or even more precise. Those are some institutes who used it specifically. Virginia Institute of Marine Science used it to measure salinity, highly salinity of the bottom of the ocean. This is the limit of the instruments. It couldn't go any lower than that, but in the soil salinity in agriculture, that range is covered. And my co-author, I use the data from those people who using the device on this presentation. So I want to mention researchers from American University of Central Asia and Kyrgyzstan, Moscow State University, St. Petersburg State University, Rutgers, and UC Davis, and many others. This is the first model in 2003, 2010. The paper was published about monitoring and measuring golf course salinity with LandMapper on University of Georgia. This is a short case study in 2008. I lived through in Houston through the Hurricane Ike. We had quite a big hurricane coming through, and this is where I live now. Directly through my home office. This is a flooding in front of it. But basically salty water was up to maybe 30 kilometers inland. And it fallen to a lot of rice fields about 5-6 years after the fact. Of course, in Houston, it's not arid environment. It's always raining, but in some cases, salt is nearby, and if it's a little bit dry or farmer plants seed not knowing how salty in this particular season, this particular situation on this field situation would be. So the rice seedlings start dying, you can see yellowing, and he was really upset about it. So we did quick assessment.
We would need to finish slowly due to the time constraints, so please wrap up.
Yeah, so basically this is what the set standards of it, and then we also did it comparing with rice in Puerto Rico. Of the rice hybrid can withstand better higher levels of salinity, and so those were the maps with the 2 LandMappers and different levels. For the situation in when you want to look for how deep is the salty groundwater, you can do 1D vertical electrical zoning, and by the change in the curves comparison, you can see where your salty groundwater is at what level. So that's pretty good. Other instrument can show you 2D picture. So again, 4 electrodes just going around multiplexing together, and then you have complete picture of the resistivity of the ground. In Florida Gulf Coast University, we were using LandMapper and Cyber, not us, but our clients. Professor of university was finding how far, and is it the fresh water or it's a salty water. And finally, if you need a frequency, I mean, non-contact measurements and more details, this is what, there's 2 instruments where we find correlation between resistivity measured high frequency with pH at the top soil and available water in the bottom soil. And then that was from the samples collected. And that research was supported by European Union Horizon 2020 to develop a sensor on a drone. And to sum up, those are the series of instruments we have. LandMapper can be to 30 meters. And as I showed, it can be grounding, mapping, or other. This is electrical tomography instrument, very deep, but for saltwater intrusion and some other applications, that's promising. And those are
unfortunately, we need to finish now. Yes. So I would like to thank you very much for your presentation. And we would also like to restate that as the International Network of Salt Affected Soils, we do not support any singular trademark or any specific brand. Thank you very much.
Okay.
We would now move from the geophysics and geostatistics into the next topic, the topic of policy and governance. So I would like to invite Mr. Pim van Tongeren from the Vrije University in Amsterdam in the Netherlands to present his study on putting salt-affected soils on the EU policy agenda. Mr. van Tongeren, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Is the presentation up? Yeah, awesome. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Salam alaikum. May we all come in peace. May we all go in peace. I first want to stress that this is quite beautiful, that we're all here together from all the corners of the world, working on a singular goal. And that goal is to ensure food security, biodiversity, and the quality of land and soils under salt conditions. Next slide, please. So while I'm waiting for the next, oh, there's a pointer. There we go. Yes, so I would like to talk about putting salt-affected soils on the EU policy agenda. And why we need to do that? Well, first off, there is not much on the policy agenda regarding salt-affected soils. And I conducted a study for the SALAD project, and the SALAD project looks at innovation and upscaling of saline agriculture, so that's agriculture on salt-affected soils in the European and Mediterranean and North African region. And I conducted this study together with Annabel van Holst, Pier Vellinga, and Kate Negach. And for the SALAD project and for upscaling, you can't just look at the feasibility from plant physics and from natural sciences, because the knowledge is there. But we need support from the financial industries, from the markets, and from policies. So first, a bit of a background on salinization in Europe. All the red dots you can see is where saltwater intrusion happens. And you can see it in Greece and Italy, in Spain and Portugal, Turkey and Denmark. There is a lot of that happening. And also dry salinity is happening quite a lot. You can see that in the red and yellow areas, in the north of Portugal, in the northeast of Spain, in the north of Italy, et cetera, et cetera. And to start the study, I first went to the SoilX database, which is a database by the FAO where you can look at policies on soils on a whole lot of different subjects. And one of them is salinity. So I put in the filter EU, I put in the filter salinity, and nothing came out. There was not a single supranational policy on salinization, salt-affected soils. Supranational policy, by the way, supra is Latin for above, so it means above national. And why is it important to have supranational policies? Well, with supranational policies, additionally to national policies, we can achieve collective goals. We can achieve economic integration amongst countries. Think of transnational trade agreements. But we can also share best practice simulations. There is a lot of knowledge, as I said already, in different parts of the world. Here in Central Asia, there has been lots of work done on salinization and saline agriculture. And I think that knowledge would be useful for other parts of the world. But communicating and coordinating this knowledge sharing is usually quite a task. And that is why a network like INSAS is very valuable. And it's also important to tackle cross-border challenges. And as said many times today, salt-affected soils are a cross-national challenge. So I want to stress that supranational policies shouldn't be done instead of national policies, but additionally to it. So methods, because we did a qualitative study, and that might be new to some of you. So I want to go over this pretty briefly. So what we did is we first did a content analysis of policy documents. So there were no concrete policies, as I said, but there were quite some documents that hinted strategically at dealing with salt-affected soils. So we collected the text from that, and then we coded them. So first we did an open coding. It's basically analyzing the text, applying categories to it. And then in the next step, axial coding, you try to connect those different categories. And during the selective coding process, you try to emerge a narrative from it. And from that, you ground the theory. It's more of an inductive research than a deductive research. So the policy documents I looked at was the Common Agricultural Policy and the European Green Deal. And part of the European Green Deal is a set of policies that aim to make Europe climate neutral by 2050. And part of the European Green Deal is the Farm to Fork strategy that looks at food security, but also at the protection of natural areas, and the soil strategy and the biodiversity strategy for 2030 that are also part of the European Green Deal. So some of the results that came from the policy analysis, you can see in the table. So in European Green Deal and in the farm to fork strategy, there was nothing really about salt-affected soils or salinization. When you look at the Common Agricultural Policy, the CAP, 2 of the 10 strategy documents hinted at salt-affected soils. Climate change mitigation mentioned salt-affected soils as one of the drivers of land degradation. And it stressed that the carbon uptake capacity of soils needs to be increased in order to tackle this problem. And then when looked at the second strategy that mentioned it, efficient soil management, it was also mentioned as a driver for biodiversity loss, for yield losses, and as a concrete strategy to overcome that. Well, there was not much of a concrete strategy to overcome that. They mentioned precision agriculture, but yeah, some of the important strategies that could tackle it that were also mentioned today, like leaching, improving drainage, adapting to it through saline agriculture was not found there. Also, if you look at the Soil and Biodiversity Strategy 2030, no adaptation was mentioned. Also, no prevention was mentioned. They were mostly hinting at restoring degraded lands. And I think that is where supranational policy on an EU level could really benefit to tackle with salt-affected soils. Then additionally, we also conducted 17 interviews with people from a wide range of different stakeholder groups. We interviewed public members from national states, but also from the EU, people from the private sector, but also people from educational institutes. And some of the emerging themes, according to the methods I just stressed, were some of these that you can find below. So they stressed that the whole value chain should be considered when creating these policies. So we should ask farmers what is needed. We should ask businesses what is needed. And from those in the value chain, they also stress that farmers are the most important to ask for input, but they often have low power. They were mentioned as the weak links in the value chain. So that should be overcome through empowering them. That could be done through policy, through subsidies. They also stress that upscaling from niche to market, and this is especially relevant for the EU markets, Northern Europe. Salinity is not much of a problem yet as in arid regions. And here it's mainly halophytes are still a niche product. There are not a lot of suppliers. The prices are relatively high. And in order to upscale and to really make it economically feasible, the market, the demand of these products needs to be improved. And there is a gap between theory and practice. Like I said, there is already quite a lot of knowledge on saline agriculture and salt-affected soils available. But as this policy analysis demonstrated, it's not really being implemented in practice. And it came from the interviews, but also from the policy analysis, adaptation strategies are rarely discussed. Someone mentioned today, we shouldn't fight these soils, we should adapt to it. And I think in a certain context, that is necessary, and there might not be another way to deal with these issues. So that's why I think that policy should also really look at that and tackle these issues. Sometimes soils have to be restored. As I mentioned today earlier in another presentation, there are different stages of land degradation, and during stage 1, it's not even possible. During stage 2, it has to be done. And in stage 3 or 4, there might be chances to adapt to it. So I think we should look at contextuality of a country, of an area, of the soil, of the climate, on the future prospects, and then adapt the policy to these contextual factors. So in conclusion, there is a huge policy gap when looked at salt-affected soils, saline agriculture at the EU level. In order to really create a long-term vision, because most of the researches that were done on saline agriculture and salt-affected soils, these were projects of 4, 5 years, sometimes 2 or 3, and then knowledge has been created. But what happens with it? Policy and investments are needed to really make it happen. What needs to be done? What we're here for today. And salinity issues should be looked at a broader context. In the policy documents, we saw that they were usually framed under land degradation, greenhouse gases. But the context of salinization is way bigger. It needs to be looked at as at biodiversity, at adaptation, and also as business cases for farmers. I think there are a lot of arid regions in the world where farmers cannot really reach the yields that they used to have to get a sustainable income, a sustainable living. So through saline agriculture, we could facilitate that. And that's why it's also important to really look at the business case and the economics of saline agriculture. And in a discussion that also came forward for other resources that we looked at, contextuality is really important. There is no landscape that is comparable. If you look at Italy and then try to compare it to Uzbekistan, it cannot be compared. So therefore, the policies and the investment should also be tailored and scaled to the local conditions. Farmer unions and co-ops should be consulted, and a holistic and interdisciplinary focus should be applied to these problems. So we shouldn't just sit on our island and look at the problem from one of our disciplines, but we should work together and really create a long-term vision and strategy to tackle this problem and to ensure food security across the world, to ensure healthy soils across the world, sustainable incomes across farmers. I was also found in other literature, it's quite interesting to mention, I was trying to find comparable studies, but there's not a lot of policy analysis done globally on salt-affected soils and saline agriculture. On national levels, it has been done. Quite a lot of studies came up from Bangladesh and Pakistan and India, but no supranational policy analysis have been conducted yet, probably because there's not much out there, so there's not much to write on. And then a discussion question, and that's maybe to be held over at the next coffee break or lunch, is what could be the role of supranational policies for salt-affected soils and saline agriculture, not only in the EU, but beyond? We're in Uzbekistan today, which is part of the Commonwealth of Independent States, the CIS. And I'm curious to hear from the experts, from the local experts, what's done governance-wise or on a policy level to tackle these issues within the CIS. Maybe there are people from other parts in the world that have experience with it. And that way, I think the EU could really learn from you. And we can learn from each other. And that way, hopefully, we can achieve that goal that we all strive for. And I want to close with, it was funny, because before I went to Uzbekistan, there was this exhibition in Amsterdam by Saodat Ismailova. She's from Tashkent, she's from Uzbekistan, and she really did an exposition on the myths and the cultural identity of Uzbekistan across the years. And this is a still from one of the movies. And in a quote, she said, "Along the Amu Darya River, which crisscrosses Central Asia from the highlands of Tajikistan and across the desert plains of Uzbekistan, a morning ride consists of sharing one's nocturnal dreams with the flow of water. And this forms the connection between man and his natural environment." And I think this integration of us with the soil and seeing it as one system, we're all part of one system, we're all alive, I think this really inherits the DNA that we should look at, to work in peace and harmony together as we showed today, and to tackle the cross-national problems, of which salt-affected soil is one of them. So thank you very much, and we only had 10 minutes, so we couldn't really get into depth. So I'd really like to ask you if you find this an interesting topic, and if you would like to share ideas, or maybe collaborate on future research or any other opportunities that might arise, please contact either me or Dr. Negach, or emails are there, or connect to us on LinkedIn. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Tongeren, for this interesting insight into the EU policy. Now we would like to invite Mr. Tolip Mukimov. Mr. Tolip Mukimov from the Uzbek Research Design Institute from Uzbekistan. Mr. Mukimov will talk about the adaptation and promotion of climate-resilient technologies to improve productivity of salt-affected lands based on quasi-real-time monitoring systems. Mr. Mukimov, thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear Chairman, dear participants of conference, dear colleagues, let me introduce to you our presentation. Sorry. adaptation and promotion of climate resilient technologies to improve productivity of salt-affected lands based on the quasi-real-time monitoring system. This project carried out by Uzbek Design Research Institute team, UZGIP. Our UZGIP project name is Adaptation and Promoting Innovative Approaches and Climate Resilient Technologies for Water Management and Optimal Land Use based on the quasi-real-time monitoring, climate scenarios, and value chain analysis in saline and drought-prone agro landscapes across Amu Darya River Basin. Goals and objectives. The overall goals of this SATRES project is to increase ecosystems, goods and services, and increase food security by promoting innovative approaches and climate sustainable technologies for water resources management, and the impact of soil salinity in quasi-real time based on climate scenarios, and value chain analysis on saline agricultural landscapes in the project area. Specific objectives. They facilitate the monitoring of crops, soil, salinization, water and land resources is quasi-real time using innovative approaches, GIS, remote sensing tools and methods to identify, evaluate the benefits of halophyte and NCC cultivation, and value chain analysis in the selected polygons and control area of the project and their validation. Adaptation, explanation of innovative approaches and technologies of climate sustainable agriculture is a strategic priority and socioeconomic importance for the effective restoration and reclamation of saline landscapes. The Karauzak district was selected on the basis of the multi-criteria analysis and GIS mapping of the land use system at the most vulnerable region due to water scarcity, lack of water for irrigation, soil susceptibility of salinization, erosion, and widespread desertification, degradation, and salt and dust storm that cause the instability of agricultural production and food security. Location of the Karabuga site. The experimental field Karabuga Panay farm is located on the south of the Karauzak district within the meliorative system of the Kisi tree main collector. The average temperature of January is from -5 to -8 degrees. The minimum temperature is winter is -38 degrees. The average temperature is July and August plus 50 degrees. The average amount of precipitation of 100 millimeters per year. Humus contents 1.25%. Salinity of the soil 1.2%. Chloride type of salinization. Salinity of irrigation water 0.8 and 1.1 millimeter per liter. Location and features of the project area. This map show it is located our field district. Oh, sorry, what is? Oh, yes. Coordinate is the experimental field location. So it is here. As left photo is technology for mulching seedling options and plants growing in natural population in Karelina Kaspica and halomodendron fish. Methodology. Methodology. The efficiency use of soil moisture and winter spring precipitation combined with minimal soil preparation and the involvement of highly productive halophytic species is the innovative approaches and method of restoring degraded arable salt affected lands. Sowing of halophyte seeds was carried out in late autumn, early winter, after the first precipitation and moisturing of the upper soil layer by 15–20 centimeters in order to obtain good rooting of halophyte seedling. Before sowing, a laser layout of the land was carried out. The optimal seed depth was 1.2 centimeters for the most halophytic species. This slide, soil sampling and experimental site on the picture. Before seed sowing, we carry out laser land planning, preparation of furrow for sowing. Next photo. Sowing seed with seed drills and preparation of irrigation system on the field. Result of the first year project. 4 scientific experiments are behind contribute at the test site of Karabuga to test and adapt quasi-real monitoring of soil salinization, water salt resume, and observation of the growth of halophytes and non-traditional crops, as well as their screening, evaluation, and verification, as well as analysis of the value chain as a whole. The potential for closed cycle halophyte farming or circular halophytic mixed farming and non-traditional crops in conservation with the universities of Kyoto, Kobe, Chiba, Tottori, Kitakyushu, and mine, Japan universities. In left pictures, Kochia scaparia, Henopodia quinoa, and Atriplex nitens. Discussing the best time for sowing halophytes from November to February 2023 is cold and wet weather. This was important in order to start sowing only after the establishment of cold weather. Since ants and rodents hibernate and will not collect, store, or eat seeds. In addition, the seeds undergo natural stratification at low winter temperatures. Low air temperatures stimulated seed germination in the field. Atriplex nitens, Salsula scleranta, Salsula europea, annual and perennial Salsulas, Twedas species, Kochia scaparia showed high seed germination, survival and rapid growth rate and biomass accumulation among 53 species of wild halophytes evaluated during 2 growing seasons with limited irrigation. Some halophytes such as Haloxylon, Caligonium, Aelenia subaphylla, Agropyron, Kochia prostrata, which are naturally well adapted to sandy soil, were purely adapted to annual meadow soil of the South Aral Sea region. The table shows the density of standing plants in the spring period and survival rate of plants in the autumn period. For example, Atriplex nitens survival rate was in September 85.7%. Height of Atriplex nitens in May month was 60 centimeter and 29 of September 185 centimeters. Dry weight productivity in 4.7 ton per hectare, seeds 1.2 tons per hectare. Conclusion. The upper soil profile indicates significant compaction of the soil, which negatively affects root growth and penetration of halophytic roots, especially at the stage of emergence. Future studies are needed to assess irrigation needs, evapotranspiration, soil moisture, crop growth status, water scarcity, etc. Irrigation efficiency is evaluated, as well as places where halophyte conversion or disabled. Scenarios for different land use conditions with different impact of climate change and soil salinization are urgently needed in future studies to find the optimal cultivation technology to circular halophytic mixed farming. According to the result of research and screening in 2022, it is advisable to grow feed halophytes in saline areas, Coxias caparia, Atriplex nitens, whether the yield of feed halophytes is 3.5 and 6 ton hectare of dry weight. The prospect of growing corn, sorghum, millet, alfalfa, amaranth, and quinoa species have been established. When organizing irrigation farming in Karakal, Pakistan, it is advisable to use advanced irrigation technologies that contribute to saving irrigation water. The photo, this Medicago sativa and semi-shrub Campharosma, this very salt-resistant species, yield of about 1.2 tons per hectare, and we introduced from Crimea Aileropus littoralis. This research was supported by the Science and Technology Research Partnership for Sustainable Development, SATREPS, in collaboration with the Japan Science and Technology Agency, our partner from Japan. Thank you very much. Welcome to Karabuga. We are waiting you in Karabuga in Karakal, Pakistan, this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this great introduction to our field visits that we'll have on the second day. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Now it's time for the lunch break. It's currently 10 to 2. We will reconvene here at 2:45. So please be back here at 2:45, and then we will continue with the oral presentations of 4 other speakers. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. please come to the table. Then also we invite Ms. Primitiva Mboyerva. We invite Mr. Jean-Henri Bienvenu Senet and Ms. Lazizakon Gafurova. I see that 2 of our speakers are here. We are still missing 2 speakers. I hope they will join us in a moment. And for now, I would like to introduce our first presentation. Mr. Meysam Razay will talk about optimizing leaching practice in saline and sodic soils using modeling approach. Mr. Razay comes from the Soil and Water Research Institute, Agricultural Research and Education and Extension Organization in Iran. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello. You are heavy like me after lunch. I hope you don't get to sleep. So today our colleague talked about the optimization of irrigation, Professor Totrich, and also Jorge Sales. So I want to talk now about how we can optimize our irrigation and actually the leaching practices in saline and alkaline soils. So the main question is when and how much water we should apply to reclaim the saline or alkaline soils. And it was suggested that traditional leaching requirement calculation and applications need to be further attention. And because it doesn't take into account the transient flow, because it always takes the steady state conditions. So for crop productivity in salt-affected soil, we have to leach our soil resources. So the objective of the research is optimizing leaching requirement and solute transport by taking into account the transient flow conditions using Hydrus 1D. So I go to the case study. The case study is in the east of Iran, at the border of the Afghanistan, and with the vicinity of Zabul city. And we worked in 46,000 hectares, which the climate is very dry. The rainfall is about 55 millimeter. And the limitation is water scarcity and the salinity. Then the source of salinity is different. It's dissolution of solutes, wind erosion, evapotranspirations, and the water quality, of course, and also the flood. The main aspect that we can do is agriculture practices and water management, which affected the condition of the saline soils. So the first step, we went to the field. We had the 312 soil profiles throughout the plain, and all the parameters, soil parameters, were measured actually, and we excavated soil profiles at each location. And in the next step, we evaluated the results, and 8 profiles or sites were selected for leaching. 4 of them was alkaline, saline and alkaline, and 4 of them was only saline. So what we have done in the field was using the cylinder, 4 cylinder at each field. We put 25 centimeters of water at each cylinder, start the leaching. After the water leached, we took samples from one of them and add 25 centimeter water for other 3 actually cylinders. and stayed till the water infiltrated. So at each step, we take out the one cylinder and try to collect the samples. And soil samples was from 0 to 25, from 25 to 50, 50 to 75, and 75 to 100, and 100 to 150. So we use Hydrus 1D as I told, and for the conceptual model, we use Wanganoktan and Muallim without air inter value. The root water uptake was FEDES model. Actually, there are the technical issues that maybe on Wednesday I will go through the details. And the boundary condition was free drainage, and we use the major ion chemistry unsaturated in the model. And we have done the sensitivity analysis, local sensitivity analysis using Python programming, and we evaluate the hydrodynamic, the dispersivity, and hydraulic parameters. So then we found out which one is more sensitive. So we try to do the inverse solution to find out the optimal output, which try to make a mismatch between the observed and simulated data. So as a result, I want to go to the one profile. It was saline and alkaline soil, and I used the EC as a calibration and SAR for validation of the model. And I found out after applying like 100 centimeters of water, we couldn't solve the problem. We still have the saline and alkaline. Even we washed the most of the salinity of the soil. So it needs more than 20 centimeters of water, and it's not feasible for that profile. And we have to allocate water from that field or that site or that region to another one. This is example of another profile. As you can see, with like 20 to 25 centimeters of water, we washed all salts and also sodium from the profile, especially root zone. So after the first step of the leaching, so we reached to the criteria that or threshold of salinity, like we put 4 in the model, and we reached to that one. So I don't want to talk to the detail of the values of statistics, but I just I can say that using that one, we can reduce the water application. But here you can see at the top of the cell surface after, because it's like 100 centimeters of water applied. If we use 20 centimeters after a while, after 30 days, the salinity of topsoil goes up. This is for two other profiles, but as I mentioned, at topsoil, after a while, we have again the salinity and sodicity level of the profile goes up, and we have to add some water to the irrigation as a leaching fractions. So if we found these values, just using the model, we just split up the region with several, according to the several criteria, and we can make a map of water application for leaching requirement. For the profile NP 117, you can see we don't have any water. Actually, the water didn't filtrate and didn't reach to the deeper layers. So after the experiments, we went to the field. We tried to explore what happened and try to take some core samples and also to see what happened around the cylinders. So let me explain the previous one. We have seen that preferential flow in the field and water infiltrated not the direction in the vertical direction, also the horizontal, and also you see accumulation of salt. It's not uniform. It accumulated in some part of the cylinder or some part of the soil. So we found out that modeling is the promising approach, but we have to take into account the practice. You know, we try to follow the management that the farmer are applying. They try to do the pre-irrigation as a leaching or leaching pre-irrigation. We said, okay, you can do it after the harvesting time, apply like 10 centimeters of water during the summer. The soil evaporated very fast, and for the growing season, for the beginning of the season, you don't have any problem with the salinity. So this is the work of the Soil and Water Research Institute, which is located. The headquarters is in Tehran, and we have around 30 branches over the country. And I would like to invite the project manager of the let's say this saline project or international project, to take into account Iran, also other countries in the region, because it's a seed belt, like a belt from, and it's a neighbor of Turkey, Turkmenistan, Armenian, Azerbaijan, Pakistan, and we need further attention. So we are open to collaborate and work together. And last but not least, that we have tried to different kind of experiment in the field, and we found out that using the cylinder is the best option. And thank you so much for your attention, and hope we have a good collaboration together.
Thank you very much for this interesting introduction into leaching practice in saline and sodic soils, together with the modeling approaches. This is also a perfect introduction to the workshop that we are going to have on Wednesday. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Primitiva Mboyerva from Sokoine University of Agriculture in Tanzania. We will hear more about exploring farmers' perceptions, knowledge, and management techniques of salt-affected soils to enhance rice production on small land holdings in Tanzania. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, welcome all to my presentation. Yeah, this is part of the big project, which is funded by Danida, with collaboration with Sokoine University of Agriculture and Africa Rice. Sorry. Okay, this is my presentation outline, where I'm going to take you through the background, methodology, results, discussion, conclusion, and recommendation. Yeah, starting with the background information. Yeah, soils is vital resource to human life that contribute to food and feed the ecosystem services. And the provision of these services is limited by the availability of healthy soil, and that can limit the key functions. And among the challenges including salinization, erosion, pollution, and nutrient decline. And the soil salinity on agricultural land is a global concern due to its direct impact on food production and sustainability. And in Tanzania, where this study was conducted, the challenge has been reported to exist in some irrigation schemes and the rain-fed lowlands. And it has also been reported that soil salinity is the limiting factor for rice production. And according to the available research we have now, that 3.6 million of range has salt problems where 83% is saline and 16% is sodic. And other resources we have was conducted by HIO 2000, that 1.7 million of hectare as saline. So currently, the information of the extent of salt affected soil in Tanzania is still inadequate. And this study looked on some irrigation schemes, very important irrigation schemes in Tanzania. And to your information that Tanzania, we are producing rice. We are the first in East Africa, and we are exporting rice in different countries, for example, Kenya and DRC. So rice is the second produced and consumed in Tanzania, and the annual grain yield is about 3.3 million. And more than 1.3 million households are engaged in rice production, but still the rice yield is very low. So this is the study areas where the research was conducted. These are some of the 4 areas, that is Moshi District, Same District, Mbarari District in Mbeya, and the Iringa District. Yeah, let us go to methodology that guided us in conducting our research. And we use the participatory rural appraisal approach. And this is used tool for assessing farmers' perception of crop output limit induced by biotic and abiotic factors. And this approach encourages the community to share opinion, ideas, and experiences about the local problems they are facing. And this study adopted the purposive sampling protocol for identification of district rice irrigation schemes and the farmers involved in the scheme, in the survey. And the selection of the districts was based on potential to rice production and the prior reported information on salt affected soils. So the random sampling technique was used in selection of representative farmers. And a total of 323 rice farmers were selected and they were involved in this research. And 81 respondents from each district, and except in Same where we got 8 farmers. And the selection was based on gender and the farmer experiences in rice production that was not less than 5 years in rice production. And we monitored even the questionnaire to individual farmers to know their perceptions, the existence of these soil salinity issues in Tanzania. And apart from the interview, we had even the key informant interview from each irrigation scheme. And as well as the transit work was done in irrigation schemes so that you can see the real situation, what is happening in the farmer's situation. Yeah, these are some photos that we were able to capture when we were doing our field visit or transit. And we did the triangulation of the data so that we can be able now to analyze our data to get the tangible evidence. And in the questionnaire, we grouped the questionnaire in demographic and the socioeconomic characteristics, knowledge of salt affected soils and activities influencing the occurrence, and the management practices. How farmers are they manage their soils? How are they coping with this problem? And the training that conducted in those areas. And we analyzed our data by using statistical package for social sciences. Yeah, we didn't end there in a questionnaire, and we took samples from the fields or to the depths of 0 to 30 centimeters so that we can analyze the soils in the visited irrigation schemes, and where the important parameters they were determined, like soil pH, electric conductivity, exchangeable bases, and the effective EC. Let us go to results. When we're starting with farm size, we are able to capture the farm sizes that farmers in the studied irrigation schemes produce rice in land area ranging from 0.4 to 12 hectares. And the majority of farmers, 55.2, cultivate rice in less than 1 hectare of rice. And a few of them, 3.7, cultivate a large portion that is greater than 4. And you can see even the land ownership, 61.6 of the farmers were owned by individual farmers, and 22.6 family land, and 15.2 they were renting the farms, and 0.6 they are borrowing. And we are able to look on the varieties of rice that farmers are cultivating in those fields, and we find that 69.1 we are cultivating the variety that is semi-aromatic rice, that is Salo 5. And this is by currently, this is the high yielding variety in Tanzania. And we were able to see the major constraint to rice production, and these were linked by farmers. You can see the salt affected soils was linked to the first one, followed by other constraints. And you're able now to see the farmers' awareness and knowledge on salt affected soils. We can see that 98.8 farmers, they have knowledge on salt affected soils, and experience on salt affected soils in their farms, 78.3, and the different types of salt affected soils, we can see. So farmers, they were responding yes or no if they have the experience on their farms. And we can see the sources of knowledge of salt affected soils. So we are able to ask the farmers, where did you get knowledge or experience of this, that this is salt affected soils? So you can see farmers, the high percentage of farmers from different irrigation schemes or different sites, they said they get experience from their parents, they get experience from their fellow farmers. So they exchange knowledge. And you can see extension officers and the research officers and the media. You can see the media. We had noticed that farmers, they were not getting this from the media. So you can see it is high time now to go to the media so that they can be able now to tell the farmer about the situation. And we asked about the perception of the extent of salt affected soils. Now you can see that it is on 25% at the higher perception. And farmers' perception of major sources of salt affected soils. So we asked them the perception of the soil. What are the major sources of soil do you think in your farm? Then you can see most of them, they said it is a natural, that is the parent material. That soil comes from the parent material. You can see the respondent that follow that poor irrigation infrastructures. Yeah, followed by irrigation, water quality, some use of chemical fertilizers, some they said climate change and the floods, but the high percentage they said the parent material. Yeah, we assessed even the perception, the mechanism, how do they manage their soil, their fields? And you can see now we asked them in terms of, yeah, they shared from us indigenous knowledge and the use of scientific knowledge. For example, in terms of indigenous knowledge, you can see manure, animal manure. Farmers are using animal manure. The high number of 95 people of respondents, and unburned rice husk. Some are using unburned rice husk. And now when it comes to, you can see 220, they were not using anything. They're just leaving their field the way it is. They cultivate, they get less, but they continue like that. So no any intervention that they're working on their field. When it comes to scientific, some of farmers, they say they're using gypsum, calcium sulfate, and some are using chemical fertilizers to cope with the issue of salt-affected soils. And from the soil laboratory results, from the scheme that is in Dungu, Magozi, and Lower Mosh, you can see we're able now to find, to classify some of the farmers' fields. Okay, let us go to discussion. And from these findings, it shows that the majority of respondents knew about the salt-affected soils, and they perceived it exists, and the extent and the severity is increasing. And it is supported by evidence of abandoning some lands. Some of farmers were shifting from their field and looking for other new fields. So you can see now the issue of increasing population. Now the land will not be enough to accommodate if they're abandoning land. So we needed to look on the intervention on the management that can restore, or people can continue using the land. So there's that substantiated with farmers' perception that indicated the presence of salinity, and used the indicator soil color, fragmented lice growth, and the salt deposited in the soil. So we were able to see this in the field. And yeah, apart from the salt-affected soils, there are other constraints that farmers were able to tell us that they are facing them. You can see the cost of fertilizers, poor irrigation infrastructure, outbreak of disease, poor soil fertility, harsh weather, that we have drought and some area floods, and the invasion, insect pests, and the poor quality seed. So these are some of the problems that farmers are shared with us. And majority of farmers believe that nature of the underlying parent material is the major source of soil salinity and sodicity in their fields. And this is through accelerated poor irrigation infrastructure that farmers shared with us, and they were able to see in the field. And the use of farm manure and burnt rice husks and burnt rice husks and the straw were the indigenous mechanism that farmers are using in these areas. So, however, it is not efficient at elevating the problem, even if they are using these ones. So flushing is also common in the well practice, but the majority challenge is inadequacy or water availability. And some they reported to use gypsum as to amend. Yeah, when I'm concluding, the present study explored farmers' perception and awareness of salt-affected soils and assessed the coping mechanism in rice irrigation scheme, in selected irrigation scheme in Tanzania. And the study concluded that salt-affected soils are among the major constraints limiting rice production in the studied areas. And farmers' coping mechanism for salt-affected soils were based on local available and affordable materials. And the farmers are largely unaware of modern salt reclamation options like salt-tolerant cultivars and the use of gypsum, though some they were using. And in our recommendation, yeah, critical soil characterization to identify types of salt-affected soils and the extent and the severity is very important, because we have the data of, I think I've shared with you that we have the data of 2000. So we need now to see the current situation and developing appropriate management option based on identified type of soil affected, like breeding salt-tolerant rice cultivars and a management option, as well as strengthening farmers' management option to enhance rice production. And we would like to acknowledge the sponsor of this project, as this is a part of the project, that is Danida. And we would like to acknowledge the supervisors of Mari, because this is a work for one of our PhD students, is acknowledging the supervisor for their contribution, and the farmers as well as extension staff who were able to provide the data on the issue of salt-affected soils. Also, Dr. Eriakila Kisetu is acknowledged by the Omari for the statistical advice. And I would like to thank you very much. And this work has been published on this journal. So feel free to get, if you want to go about it, you are welcome. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mboyerva, for telling us about the farmer perceptions and the situation in Tanzania. Now, we would like to invite Mr. Jean-Henri Bienvenu-Sene to join us here and present the topic of curbing desalinization of arable land and agronomically restoring salt-affected soils, a food security challenge, assessment and prospects, the case of Senegal and West Africa. Mr. Bienvenu-Sene, can we invite you to the floor? Okay, perhaps Mr. Bienvenu is not currently with us. In this case, we would like to invite Ms. Laziza Khon Gafurova from the National University of Uzbekistan to present her work on features of the distribution of nematodes on saline xerosia meadow soils. Yes, that's fine, sure.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, dear colleagues, dear participants of this event. I would like to welcome you. I would like to welcome you in Tashkent, dear guests, and I would like to express gratitude to all the organizers of this activity. So, our topic, as has been already mentioned, is also about the salt-affected lands, which are located on steeps, and it is about the bioindications of these indicators. So the features of the distribution of nematodes on saline xerosia meadow soils. So I always bring this map to the attention because the majority participants, both those who are here and those who have joined this remotely, may not necessarily know quite well our country. So I just would like to show that we have a very beautiful country with green valleys, with deserts, with mountains, and the gardens and pastures, and of course saline shacks as well, the salinated lands. Our country is located between two rivers, and it is highly densely populated. And these various agrocyanoses are quite characteristic to our countries, where the biological activity, issues of biological activities, or the level of the productivity of the land, and of course the degradation of the land are very crucial. Next. We have over 34 million people living in Uzbekistan now. And as I said, this is densely populated country. So we have desert areas, which are very complicated, different forms of sands can be found, and the soils are vary from place to place. And we have the vertical zoning lands. So we have different forms of the landscape, and we have the different forms of the soil. And in all these zones, we have the big the vertical pastures and the deserts are also quite common. And we think that in these locations, in these lelands, I would call, we decided to study the fauna and of course the other forms of the soil. I would like now to present more on the fauna of the soil. So here the lelands and the hydromorph soil actually cover the majority part of our country. As it has been mentioned already by the representative of the Ministry of Agriculture, over 10% of the location in Uzbekistan are irrigated. So nearly part of this land are desalinated. 49% of this land is desalinated, soil affected. And given that our population is increasing, and every year, so the land becomes scarce. If 30 years ago, 0.20 hectares was per one person, now 0.14 hectares is per person now. So it means that we have to be very much careful to use the available soil and the lands, and most of them are degraded. And the problem of degradation of the land is very much topical to Uzbekistan. And it is, first of all, the problem of the salinity and the erosion. This is the pollution issues and over destination, dehumidification. And of course, given that on the soil, we have very few organic elements, and we may talk a lot about very negative physical, chemical, biological, features. I was on the Banati 55%, so it means that this is lower than the satisfactory. I here came up with the humus indicators or the content just for us to have the presentation, the image. So the green indicates the location where we conducted this pilot. It is Sirdarya region. We may see that from 60 to 84%. So this is up to 84% of this land are represented by very low level content of the humus, and it means that in over 84% of the area or the location where we conducted the research represented with lower content of humus, as I said. So here we may see that desalination is very important. In terms of the recent trends for the recent 30 years, this indicator has increased significantly in the last climate change. Uzbekistan is very much relevant and strongly changes the coverage of the soil, and it contributes to the consistent salination of the land. It is the RLC, and this is, many people may think that this is snow. No, it is not so. It is salt. And nearly 94% of the irrigated lands are actually salinated in different categories, levels, and nearly 60% of them are those which are subject to medium and the serious salination. During studying the soil, during the studies, we pay more attention to the monitoring problems of salinated lands, including the monitoring through the indications, through applying the biological indications. But we pay less attention, unfortunately, to the bioindication of the soil. So therefore, we decided that in Uzbekistan, we don't conduct so much work on nematodes. And so therefore, we decided that it's better to study the level of spreadness, the prevalence at different categories of the deserts or the sands, and recommend them as indicators of the degradation and the productivity level and the fertility level, and of course the severity and the type of the salination, and of course the organisms that live in the soils are very much linked to all the features of the soil and are very susceptible indicators of the up-to-date state of the soil. In this slide, we may see that Mr. Gilarov has recommended for the first time such a zoological or environmental method of indication, soil indication. So in these indicators, quite frequently has helped to differentiate the types of soil or on the level of the erosion or the type of the salinity as well. And this method, therefore, I think is very much promising. And this bioindication is the main method of the biological monitoring. It means that this is about the monitoring of the biotics of the ecosystem. And another big attention in the world globally is now being paid to the soil organisms. I know that FAO has conducted a number of good conferences on biodiversity of the soil. I personally attended these trainings, and so far we have a series of publications. It was very interesting and topical. And now nematodes themselves actually in the 90% or they contribute to the 90% of all the organisms, and on biomass it contributes to 10% of the whole total amount. And these are such organisms which can be found everywhere, wherever we conduct the research. And therefore, their biodiversity, their quantity, their interrelations with the feature, the soil features, they all show how, in which state, what is the state of the level of fertility? What are the factors of degradation, or how the agrotechnique actually influenced the state of the soil positively or negatively, because nematodes participate in the dissolution and the mineralization of organic matters, and they're very much linked to the bacteria, fungus, and in all the with all this biological activeness of the soil, with the small cycle of the matters. And of course, they make the nutritional elements possible from organics, both to plants and the animals, and the micronutrients and microorganisms as well. Now, globally, over 24 species of nematodes have been identified, and it's considered that there are so many of them which have not been identified yet, and they're commonly spread and very much linked to the features of the soil. And it is so important also to take into account the phytonematodes.
They have to do with the harvest crop levels, with and other factors. And many authors, researchers believe that the proliferation of nematodes, for example, this such properties as the physical, chemical qualities of the soil, acidity level, salination process, soil pollution, all these factors contribute to the dissemination. Of course, they are much affected by the humidity and temperature. That is why increasing the yields from the soil, it has closely to do with the all these different organisms. And of course, it's understandable that with the changing weather patterns, humidity, as well as the food preferences, nutritional preferences of these nematodes change. And a very special role is paid to the parasitic nematodes, which do a lot of damage to a lot of agricultural crops. This could be the wheat, especially the vegetable types of the plants, strawberries, berries in general. Even the cotton is affected by the nematodes. That is why it depends on how the profile they are. And at the same time, the nematodes, they contribute to the efficacy of the soil. That is why for the diversity of there is an index, Shannon index on biodiversity, or maturity index, and other indexes. They have great impact on both soil and vegetation as well. Here, here we must definitely say that under the arid climate conditions of Uzbekistan, the salination is the main negative factor, very important subject, especially in the RLC districts. And it has been scientifically proven that depending on the salination level, the agricultural crops, there could be from 10 to 20% of loss, and sometimes 40 and 50, depending of course on the chloride pollination or or what is the saturation level, whether this is the salt pits, depends on, it can contribute to 80% of the losses of the harvest. Our researches were done on a very typical lands. This is the Havas district of Khwarezm region. And we show here in the Havas district of Khwarezm, so there is a medium salination 52%, weakly salinated, it's low salinated 24%, and sometimes we see the gypsumized soils. When cultivating the different biocyanosis, it is converted into the agrocyanosis. And of course, the parameters of the natural biocyanosis is different from the agrocyanosis. It depends on what crops you grow, produce, and of course, dependence on this, depending on the technologies. The nematodes could be proliferous, or and of course that also reflects on their biodiversity, and this may have an effect on their biodiversity. Here I have brought some table. I'm not going to speak on each table, each entry on this table. We have done the research on the agrocyanosis of the cottons. Of the cotton, there are 803 types of nematodes, and most of the nematodes can be seen in the depths of 10 to 20 centimeters. And the other categories will be less than 10 centimeters. And agrocyanosis of the wheat, this is all done on a weakly salinated areas of that specific region. And so there are over 1,000 nematodes per square meter. And the most infestations could be seen in the depths of from 10 to 20 to 30, and below 30%, 30 centimeters, of course, there is a sharp decline in the number of nematodes. Another one is the, again, infestation of nematodes for the carrots. So again, the most visible is from 10 to 20 centimeters. The next one is highly salinated soil. You can see how the salination affects so we see a sharp decrease in the number of the species, their total number. Probably several times we have seen the decrease in the number of nematodes, and still, and we can see that most of the nematodes are on the depths of 20 to 30 centimeters, because there is crust on the top, there is sparse vegetation, and the result of that, unlike the other cyanosises, the most of the nematodes can be found in the depths of 20 to 30%, but on the upper crust there is almost no. So the next slide shows the so it shows the changes in these indicators in spring and winter. We see that the species composition but is retained. Half of those nematodes still survive, but in spring the number of nematodes sharply increases. There are over 15 types of the species for example, in the wheat, and there are over 12 varieties in cotton. And due to the high salination of the soils, these indicators can vary. Of course, it has very good organics. There is a biodiversity of the soils in these conditions. So speaking about the phytonematodes, depending on their nutrition patterns, our use different types of the nutrition depending on their nutrition habits. 33 nematodes species on the wheat have been identified, and over 1,000 types of nematodes also were discovered. And all these phytonematodes, they divide on genres, and so on. Also, so there are 20, 30. So these horizons were mostly involved in the So we're mostly populated with the nematode population, and the most number, the biggest infestation was on the depths about 10 to 20 centimeter. But as the salinity grows, so the population of nematodes went deeper and deeper, and also the species composition has also changed. Looking at the next indicator, I'd like to say that they are normally from the pastures. There are 6 genera with older. So there are 2, 3, 4 genera, and depending on where they are, they could be developed. Specific could be so different types of the nematodes like Ariomidis, Arabididis. They could be met everywhere, but other varieties depend on the types of the salination. Also, the density of the nematodes. Of course, so I would like to say that 10 to 20 centimeters has the biggest population of nematodes, and its population, and in some soils, density of nematodes there could be from 5 to 10 times higher than on the upper crust. And here we can say that we have to be very careful. It's not in vain that we have such an outbreak in the population of nematodes, because of the we see an outbreak in the parasitic nematodes, but some of them we see the increase of the soil fungi. That's why we study the correlation of the nematodes with bacterium and an amount of the bacterium with the soil fungi, which are often disease spreading. Apart from that, on the wheat, I have said that on the highly solinated plots, we had 5 times lower of population of the nematodes on the crust. On the next slide, we see that the on the open vast areas, the number was 22-26%, and there was less than 1% on the virgin lands, on the Celina lands, take into account the different depth. So this was the location of the nematodes. Most of the nematodes, most popular were rhabdids, Praeticidids, and Tryptylatides. So this pattern could be characterized by the depths, by biodiversity, by the salination levels. On the cotton fields, we can also see some other nematodes that could be seen, cephalobids. Sometimes they can reach 35%. Phyllonicides, they could be 30% of the population, and Rabbitipizes, they 20-25%. So you see it's in a decreasing order, has been observed on the salination process. Also, in the next slide, on the unsalinated areas, we see all the species, their families, and you can see the proportions on the highly salinated plots, which families of the nematodes are presented in the most fashion, and it goes in the descending order. So the next slide. Apart from that, on the pastures, on the vertical profile, it changes. But again, if this type of specific nematodes is increasing, we can see about the outbreaks of the fungi disease it's not only we're talking about the soil quality, but it also characterizes or warns us about the hotspots for infestations, for different infections, for different diseases, for agricultural crops. On the next slide, I can say that so there are ectoparasites and endoparasites. Endoparasites are, so they are characterized by mainly of sucking the juice of the plants, and with the help of their intestines. So this means they can also contract the plants of the plants, and these types of parasites that they immigrate into the rootstock of the plants. So all these types can be all these types of the nematodes can be found. So knowing their habits, we know how to find them, because there are some beneficial nematodes, there are some pest nematodes. That is very important to differentiate between them. Apart from that, we have been studying the lands that have been irrigated for quite a long, that have been cultivated for quite a long time, and they show that they had more nematodes where there is a high level of the agricultural activities. So the density of the nematodes was studied, and for each type of the salination, we studied from in the distances from 0 to 10, from 10 to 20, and we have revealed some patterns of increasing the density at the expense of the agriculture, the expense of, you see the outbreak in the number of nematodes at the expense of the parasitic nematodes. When we see this salination increase, we sometimes saw the decrease, but sometimes the salination led to the increase in the population of nematodes. And as I said, it has to do with the hotspots or the fungi, and because these parasitic nematodes, they eat the roots, and that's why these patterns have been revealed on. So we have been able to demonstrate the patterns. So speaking about the faunistic value of the nematodes, so we're showing on the unsolinated, medium solinated, and highly solinated plots. There are nematode families which could be seen in the region, and even studying these nematodes, one can characterize the salinization level of the soils. Apart from that, we have been talking about different types of nematodes, which are exoparasites, parasites, and which can lead to, and the pictures show that. And as to the analysis of the phytonematodes, it is different on its families, on the quantity. So next slide, please. On the terms of population, and those the nematodes that we have discovered on the eating habits could be divided into 5 ecological groups: Pharobiorizontes, Saphrobiontes, non-specialized phytogelements, and specialized phytogelements. Of course, I'm not going to tell you all about all these types of the varieties and their specifics and differences. All of them, all these nematodes were studied pretty well. They were studied in these soils. We have identified their types, varieties, patterns. That is why I think that by studying those indicators, we could develop our own bioindication. And we see here how we'll do our work. Next one. Last one. This is last one. And no specialized phytogelementices, which also in a big place. And it's talking, the slide specifically mentions bacteriotrophids, microtrophids, polytrophids, phytotrophids. All of them eat different types of food. They eat and phytotrophs. This is our main subject of interest, which and they can also serve as the. Госпожа, мы уже заканчиваем. У нас время заканчивается. We did the analysis. Come on. Stop her, please. And we came to the conclusion that the presence of the nematodes depends on the physical and chemical properties of the soil. Спасибо. Нам нужно.
It's high time to stop. High time to stop.
Last stop, just one last minute, I promise. I swear by the last minute. So we have to learn about the maturity index, and according to these indices, we can identify, we can build indicators, the salinization, soil degradation, taking into account these indexes, humus levels, I think that this work, we're building a database, we're building an electronic e-map, and I'm sure that this will be beneficial. Thank you.
Спасибо большое за то, что вы нам рассказали.
Henri, bienvenue, Sene, to tell us more about curbing the salinization of arable land and agronomically restoring salt-affected soils, a food security challenge, and here assessment prospects in the case of Senegal in West Africa. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the late. First of all, I will ask your indulgence because my English is not clear. I come from Senegal and our working language is French. We have a big problem related to salinization in Senegal. For the outline of the presentation, first, it will be a brief presentation of Senegal. In the second point, the land salinization in Senegal. In the third, protection and restoration technologies for soil non-affected and soil affected, soil salt affected. In fourth, the main results and perspective and recommendation. So Senegal is okay. Senegal is a small country open to the Atlantic Ocean. You have the surface area, population growth, and the rural population is about around 52.4%. The climate is dry tropical, tending to humid towards the south of the country with 2 seasons. With 2 seasons well marked, a dry season from October to June and a rainy season from July to September. Hydrographically, we have 4 major rivers. In the north, Senegal River. At the center, the Saloum. After that, Gambia River, inside of Republic of Gambia. So you have Republic of Gambia is inside of Republic of Senegal. And in the south, we have the river, the Casamance River. There is the map, pedagogical map, the suitability map of land, and now the process of salinization in Senegal. Ah, la carte n'est pas bien, elle s'est changée. Bon, OK. So, the Senegalo-Mauritanian sedimentary basin in West Africa is cut by 4 major rivers. I already said it: Senegal, Sine Saloum, Gambia, and Casamance. They are flowing into the Atlantic Ocean. The transgression and marine regression of the recent quaternary, the weak dips of this sedimentary basin, and the climate pejoration make that they are invaded by waters of the ocean, causing the salinization of the water and the soils. Here we have an example of intrusion of sea water. We have also salinization by capillary rise of salt. As the water table are salty, the salts rise by capillary action under the effect of evaporation induced by the high temperatures, especially towards the end of the dry season in March, April, May, and June. We have salinization by transport of salt by the wind. It is a sort of dispersion of the salt by the wind. And Senegal is we product salt, and in this case, the soil is not affected by salinity, but the transport and storage of salt production contribute to their salinization. We have in the eastern of Senegal, petrographic salinization, and mainly in the Senegal River Valley, irrigation, maybe secondary salinization due to the irrigation. Saliculture so increase its salinity in salt production areas and contamination of unsalted land, particularly near production tracks and roads. In addition to salinization, in some cases, we have acidification. Salinization is accompanied by soil acidification. Due to the marine transgression and regression of the recent quaternary, the material of the fluvio-marine domain of the delta of Saloum and Casamance rivers of marine origin is rich in pyrites. The exondation due to the decline of the mangrove caused by drought leads to the oxidation of pyrite in jarosite. The hydrolysis of the jarosite produces sulfuric acid responsible to this acidification. We have the real difficulties in estimating areas of salt-affected soils. This translates into a large disparity in salinity figures in Senegal. In this communication, we use a ladder estimate of 1.7 million hectares, or 45% of the country's arable land. What is done to fight against salinization? We have some protection and restoration technologies for soils. In this case, we have the realization of hydro-agricultural structures, usually by local communities with local materials. Donc, it is a mechanical action, anti-salt dams and dikes. We do also mineral soil amendment with phosphogypsum and shells in case of acidity. Other technology is the organic soil amendment with fish waste, peanut shells, fresh organic matter, crop residues, compost, and also mulching. Other technology to restore salt-affected soils, reforestation with salt-tolerant species. Usually with Tamarix aphylla, Tamarix senegalensis, Prosopis juliflora, Acacia ceal, Acacia africana, Eucalyptus melaleuca. Some species tolerant to salt. Yes, we use some seeds variety, especially for rice, and early timid attempts in biotechnology, nitrogen fixing bacteria, mycorrhizal fungi, creation of salt-tolerant mutants. We also use the local knowledge based on integrated water management taking into account topography, organic amendments, reintroduction of more salt-resistant local varieties of rice. For soils that can no longer be cultivated due to high salinity, they can be valorated by saliculture and aquaculture. Because in this land, there is no possible to do any agriculture. So what are the main results? The situation is that the main causes, climate change and anthropogenic actions. Despite all the efforts made by local population, state services, NGOs, and technical and financial partners, salinization continues to progress for several reasons. Climatic variability, which is mainly reflected in rainfall variability, with most often a decrease in fresh water supplies, which are confined during the rainy season of about 3 months. Power irrigation practices in the north, irrigation with salt-laden groundwater as a result of the advancing salt slope and their low recharge, the anarchic spread of saliculture in inappropriate areas resulting from the misallocation of land, deforestation and loss of mangroves, the constant increase in the demand for arable land, particularly in the islands. The value chains affected by salinization is essentially crop production, rice, sorghum, millet, and vegetable gardening. What are the impacts on local population? We have foods is the many based on rice in Senegal. You have abandonment of arable land, abandonment of market gardening due to salinization of groundwater, using watering, increased shortage of arable land as population increase, more insidious phenomenon on islands where there is no possibility of clearing new land. Increased vulnerability of women. They are the ones who cultivate rice and do not have access to land on the plateau. Decline in women's incomes. We also exodus displacement to the urban centers. All this contribute to food insecurity and impoverishment, especially among the most vulnerable section of the population, women and young people. We have a success story, the case study of Tamra Rice Valley in Mar Islands. The action carried out by local people, Caritas NGO and research, participatory diagnosis on the situation, identification of the main constraints, proposing solution, construction of anti-cell dike and a water retention dike with mainly local materials and by local people, dike stabilization with vetiver, organic amendment of soil, reforestation with allotolerant species, mulching, apiculture, capacity building in organizational technology and in agro-silvopastoral technology, and exchange visits. The obtained results in Mark Island, we have lowering of salinity to more than 50 centimeters of depth, highlighted through the monitoring of soil saline profile. Groundwater research highlighted by piezometer monitoring. Recovery of rice growing after a decade of abandonment. Reappropriation of local rice varieties in the intervention area, steady increase in yields, reforestation and desalinization of valuable land for food security. Diversification of income generating activities, apiculture, market gardening, agroforestry, aquaculture. Improving the food security of the local population through the various production opportunities offered, diversification of food sources, market, gardening, beekeeping, rice growing, aquaculture, reforestation, and desalinization of valuable land for food security. We have here the land upper was abandoned maybe around 12 years, but now they are doing we recovery this salt affected lands. What are the perspective and recommendation? Essentially, it is to harmonize data collection tools to update salt-affected soils mapping. Continue research and training by developing synergies between institutional actors. Scale up the most efficient and less costly technologies. Promoting integrated water and soil management in the fluvio-marine areas. Leveraging biotechnology and salt-tolerant crops. Developing by saline agriculture. And thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bienvenu Sene. This was a great presentation, and that's also the end of our oral session. And we move to the poster presentations. So I would like to invite Ms. Maria Koniuszkova to lead this session. Thank you.
Okay, so dear colleagues, now we start our so-called oral poster session. So the idea of that session is that actually we will present the posters on the screen, and I will give a floor for the speakers, for the participants to speak about 2 or 3 minutes to briefly explain what they did and to reflect the main findings of their research. So, and colleagues in the Zoom, what I want to say that we will be presenting first the posters that we already have received, but in case you didn't send it to me yet, but you are here, so wait until the end and let me know in the chat if you are here, and we will give you the floor in the end. So let's start, and our first speaker will be Natalia Kinshina from National University of Uzbekistan. So you are welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Natalia Akinshina. I am from National University of Uzbekistan, Tashkent City. And first of all, thank you very much for inviting me and giving opportunity to present our project. Today, I'm here just to present our idea, our project, because it's too early to discuss our result. Our project was started 1 year ago. What about our project? You can see something and you can see that our project is about agroforestry as good technology for salt affected soils recovery. What we are going to do? Our project is aimed to create some blossom gardens, oases, instead of abandoned salt-affected lands in Karakal, Pakistan. Till now, we developed 2 project areas in Elikala region and in Nukus region. And first area is for nursery to get some seeds and material for planting adapted to local conditions. And second area for testing some innovative technology to grow plants in very difficult and very stressed environment. Our project is about improvement of life of local community and improvement of environment. And our project is about better life in the future. It's not for 1, 2, 3 years. It's a project for whole generation of our people, I hope. And our task is to develop some technology, how to grow good plants in a bad environment. We are developing technology and we motivate people. We show them a way how to improve their life. And what we are doing, unfortunately, this
Natalia,
picture...
go to conclusion.
Okay. I've got only 2 minutes. Okay, conclusions. I hope you're ready to wish us good luck in our project. It's just only first year. And maybe after 5 years, I hope I could invite you to get some pleasure from our blossom gardens. Welcome to my sites.
Thank you, Natalia. We will be happy to come. So now I invite Miss Uma Bhagavati from India. So you are welcome to present within 2 or 3 minutes.
Good evening to all. I am Dr. Bhagavati from Pondicherry, India. Ma'am, can you able to hear my voice?
Yes. Wait a minute. When you see your presentation on the screen, then you can start. Wait just 5 seconds.
Okay. Ma'am, thank you for giving this opportunity. I'm going to present my research topic, STCR-based fertilizer prescription for cotton in coastal Karaikal region. This is the network project given by Indian Council of Agriculture Research. Here, I have developed the fertilizer prescription equation based on soil test value by involving both inorganic and organic manures. The main aim of this experiment is we can able to find out the nutrient requirement of the crop, then contribution from soil, contribution from fertilizer, and contribution from organic manures. So now we are following mostly blanket recommendation that is based on the status of low, medium, and medium without considering the soil test value. So this scheme is aimed to reduce the fertilizer dose, then how best we can apply the fertilizer with organic manure to improve the soil quality and also good profitable yield to the farmer. So the experiment was conducted in farmer's field. The objective was, or the experiment methodology is based on Ramamurthy et al. Here in one field itself, we are going to create the fertility gradient that is low, medium, high by applying the without any fertilizer with one strip, and another strip with a single dose, then third strip with a double dose of the fertilizer. So in the single field itself, we have created the heterogeneous fertility gradient. Then we are raised the gradient or exhaustive crop, rice. After the harvest of the crop, the same field, it was raised with a test crop, cotton, cotton hybrid. Then after the harvest of the cotton crop, so we are having this software to find out the nutrient requirement. The formula is total uptake by, that is yield, then contribution from soil, contribution from fertilizer, and contribution from organic manure. Then based on this value, these are all the basic parameters. Based on these basic parameters, we have developed a fertilizer prescription equation for targeted yield. Suppose the targeted yield is fixed based on the potential yield and average yield of the crop. So after obtaining this yield, based on the soil test value of the farmer, the fertilizer recommendation will be given to the farmer. That is, after developing this equation, suppose if the farmer wants to apply the fertilizer in the same soil series, if he is having the available nutrient content, that is KMNO4N, Olsen P, and ammonium acetate K, we can substitute the value in this equation. We are having ready reckoner. Then based on this, we can give recommendation or fertilizer recommendation to the farmer to get the profitable yield. Here, in this slide, I have, that is first slide is the crop which is raised in the farmer field. Then we have calculated all the parameters. Then after this, the nomograph.
Your time is over. Go to conclusions.
Okay, ma'am. So based on this inorganic, by combining inorganic and organic fertilizer, we can reduce the dose of 52 kg of nitrogen, 30 kg of phosphorus, and 48 kg of fertilizer N, P2O5, and K2O respectively. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Dioma, thank you. So now I invite the next speaker, who is Ms. Grace Glenn Gabisa from Philippines. The floor is yours. You're welcome.
Good evening.
Yes, just wait for a moment.
My research is entitled Efficacy of Humic Fulvic plus Chelate Micronutrients on Pechay Brassica rapa. And the background of this study is that to generate parametric data and to submit the same for product registration, which is composed of Humic Fulvic plus Chelate Micronutrients. So the significance is that agriculture industry needs to develop fertilizers in this aspect, it has to be microelements to be used for the farmers. Now, these microelements, humic fulvic plus chalyte micronutrients, are being developed to make fertilizer microelements specifically be given to the crop at their most demanded crop stage. And as you see in the poster, it is surrounded by a chelate or a ligans or a chelator, making the microelements be absorbed by the plant because it will render the microelements available in their ionic form, and it will decrease losses from oxidation, precipitation, and leaching, and that it is significant for salt-affected soils. Now, the methodology is that there were 6 treatments, and it has traditional inorganic fertilizer composed of nitrogen-containing and phosphorus-containing fertilizers and the microelements at different levels. There were 2 seasons, the wet and the dry. During the wet season, the average daily rainfall is 1.33 mm, while during the dry season, the average daily rainfall is at 2.24 mm. And during the dry season, it has hotter temperature, maximum of 30.87 degrees Celsius, while on the wet season, the maximum temperature is at 29.29 degrees Celsius, a difference of 1 degree Celsius. Now, during the wet season, the humic fulvic plus chalyte micronutrients was applied as foliar and soil hydrated application, and the result revealed that humic fulvic plus chalyte micronutrients applied plants obtained the highest biomass yield, and making the nutrients become more bioavailable, and thus making the crop growth bigger and heavier. Now, on the dry season, which recorded... Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So in the dry season, it has more yield, and the yield was doubled in the dry season. And the manner of application was that only soil hydration. So the conclusion is that to replenish or to make judiciously apply mineral fertilizer as well as the humic fulvic plus chalyte micronutrients. That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Grace, thank you so much. Now I invite the next speaker, who is Miss Anna Arutyunyan from Armenia. You're welcome.
Hello, I'm Anna Arutyunyan. I am from Yerevan State University. Research refers to study of some crops tolerance and phytodesalination potential of sustainable saline agriculture. So high salinity reduced agriculture productivity affected crop yields. Cultivation of salt-tolerant plants is regarded as an innovative approach for desalination and remediation of salt-impacted agricultural soils. From this point of view, the effects of irrigation water with different concentration of sodium chloride on some grown traits and development of wheat, oat, emmer, and barley under hydroponic conditions were studied and compared based on the study on accumulation of ions in plants and their resistance to salt stress. The desalination potential of crops increasing sodium chloride concentration in root medium was assessed. Study results demonstrate different tolerance capability of wheat, oat, emmer, and barley, increasing concentration of sodium chloride in the root root medium. There was significantly for adverse effect of raising level of root medium salinity on main growth attributes, relative electrolytic leakage, leaf succulence, chlorophyll content index, photosynthetic rate, and transpiration rate of AMR compared with barley, oat, and wheat. Considering the fact that barley and oat accumulate large amounts of ions, their above ground parts, and that they are survivable and productive, these plants could be estimated as promising, tolerant, and self-accumulated crops for further research in the field of sustainable crop production and concurrent photodesalination. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for keeping strictly on time. And now I invite the next speaker, Miss Maria Braeva. You're welcome.
Hello, dear colleagues. I'm very much pleased to see you all here at this conference. In 2020, between our institute and FAO, there was signed an agreement, and during 1 year we did one work on the new technologies of assimilation of the salinity for 20 hectares in Kızıldağ district. So these are the results of this work. So here we may see how our technique has influenced the reduction of the salinity. So the first is the map before technology applied, and the second image is after the pre and post application, as we see. So we see some reduction of the salinity level. So it has to be taken into account as just 1 year, during 1 year. And if this continued further, of course, the salinity level would decrease would have decreased even further. So of course, in this table, we may see that how the microflora of the salinity, how the salinity actually impacts the microflora. The higher salinity, so the less amount of the microflora. Since this technology allows to reduce the salinity, of course, according to the number of the bioactive content of the soil increases. And of course, the influence on the yield. So yields has increased 28%. Of the rice in 20 hectares of these farmer plots, and the farmers indeed show that these soil have already been abundant nearly, so which intentfully, on purpose, chosen these lands, and then everything was returned. So since this vegetation period was during 1 year, if we continue this, the effect would be even. Thank you.
Спасибо большое. Maria, спасибо большое. So I will turn into English. So actually, colleagues, we will have all of the posters available on the website of the network of INSAS, available starting from today or tomorrow. So you can then explore and study them more seriously. Then I invite the next speaker, who is Mr. Feroz Islam from the Netherlands. You're welcome.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, so just wait for a couple. Okay.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, hello everyone. Welcome to our poster on STAP. I am Feroz Islam from Wageningen Environmental Research and Wageningen, part of Wageningen University and Research in the Netherlands. Wageningen Environmental Research, Delta RS, and Salt Doctors together started bringing the worlds of agriculture and groundwater management in saline affected areas closer together. We have developed salinity transformation approach for progress, in short, STAP, STOP. STOP is a guideline for stepwise approach to develop a framework for partners to collaborate in projects where agriculture and groundwater management are influenced by salinization. STOP can be used to identify action perspectives and involves various stakeholders. It has 7 steps, which you have presented in the poster. They are inception, analyze, understand, explore, then prepare, implement, and in the end, monitoring, learning, and evaluation. We invite you to go through the poster for more detail. If you have more questions and queries, please send us emails, which are listed in the poster as well. STOP was applied and tested in expert workshops with Netherlands Water Partnership and Netherlands Food Partnership stakeholders using a regional and field scale hypothetical case study. The outcomes were STAP is a great tool that can be used to develop a framework with different partners. It ensures in keeping an overview of the different elements and can be used to take stakeholders along and building trust. When experts of salinity, food, groundwater, and soil work together, the 4 components get equal weightage and comes up with a better solution. Thank you. We're waiting to hear more from you.
Dear heroes, thank you. And I invite the next speaker, Mr. Jahan Bakhsh Mirzavand from Iran. You're welcome. Jahan Bakhsh, could you please switch on? I already enabled you. Please switch on your audio. Now you can go.
Hello. Hello, Chairman.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Can I start?
Jahan Bakhsh, please start. We can hear you well.
Can I start presentation?
Yes, we can see it on the screen. Everything's fine. You can start.
Excuse me.
We can hear you.
Can I speak?
Okay, so Jahan Bakhsh, we will go to the next speaker. I think that the internet connection is not good in your case.
Excuse me.
Okay, so let's go to the next speaker.
Excuse me.
Flavio Nascimento from Brazil. Mr. Nascimento, you can speak. Flavio Nascimento. I see. Okay, we'll wait for several seconds, and if he doesn't manage, so we will go to next. Okay, Flavio, we will return to you later. Maybe you will manage with your audio. And now I invite the next speaker, Ms. Kristina Prokopieva from the Russian Federation.
Hello, dear participants of the conference. My name is Kristina Prokopieva. I'm now going to talk about my poster if it's on the screen. So the topic of my presentation is on the slide. So that's the distance of the evaluation of the salinity of the land is quite complicated subject, especially those soil which are characterized by subsoil salinization. However, researches in this area are quite important and promising, since the salinity is the bright factor that influences the vegetation of the plants, and accordingly, it does influence spectral characteristics of the plants. This presentation, this actual research is aims at developing a model which can be used to evaluate salinity level of the soil using different spatial data of high definition, and also through the methods of the chief components and multiple minor regression. And this research has been conducted within the Caspian Sea region in the downfalls. In the distant data have been compared with the facilities, the land-based data sources. The method of these components has been used to reduce a number of parameters and also to conserve the important information and as a form in the form of components, which could then be implemented in the multiple regression analysis for building a model of forecasting the land salination. So from each model, some unreliable characteristics have been removed. So the models have been actually improved, while all the parameters would prove statistically reliable data. So that's just the conclusion. So under this research, we built models which in the future may be useful for mapping of the soil salinity using the high definition spatial data. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristina. So now I invite the next speaker, Mr. Samvel Saakyan from Armenia. You're welcome. Samvel? You're here. So Mr. Mirzavant and Mr. Nascimento, I will give you a floor in the end of this session. So hope that you will fix your issues.
Gypsum as an ameliorant is widely used for chemical reclamation of alkaline soils, which is explained by its low cost, natural reaction, and environmental safety. However, it is shown that ameliorative efficiency of gypsum during chemical reclamation of soda solone solonchak is extremely slow and often ineffective. This fact connected with gypsum lower solubility in conditions of higher content of water-soluble and exchangeable sodium. It has been shown that in order to create filtration flow over the soil profile, a concentration of 60 80 millimole liter of calcium and magnesium ions in soil solution is required, which cannot be reached by gypsum application. It is shown that for this purpose, it is advisable to use acid ameliorants, but pure chemical ameliorants are expensive and at the same time complication arise during their transportation. The purpose of the study is to enhance the ameliorative efficiency of gypsum during the chemical reclamation of soda solonate solonchak. This is realized by means of combined use of various acid ameliorants by low dose with gypsum. Experiments were carried out under laboratory and field condition. In case of application of 0.5% sulfuric acid, the ameliorative effect takes place thanks to higher solubility of magnesium sulfate in the process of acidification. The soil desalinization, dealkalization, and the increase of the filtration rate of soil solution are observed. Figure 1. In case of application of hydrochloric acid, it is shown that 0.25% solution of acid is able to create a sum of calcium plus magnesium ions in soil solution with concentration of 70 millimole liter. After application of hydrochloric acid with dose 5,000 meter cubic hectare of solution, the decrease of alkaline reaction, desalinization, and dealkalization of soil is observed. Table 1. In case of application of distillery direct, which is waste of cognac production, distillery direct contains 5 gram liter of organic acid, total titratable acid of which is 104 millimole liter. The experiments show that its application...
Samuel, sorry to interrupt you. Huh? Could you come to conclusions? I'm so sorry.
At the application of gypsum with norm 125 ton per hectare after acidification with various acids, the soil is completely reclaimed. Figure 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel, so much. So I invite now the next speaker, Mr. Elazar Volk from Israel. You're welcome to talk.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
How do I...
For 10 seconds, yeah.
Can you see my camera?
Your camera, we cannot see you. We can hear.
Okay, so
yeah,
here we go.
You can. Yeah.
Let me just see if I could put it on right away. No, I'm not sure how I do it. In any case, hello, my name is Elazar. I work in the Israeli Ministry of Agriculture. I present the next work to you, the work that we did in order to understand the magnitude of salt-affected soils in Israel. So the first thing we did, we went to the literature. So we found a map from 1969 done by Rabikovich, and that's the map I show in number B on the bottom, in the chart with the B on the bottom. This map is shows soils that are naturally saline. But we wanted to ask a different question, a question of how many, what is the potential of soils that are not yet saline to become saline? So what we did, and that's what we show in the next map. Our map is what we show with the A, the map on top of B with the A, and in table 1. We took the soil associations in Israel and we categorized them into 3 groups of severity, except the ones that, of course, have no severity. And we showed different cases. For instance, the case where you have a plateau, or a case where you have very clay soil. And this is what gave us the pie chart in the middle. And this gives us the distribution of by percentage of the area of agricultural plots that have a potential to be saline. And we see that more than 25% of the soils of the agricultural plot area have a potential to be saline because of agricultural practices such as irrigation with low quality. That's, by the way, our issue with treated wastewater, that we have a very vast percentage in Israel. When we add up our findings together with the findings from Rabikovich from 1969, that's the pie chart on the right in the middle, the small pie chart, we see that more than 50% of the soils in Israel are either saline naturally or have a potential to become saline, which is a very disturbing finding. I must remark that this survey was done on 92% of the area of the soils in Israel, of the agricultural plots. So we still have some mapping efforts to do to finish this work. But in any case, we already have some disturbing findings. Since we are a governmental organization, we wanted to make this information open to the public. So that's what you have in an interactive map, either with the QR code you see on the bottom right or on the link, which you could all enter. My apologies that it's only in Hebrew. It's made for the Israeli farmers. And thank you very much for this opportunity to present.
Dear Lazar, thank you so much for your presentation. And I invite the next speaker, Ms. Lyudmila Vorotintseva from Ukraine. You are welcome to talk.
Good day. I am from Ukraine, Institute for Soil Science and Agrochemistry Research, Kharkov. In Ukraine, irrigation by brackish water is the cause of soil salinity. There are about 350,000 hectares of salt-affected soils on irrigated lands. The state, the objectives of the work are the indicators and components of the system of sustainable management of salt-affected soils in Ukraine. By the decree of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, standards for environmentally safe irrigation have been established. They determine the possibility of irrigation based on water quality and soil properties, so as not to degrade properties, soil quality, and ecosystem services. We developed the concept of sustainable management of reclaimed lands. The sustainable management system includes 5 blocks: informational, organizational, technological, economics, and regulatory. The technological block includes a complex of differentiated synergistic methods to protect and increase the fertility of salt-affected soils, as deep plowing, calcium ameliorant, and bioremediation. Thank you for attention.
Dear Lyudmila, thank you so much. Now we return to our speakers who could not present due to technical issues. Mr. Mirzavant, please try to talk. We can hear you well, so you just start and speak. Mirzavant from Iran. Yes.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, please start.
I'm Mirzavad from Iran. The topic of my presentation is Iranian soil resource, extent of soil salinity, and strategy for saline soil management. In Iran, the soil salinization is the big challenge. And we should study and mapping survey of saline soil and take a strategy for management saline soil. The first strategy is the desalinization of saline soil, and the second is the resilience, soil condition for plants, such as selected variety for saline soil, and another strategy is fertilizer management, and another is added organic matter in saline soil, and the last strategy is the drainage, the saline and alkaline soil, and the management of saline soil for sustainable agriculture in saline condition.
Mr. Mirzavan, sorry to interrupt you. Can you please come up to conclusions? Mr. Mirzavan, okay.
We need the share the experience of the countries for saline soil, and take a strategy for management and management the saline soil for agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now I give a floor to Mr. Nascimento. Please try now.
Oh, okay.
Flavio.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Please go on.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good morning, Brazil. Good afternoon. Good afternoon for us. My work is about methodological contribution to mapping of environmental sustainability to soil salinization in dry regions. My team is Facilita Castro, Antônio Marcos Santos, and I, Flávio Nascimento. I will to present the main findings and conclusions my study. Introduction, scope, and the main objects. Desalinizations of soils in the result of environmental characteristics and or anthropic actions. Causes soil degradation into agriculture and the economy loss. So in São Francisco Valley, in the semi-arid of Brazil, this is a serious problem. Mapping can show soils losses due to the accumulation of salts. This is important to avoid problems of planning, for example. The objective of the study is to present one methodology for mapping the environmental sustainability to salinization of soils. Are susceptible to salinization of semi-arid environments. So, the methodology in specific combines the following attributes: soils, relief, lithology, potential evapotranspiration, and the land use. The information was discussed in the simple mathematical model of rules geoprocessing. For example, ArcGIS or QGIS is a result. We have a map of environmental susceptibility to salinization in 5 levels: very low, low, medium, right and very right. The mapping was submitted to CAPA statistics to develop sustainability and the field reality. I'm sorry. Area of study. First, 5 municipalities of the microregion of Petrolina state of Pernambuco in Brazil, northeast in Brazil, the specific. Second, Quilombola community of Curupira in the municipality of Santa Maria de Boa Vista, Pernambuco. It's a pioneer studies. And about the resultant discussion. In the municipalities of Petrolina microregions, 40% of the lands with medium to a high susceptibility to salinization. More than 70% of the simple points with salinization are areas with right and very right susceptibility to salinization. And areas with higher degrees of...
You are quite out of the time.
The susceptibility to salinization, minutes, please. Have the fluvic new soils, network plano soils, plan relief, and irrigation agriculture. And the methodology for susceptibility to salinization is to apply. Identifies on maps areas with the accumulation of salts in semi-arid region. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, the last speaker.
Thank you,
the first speaker.
So now we have the last speaker. So Mr. Muhammad Saqib from Pakistan. We don't have your poster, so please try to put it on this. Put your slide on the screen.
Okay, I will
speak for 2 or 3 minutes.
Try.
Okay, so we can see.
Is
yeah.
2
or 3 minutes. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. So in this poster, I am actually presenting the results of one of our projects in which we try to rehabilitate salt-affected soils in Pakistan using tree species and grass species. In Pakistan, as in many other countries, we have almost 1/3 of our cultivated land salinized to much extent, and also water is saline in these areas. So cropping is usually not possible in these areas, even if we use the salt-tolerant crop varieties. So particularly in this project, we try to use different acacia species, species of different other trees, and salt-tolerant grass species to actually put these lands under these plants, and we were successful. We were successful in actually rehabilitating these soils. And in these pictures, you can see on the very left side that the land is barren, where wheat, which is a relatively salt-tolerant crop, it could not actually grow. And in the second picture, after around 2 years, the salt-tolerant grass that is growing successfully. And in the next picture, that is the trees picture. And now, after a few years, this soil that is actually can be categorized as relatively good soil, and the farmers, they can earn, or any landowner can earn in the form of, for example, wood, and that is contributing in a better way to the environment also. And we are actually now studying the contribution of these plants towards the carbon sequestration, and can these lands be utilized as a source of carbon credits. So this is basically the finding from this project, that the salt-affected sites, they can be successfully grown under different salt-tolerant tree species, and hence they can contribute not only to the income, to better environment, and in the form of mitigation and in the form of climate change and resilience, they can contribute to these areas. Thank you very much.
Amal, thank you so much. So dear colleagues, with this, we finish our oral poster session. So I would like to thank all our poster speakers. Actually, we can see quite a wide geographic coverage of the speakers and also the variety of the studies. So thanks to all, thanks to participants and to listeners. And now you're welcome to go to the coffee break. And then we will have a next session in how many minutes? 15 minutes. Let's start. Let's be quick in our coffee break. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please have your seats. Let's start. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Уважаемые дамы и господа, уважаемые гости, прежде всего я бы хотел, чтобы все спикеры заняли свое место в президиуме. Пожалуйста. Миржан Исанбеков, Юлия Широкова, Бейфан и Мелани Дюкор. И Бахадыр Мирзаев, пожалуйста. Please, have a seat. Yes.
Dear yes, the participants, as it's been already announced in the morning session, so we're now starting the side event under the 2 project. This is the regional project, the complex management, integrated management of the dry and arable lands in the landscapes of Central Asia and Turkey, which is Central Asian countries, and in Turkey. Welcome to this important session focusing on the pressing issue of the soil salinity in Central Asia and its impact on sustainable agriculture and food security. As we gather here today, we acknowledge that soil salinity poses significant challenges in the region, affecting both the quality of soil and the yield of crop. Inefficient irrigation practices further exacerbate the situation, calling for urgent attention and action. Before we begin our panel discussion, we have the privilege of having Ms. Yulia Shirokova, our presenter. Ms. Shirokova is a renowned soil science expert. And at the same time, she is the head of the Soil Laboratory and Scientific Production Association, SANIDI. Her presentation today will focus on the soil salinity and irrigation challenges in Uzbekistan and Central Asia as a whole, as well as the development perspectives of these regions. Without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Yulia Shirokova to deliver her keynote presentation, please. And one thing I'd like to add that we have to be mindful about our time. So you have 15 minutes for the presentation, and then we will be continuing as according to our agenda. Thank you.
А вот то, что нас не работает, что ли? Работает?
Assalamu alaikum. Dear friends, good evening, dear participants of this activity, of this meeting, of this panel, and these big, huge meeting and discussions. I would like to add that I'm also responsible for lynching of the salinated lands for over 40 years. So my topic of the paperwork at the university was exactly about this topic. And my topic will be about the problems of the salinated lands in Uzbekistan, on arable soils in Uzbekistan, and the prospects of their reconstruction. And the structure of the presentation is as follows. What is the level of, or the content of the spread of the arable lands in Uzbekistan, irrigated lands in Uzbekistan, regional strategies aimed at fight against the salinity, and what organizational measures should be taken. The salinity in Uzbekistan is linked to with both natural and anthropogenic factors. So the naturally, 2/3 is desert zone. This is Bukhara region. This is Khwarezm, was in Karakalpakstan. There we have lower indicators of the location. So the soil and water is very closely located, and the zone there is. So of course the soil, subsoil and water always influence on the salinity. If we look at this side. If we look at the right side diagram, we may see that the main part of the saline lands are located in this lower lands. So 11% in Bukhara out of amounts of the saline lands. Karakalpakstan leads, and Khwarezm also is followed. So Khwarezm is the left part of Amudarya. So this is up to the latest information of the Water Resource Ministry. 44% of about 2 million hectares are covered by salinity or salinized lands. But the severity on content of salinity is not so much dramatic in everywhere. So we see altogether 12% is just a moderate one, and 3% is the extreme salinity. But this is again the results of the monitoring of Water Resources Ministry. Other sources of information may deliver offer the other type of information. So therefore, we're now working on the zone of the moderate salinity. In the lower graphic, we may see the distribution of the strongly and the moderately salinity land. Again, so we have some areas, as we can see that here. The Sirdarya was actually kind of developed during in the 40th and 50th of the last century. And of course, basically we focus on Karakalpakstan, Bukhara, and Khwarezm because this is the area of our interest. It's the reasons of the secondary salinity. They are more frequently linked to the high level of evapotranspiration and the close occurrence of the soil water. If the lands are abundant and not covered by the plants, of course, these processes are exacerbated and we see the desertification, degradation of lands. So this degradation sometimes happen inside the oasis of the irrigations where we have irrigating and drainage infrastructure. Here we may see that in Karakalpakstan we have such a situation when the subsoil water goes deeper. So we used to think that when the subsoil water is closer, which is bad, but now we see that the soil water, especially in Khwarezm, they save the plants and the yields. Khwarezm people, they have their own technology. They actually wash the land. and then they just close the collectors, and they support by sub-irrigation the system in order to for the plant to grow. This method is not that much technical, and this is like a system of dual application, but this has been actually prepared by people. What are the up-to-date challenges we have as of today and the problems? We have very intensive growth of population. Every year, nearly 1 million people is added to the current population. And therefore, the food program and food program, and the problem is very much different. From the other side, we see the deficiency of water resources, which in its turn, some climatical changes to the glaciers melting may lead to the fact that the water environment will change its mode. We will have high temperature, we will have the floods, and further, so it happens so that the irrigation and drainage systems have been built 50 to 60 years back during the period of mastering this land. Before, at that time, they were modernized, but now they're already outdated and require rehabilitation. So now it turns out that these abundant lands, which I mentioned, and we also, in order to regulate salinity mode, we have cost-intensive methods, but at the same time, there is a policy of water saving. So we have basically two rivers in Central Asia, Sendaria and Amudarya. And I'm very much, it is so pity that I was not able to show this river on the map. So these are trans-border rivers, which are in the upstream are used by Tashkent, Kyrgyzstan, in the lower in the mid flow, in the midstream by Uzbekistan, in the downstream by Turkmenistan and Afghanistan. So these are the factors that actually regulate our political, that guide our political measures. So we cannot afford the extra cost. So and those who actually know the other methods of irrigation by special water canals, they know how it is costly. And another problem is that metering of water is another challenge, which we have to train our users more. Here in Uzbekistan, the government takes very many measures, especially they are quite significant in the recent years. In the context of those problems which I already mentioned, so there was. So there were several concepts developed on the use of land and water resources, the concepts of developing the water management system in Uzbekistan. And currently, nowadays, very intensively, the water conservation technologies are being introduced in all the sectors, especially in the area of water management, because the water management actually uses 90% of all resources, 12%, 19% of which generated in Uzbekistan. The rest can be obtained or is obtained based on the contractual agreements from the neighboring countries. So these documents actually bind the users, so academia, scientists, policymakers, to use to apply resource conservation, nature conservation, and the other input conservation methodologies. So speaking about the improvement of the prognosing or forecasting systems is very important. So it is, we speak about the smart water. Smart water is the computerization or automatization, which has already been known, but now it actually evolves the other forms. Because in Uzbekistan, we have an example from Israel when we have the sensor on the soil and on the plant, and based on need, it provides the water for the irrigation. So these are the needs that we have to actually meet these needs after coming in 5 or 10 years. So the smart water is, first of all, the automatization of the systems themselves. This is the painful water, painful issue. So we have big losses for the filtration of water. It means that even if we manage the fields, we will still have the increase of, the subsoil water. And of course, the improvements of the recultivation level and introduction of the markets, economic principles. So these all are the factors for the farmer to pay the water supply, while the farmer does not see any benefits, the economy will not develop. And of course, another problem is to train high qualified personnel, which is about the training and education and knowledge sharing. And of course, we have to adapt ourselves quite seriously. So we have our colleague from Netherlands said that we have to get ourselves adjusted to those environments which we cannot change. And these are these can be exemplified by the climate change. So therefore, we have to improve the diversification, into expanding the plantation of multi-seasonal plants, and I'm just stressing also the plants. We will have to increase the plants which provide more coverage. So we see that, for example, after the crop in one season. So if we do not repeat them, so after the season is over, coming to the next season of the planting, again the salination increases. So therefore, and the other things are the organic agriculture which have to be included, and all these are highlighted in the document which has been signed and approved by the President himself, and have been actually in the Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Agriculture, Water Resources have been assigned to implement that. And I have to say that now we have global scales. We do not limit ourselves with this. I will now demonstrate how our water conservation systems look like. In fact, we have watering machines, but mainly we do the main stress on the drip irrigation systems. Of course, all these technologies can be well known across globally, but they have been very little implemented in practice in Uzbekistan. There were some trial plots that have not developed any further. So what does the drip irrigation system gives? Here it gives the example. It shows a landowner. He has a primitive system, but he's very happy because the water is very expensive. He bought this this container, and then he watered his bell peppers. Of course, this optimization system has its own pluses, but it has its own drawbacks or limitations. So one of the limitations, it's been proven that in the areas where with high salination, where there was so difficult lands, this has to be still studied. This is something that has to be done by the scholars to study, to scientifically prove. And of course, one of the ways is to cover the plants with the plastic, because and the process of accumulating salt from the ground will be stopped. So it saves the water about 5 times. It reduces 25% the consumption of the fertilizers, increasing the harvests by 50%, 30–50%. And of course, what else we would like to recommend on the food hills, in order to have these plastic covers, not to avoid floodings in other areas. So if the system works well, the groundwaters will not develop, will not rise, and there will be no need for the drainage. So here I'd like to show you a development of our systems, because I have to show what Uzbekistan is doing in this direction. I must say that we're doing a good success in terms of, I have 2 minutes, okay, in terms of allocating subsidies and preferences to the business. In Uzbekistan, we have a system, a monitoring system on the soil salination, which works on the state level. All the information is collected on the state level, because we will not be able to make any decisions without having information. That is why we have a lot of drainage systems. And I would like to say that, answering your question, but what I mean by 2007, and after the collapse of the Soviet Union, we didn't have enough funds, but the state found funds, so they collected the main drainage systems were cleaned. So sometimes we have floods on the rivers. Our neighbors sometimes they use these energy systems and they let the water out, and we can't do anything about it.
That is why all those collectors, if we even install irrigation systems, we still need large-scale collectors. I also would like to show you what potential for capacity building we have. So this 13 field expeditions, we have ourselves, and we have introduced the method of electric conductivity, which is promoted by FAO, and we have introduced it and we have trained our staff, and it's been successfully used in our country. Here I'd like to say that we're installing divers. One step. I'll finish in a moment. I was so much in a hurry to share that information with you. So what I'd like to say that in the modern world, if you have a very strong high salination, amelioration activities, we have to forget those practices. There were 10,000 cubic meters of water per hectare. You know, there is still water is deficit. We will spend 25% on washing. So our farmers know it in Pakistan and Kazakhstan, and they do all sort of big checks. I think this is not cost effective, and we have to teach our farmers to do it in a more strict sort of. And we compared our systems with the Western approaches, and it has been leaching fraction is so leaching fraction is. Well, of course, we agree that so these systems of leaching traction, they don't let us to do so, because at the beginning of the row we have overflows. At the end, we see the accumulation of water. That is why we have to take the best practice for the Western methods and adopt them for our needs, and we have been able to do something. And I would like to tell you, so what has been done. Our main culture, the cotton, has lesser level of toxicity. FAO mentions it says 77, but in 4 deciliters we have less yields, but still we have to General Secretary clarify that the same applies to all other crops. On the photo, we are testing organic acids. This is an analog of the internationally accepted Spersal analog, and it's called biosolvent. So we tested it. We tested just on the washing, just to save water, and we received twice the water expenses. We saved the water. Of course, it could be a bit expensive and of course we decided to treat the rows. So it turns out that the cotton has received less semantic pressure. It's time. Let me show you. We just did. We did the. So what we did today, we used the precipitation to wash off the waters. If we do the pulling of the plowing of the soil in autumn, and then we still can process it in. Then, from mechanical perspective, that really pays off. It shows us that that losing all these tables, it shows how much EC has decreased when using that agent during the irrigation without. And so I'm saying goodbye to you, and so our technology looks like this. It's been scientifically proven, and we go to agricultural customers, and that makes us really happy. What I want to say that it is important in Uzbekistan to do the capacity building. We have to re-equip our labs, and also we have to increase our activities on the leaching fragmentation, because this is a big problem. Everyone has to work on that and prepare so it's not really fighting as our Dutch colleagues that we have to adopt to it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very highly informative presentation. Of course, your experience, your expertise, your knowledge in the area of the salinization have allowed us to receive a comprehensive information in Uzbekistan and Central Asia. Now, I would like to move to the panel discussion, where our participants, attendees, will now dive into the solutions of these existing problems. And during this panel discussion, we'll try to deepen our understanding on the soil salinization, to identify new areas for cooperation and enhance improvement. Our experts will answer the key questions and will present strong ideas that will help us to identify, to set the priorities in dealing with this complex issue. At the end of the discussion, we will make conclusions that will be done by our participants. So let's start our this discussion and its consequences for the Central Asian countries. First of all, I'd like to we have our guest, Mr. Mirzabek Isambekov, representing the Minister of Agriculture of Kazakhstan. Mr. Isambekov has a big knowledge of hydromeliorization. Thank you very much, Mr. Isambekov, for joining us. The first question to you will be fielded to you. These are sort of a clarification questions. The first question: what are the main methods and approaches do you use for hydromelioration and reverse or return salinization of the lands in Kazakhstan? Good afternoon, dear global colleagues. Let me tell you about our experience in Kazakhstan. As you know, our country is a huge step, is a big step. And from the area of new land development on the Republican level, there is a hydromeliorization service, and I represent it. Our office covers all the arable lands of Kazakhstan. We have over 2 million hectares of agricultural lands. In general, we do hydrogeological work. We measure the groundwaters. And as our moderator asked, as a melioration specialist, in order to prevent the secondary pollution of the lands, of the soil, first of all, we have to create comfortable conditions so that not to increase the level of the mineralized soils. In this case, there will be no secondary pollution. Also, at all water, we collect water samples from the checkpoints in order to identify the mecationic level. The second direction is we identify the types and degree of salinization together with the hydromeliorative work in Uzbekistan. So we have our own classification of good, bad, and unsatisfactory levels. This is multi-oral world. So this is the red that shows where the underground waters are in the critical level. We also have soil meliorative collecting data on that, and depending on the pollution level, salinization level, yellow and red stand for this average and low average variation. So as a state, what do we give to the main parties? We first of all do the mapping. So these are the working maps where with taking into account the salinization levels, the soil properties, also set the dates for so we assign the territories where we do this desalination map. So this is. Thank you very much, Mr. Isenbekov. Thank you very much for sharing the information on the prevention of salinization in Kazakhstan. Our second question is about, so what is the national policies and strategies in Kazakhstan on fighting the soil salinization in Kazakhstan? Thank you. Based on the 20 years data, I did my monitoring myself. We have set up 3 big, huge investment projects, which are aimed at improving the ameliorative state of the arable land. So if at present we have, let's say, the total territory is 250,000 hectares, by the end of the year 2025, upon completion of this investment projects on amelioration activities, it is envisaged to improve the ameliorative state of 250,000 arable lands, agricultural lands. Thank you. Please take your seat. Thank you very much, Mr. Yesenbekov. Thank you very much for this valuable insights and inputs which you have provided to us today. The next question goes to Madam Shirokova.
One of the successful resolutions which you have improved, applied in Uzbekistan to improve the general context of the arable lands. As I said in my presentation, starting from 2007 up to 2017, 140,000 kilometers length collector drainage systems, which have been actually cleaned. Nearly 100% of these huge collectors have been cleaned. So that's the big achievement. So the public procurement was involved. The state budget has been allocated to purchase the equipment and machinery for this work. Of course, after this work, so the of course the activity of the main crop, the cotton as being main crop, has improved. The next is I missed in my presentation is for the monitoring of the automatization. So we have installed special drivers which would provide remotely the information. So this information provides the proper actions. And another thing that I would like to underline, in order to introduce the drip irrigation, it is, we have quite easily liberated the state-owned private enterprises. So there are 50 enterprises actually produce some plastic elements and the other parts of the drip irrigation. 35 of them work on they produce pipes, and we have even the rain. So we also produce the raining equipment, so which I was also very much surprised. Another thing that another important thing is that now the land has the owner, because the clusters as business people, and therefore they are very much interested in having the product as quality as possible, and therefore they would keep investing the funds to actually fill the gap by this caused by state. They would be actually managing the situations in order to ensure that they provide sustainable growth of their productivity. So that's now we're in a proper method, in a proper path. Our ministry is now working on the side, so they're conducting some advocacy campaigns and workshops. So they gather up to 200 farmers and demonstrate the advantages of the drip irrigation. Another thing that I missed to mention, so there are some economical privileges. There is the compensation by the state because the farmer has actually is now using the modernized water conservation technologies and overcoming mindsets. he or she introduces, and after 10 years, we will meet again and we're going to talk with you about the safe methodologies, on the methodologies of saving water, the water conservation. That would be another important topic that we're going to talk with you in the later stage. Thank you so much. So in Uzbekistan, there is a good system of subsidizing in place for those entities which actually apply the up-to-date methods of irrigation, including group irrigation. Of course, they receive significant amount of subsidies from the state budget, and therefore, currently, so the water-saving technologies are being introduced quite intensively, and in the very near future, these measures should bring positive results or impact. Dear participants, we also have an honor to invite Mr. Madraim Yusupov, who is now located in Bishkek. So he's going to join us through virtually, who would actually represent the FAO Kasalim 2 project. Mr. Yusupov will focus on the strategies of managing technologies which can be used for preventing or mitigating the salinity of the Central Asian soil, building upon the valuable experience of Kasim 2 project. The floor is yours now. Participants and training and participating, participation and attendance of such a huge amount of we see the participation of many experts from different parts of the world signifies or symbolizes that this problem in the sector is a common problem and very important, especially for now. I'm an expert of FAO on land and water resources, and I know that Central Asia has over 10 billion irrigated land, of which 2% are salinated. And in Central Asia, in Kazakhstan, 10% of land are salinated. In Tajikistan, 30%, in Turkmenistan, 70%, and in Uzbekistan, nearly 50% of the lands are salinated. It means that this is indeed quite significant and serious challenge, because if speaking literally, that from the irrigated lands we receive 100 billion, then 400 billion we lose. So over 10 years, in FAO, we have been doing some survey analysis of the content of water in the soil resources in 2011. So they estimated that the land resources are endangered, but in 2021, the estimate said that this is now at the edge of failure, not only in Central Asia, but globally. Which means that we have to focus now on this problem specifically. As academician Vernadsky said, if the humanity does not approach the nature, the natural land resources, then the whole planet will be devastated and destroyed. And I would like to mention that the most important thing is not fighting against the consequences, but with the root causes. Of course, the main reason is again the improper methodologies of irrigation. We are the witnesses of the lack of information, and as Nishiruka already mentioned, in Central Asia, 5 countries of the Central Asia must bring their efforts together and keep themselves informed and utilize the state-of-art equipment and technology techniques. We have to think about that. And I must say that the salinity issue is closely related to water use. I mean, there's the use of water resources. We manage the water resources. So the same way the subsoil water should be managed and the level of the subsoil water should be managed, where we actually lost regulating the subsoil water, because which actually led to the secondary salination of the subsoil land, the subsoil water. So we need to apply the hydrographic principle of management, and all the water users should identify about their water sources or the bases. So before we had the map of the ameliorative or the land improvement criteria of this, and we had the data which would indicate the necessity of further land improvement locations. We need to restore this map and the practices of updating this map, because the level of actually, I mean, the subsoil flows actually they repeat flow of the surface waters, and they are also equally subject, or sometimes even more subject, to desalinization. And speaking about the Casina 2 project, we studied the technology, the level of we studied the different technologies, and we'd like to scale up these technologies during the whole, I mean, across the whole region. This is about the monitoring, first of all, of the use of water. And now in our country, this system is being broadly produced and used. We introduced these the farmers and the district water management departments and other water management departments and institutions didn't know exactly the exact number, accurate number of the water that we have and how much is consumed by whom. So that's the lack of information again, or lack of coordination on the institutions in terms of the water use. So therefore, in Kyrgyzstan, it is so important to streamline this. And because now scaling up across the country is quite significant time. Yeah. And the project in other countries, we may see very many new technologies introduced. And we therefore have to comprehensively change the approaches towards the more efficient management of water resources. And we have to actually think about the fundraising and allocating enough funds for the new solutions to be implemented. And we need to take into account the scientific achievements of the academia and scientific process of the Central Asia. So I think we need to systematize our work, and we have to work everything on the basis of aiming at soil conservation purposes. So thank you so much, Mr. Yusuf. We we consider you as one of the well-experienced specialists and experts in the water management, and these successful innovations which have been introduced under CASI 2 projects are going to bring huge success in the future. So in the future, we'll be able to share this experience with during other activities, which would be touching upon the water use, the land reclamation issues, and other associated topics to this area. Thank you so much. Now, continue our work, and I would like to ask our esteemed colleagues, please be mindful about the time frame that the actually do what we have planned. I mean, there's another It's honor for us that today we have Dr. Feiban. Dr. Wan is an esteemed expert who will talk to us about the interregional cooperation in this area. So based on his own experience, he is going to actually share the best practices and thematic researches which demonstrate efficient methods. So drawing from his experience, he will share a series of examples and case studies that will demonstrate effective cross-sectoral cooperation in combating soil salinity. Please, Dr. Wan, the floor is yours. Why? The first question, why is cross-sectoral cooperation, why is it so crucial in addressing soil salinization in arable lands?
Thank you for your question. And normally when we talk about Normally, when we talk about the salinization, we always talk about agriculture. Indeed, the agriculture feeds us all the time, and because all of us need food, need fruit, need vegetable, and so on. But indeed, it's not the mistake of agriculture, not the mistake of farmers. Even a lot of people think even a lot of people think the water cannot use, the farmer cannot use the water with the improper way, or some use the wrong way, but sometimes it's really a kind of misunderstanding. That's why the problem in agriculture is not only the natural consequence of agriculture. We should think it's a systematic problem, not only in agriculture. And then when we consider the water, this is a fundamental element for salinization. The water was controlled by different sectors, like the water resources, agriculture, ecosystem management, and the economic development ministry, and also some organization of region development of education. So that's why the water is very close to every sector, so it should be managed by cross sector. I just remind the story this morning, the blind touching the elephant. Indeed, all the people get a good conclusion. But if we consider it as a whole, it's really wrong. Because different people have different opinion, have different experience. But if we try to find some good solutions, all the blind can see clearly. For example, in natural resource management, we always use a very special tool, like multi-stakeholder workshop. We ask the different people to sit together. Some people know the water today and the water tomorrow. Not only for us, we should use it for our younger generation. And some people think it's the crops, the animals, and even the wild ecosystem. And a lot of people think the short-term economic development, but some other people think about the damage if we overuse the water. That's why when we talk about this salinization, we should consider different stakeholders. That's why we need cross-section work together. Thank you.
What are some successful examples of showing the intersectoral cooperation, and what lessons can be learned from the intersectoral cooperation?
Борьбе с засолением почв и какие уроки можно извлечь из них?
Thank you very much. In China, indeed, we have one lake like Area Sea. The name is Wuliangsu Sea. Indeed, Wuliangsu is a lake, is a inner water body. The watershed of Wuliangsu Lake is more than 240 square kilometers. It is big enough, not big enough, but in that watershed, there are 300,000 hectares of saline land, just because over irrigation in the history. In most cases, the water consumption for this land is more than 15,000 tons per hectare every year. And the local people have not a good awareness on the water because because the water can run free to the lake, and the people there have right to use it. So they always take a lot of water for irrigation. But worse and worse, the water became less and less because the evaporation there is great. And also the people need a lot of water to wash the salt. And the polluted drainage moved into the lake. And the lake became smaller and smaller. And also it's from a fresh lake to a salted lake. And like to 40 to 50% of the lake smaller than before. But since 10 years before in China, we have a very good policy. It named 河长制. It is the chief of river or the chief of lake. And we have the head of region as this chief of river. He can control every section to work together. And if you want to drink polluted water to the downstream, it's forbidden. So now the lake almost became the same big as before. And more wild birds and the whole biodiversity recover. Just 10 years. I always think it's a very good example, not only for China, but also for every country, every region. But we need a relative power government or power group to balance the benefits of different people, different industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your very informative and comprehensive answer. Of course, the success stories, the successful cases will empower us to learn the good lessons. Dear participants, dear ladies and gentlemen, we shall be joined by Melanie Rose, and she will tell us about the implementation of successful technologies. Madam De La Rose, could you please share about the private business and local communities? So what are the key factors have contributed to their success?
Thank you very much. So just to give you a bit of background, I work for a company that built desalination units, solar desalination units in France. So I'm talking from the industry's perspective, the equipment supplier perspective. So to take it short, I can cite some key factors of success of implementing collaboration between private sector and community in implementing our technology. Usually, we have success when we have a good local network, because we're building the units in France and we mainly exporting. And it always goes good when we partner with a good local company in the countries where we're building the project. And it's it's necessary. Without it, we come to nothing. So it's about finding the good partner that is locally implemented and has a good local network and that knows the local community that is going to be the beneficiary of the infrastructure. Then with this company, you have to give them a good training to be sure they understand how to implement your new technology. But you also need to have with you all the other stakeholders, either the community, the inhabitants of the villages, or even the funding parties, like, I don't know, the bank. Anyone who is a stakeholder within the project should be trained to its level to understand all the issues about it, especially operation and maintenance, because it's usually not taken into perspective at the beginning of a project. Then another key factor, I think, for us who are in both the energy and the water sectors, is to have companies that used to work in many different sectors. So yes, transversality is really very interesting to build good projects. And then to finish with, usually the stronger project we get it when we had long discussions and long relationship with the stakeholders. You don't build a project that is going to last in 2 weeks. Usually, from our perspective, it takes from maybe at least 2 years to build a good relationships and then to build a solid project that will last. Thank you.
Большое спасибо, госпожа Дюкрос.
Second question, what are the stimulus incentives and what are the mechanisms that could be implemented in order to encourage the private sector to invest into the sustainable technologies that could benefit local communities?
So again, from my perspective, to encourage a greater private sector investment in the sustainable technology that will benefit the communities, I do believe that the kind of event we are attending now, the events where you can build networks, it's really important. So first of all, thank you for inviting us. And I wish we could see more companies, more industry in this kind of events in the future. I think we really need to build bridges between the private sector, the university, the government, the international organizations. So yeah, we need to have a bridge between all these stakeholders. So this kind of event is really useful, and I hope we see more of it in the future. Moreover, another issue, and I'm glad some of the other person here talked about it, it's about getting data. In most of the country where we work, there is a lack of data available, so it's very difficult for the private sector to know how to answer the problem of the community because you don't have data to assess it. So data may exist, but it's not accessible, or maybe it doesn't exist, but you don't know it does not exist. So yeah, there is something about creating more data, but also sharing it more efficiently with all the stakeholders and the private sector. Then the third point, I think there should be more maybe trainings, sharing of know-hows, best practice, technical guidelines, and the kind of event we're attending is also a good way of starting to do that. And I also think we could do it the other way around, like the private sector can give some insight, can give some training, can share some best practices with the other stakeholders. So it should really be an exchange between everyone, not just one way. Then I think there are things about finance that can really help the private sector in investing in sustainable technology. For example, finance some pilot projects, finance the initiative that will allow some company maybe to fail, because you learn by failing. And when you're a company and you're afraid that you may lose the jobs for the people you work with, maybe you don't go too, you don't take too much initiative. But if you get funding and you get allowed to fail, to learn from this failing, maybe we'll go bold. And then I think, yes, again, financing in private research and help them make a link between private and public research. I think it's something that could be really helpful, especially regarding the environmental impact of the new technologies, because let's say when you're a specialist in pumps or in solar energy, you might not be a specialist of birds or of soils. So it's really interesting that you do invest in the research for the companies and help them, yes, do public and private research together. And finally, to finish with, I think some companies build strategic know-hows that might not be rentable, I mean, not economically interesting for private investment. So maybe if you have your own money, you might more invest in football than in freshwater because it gives you more money out of it. So I think there might be some investment in the company that creates know-hows that benefits for the common goods. Yeah, so this is my last word. Thank you for listening to me.
Of course, thank you very much for this very valuable experience. I think it's very useful both for us and for many attendees. As it is known in Uzbekistan, the private sector is becoming a main player more and more in the field of water management and in the area of introduction of water-saving technologies and private-public partnerships. They are also in part of the system. In the water management system, a project was recently launched with the help of the public-private partners. Of course, your insight is also very relevant. And finally, the participants will have the final presenter, final panelist. This is Mr. Bahadur Mirzaev, also FAO project. Mr. Mirzaev, if possible, just one more question to you. To what extent existing financial mechanisms to support the food security in Central Asia, and how these mechanisms can be taken into account during the resource mobilization?
Thank you for the question. And I think the previous panelists are really well spoken about the region and about the financial different mechanisms. And I would like to kind of compile and try to summarize and make it more concise and find ways how best we can mobilize those financial mechanisms. I think the Yulia Shiroko was mentioning about the different private sector involvement in the current water-saving technologies. And it was continued by the Melanie about her company in the desalination plan and the role of the private sector and also the public-private opportunities. I would like to now mention, as the both of them correctly mentioned, that the different projects are targeted differently. For example, development projects, they more focus on the research and they do the demonstration and different type of the projects, like if any investment partner coming, like a financial institution, banks, they are looking more large scale loan project. And it's sometimes not much due to the results of the those development projects, because those development projects are more focused on the result of the research and demonstration. But in terms of financial models are not really reflected for those loan projects. And sometimes it doesn't take the results to upscale. So now we see that research and analysis and demonstration plots and results of different technologies can be compiled in the one set of programs and could be kind of developed on the more bankable. But how we can ask, because we are already trying different approaches, but considering the government interest and then the interest of the financial institution, we think that it's best to kind of focus on the private sector incentives because the governments are more intending to get the private sector investment rather than the loan, because to reduce the burden on the financial resources. And in terms of for the financial institutions, they are committed in the front of the climate Paris Agreement, and they are focusing on climate change adaptation. And if we look at in terms of the financial model, they are looking more sustainable and value chain approaches in the food security. So I think integrating those elements and trying to make the programs will make the more sense in the coming years. And recent experience of the Casilon project, we had the very good chance to work with the World Bank on the resilient project and kind of compiling our results of the Casilon project technologies, which is tested, and other projects in the FAO, Uzbekistan, and to develop the feasibility study and involving their private sector and also the different technologies to make that more comprehensive. So that's now coming to see the life, and already the loan agreement signed between the World Bank and the government of Uzbekistan. And FAO will be kind of also continuing his effort on the implementation of the soft component, but how it's developed, we really enjoyed kind of contributing our experience in the field. And we have also the ground level trusted partners whom we worked. It's now we see it can be easily started with those partners, and it can really quickly disperse in terms of the financial mechanism. So I think this type of kind of mobilization may make the sense and change the new era. So we encourage our partners, if they're interested, to work with FAO and mobilize those opportunities. And of course, we look forward to working with the private sector and then the research institutes, and as well as the different financial institutes. So with these short points, I would like to make my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mirzaev. I do hope that our initiatives, which we already have some progress, in the future, these initiatives will or may serve as good role models for the examples for other projects, for other countries, in particular Uzbekistan. Thank you so much, dear participants, dear ladies and gentlemen. So this is the conclusion of our session, of the panel discussion. We want to express gratitude to our panelists, kind enough to share their valuable experience and knowledge. Now we have a few minutes for the questions and answers. Please, whoever have questions, please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and please address your question specifically. So please, now is the time for questions and answers. Please use the mic, please.
Hello, microphone. Yeah. Hello, it's Maysam Rezai, the vice chair of INSAS. It doesn't work very well. And yeah. Yeah. Lady, I have a question for you. If we use the drip irrigation in saline condition, or maybe alkaline soil, saline alkaline soil, after a while, maybe we washed some solutes, but how about the sodium? And I wonder the SAR of the soil will become higher, and we have a sodic condition. And if we continue using the drip irrigation with this condition, and the quality of water become worse, what we can do? Do you have any suggestion? Do you have any methodology for that or not? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. This is very I mean, these are very timeless. We don't have the salinity, so salinized portion is 3%. So we don't have so much sodium. So we have ephemer content. So when we wash out, we have very big amounts of calcium. Indeed, I mean the sodium level is quite. I mean the calcium is quite high. So regarding this process, negative process as the increase of the natrium, I mean sodium is, which is actually excluded. So I represent actually the scientific institute which would actually celebrate its 98th anniversary this year. I would like to mention that the scientific justification needs to be actually supported and continued and repeated, because because we cannot do the drip irrigation in the not severe levels. Of course, the drip irrigation can be done in the areas where there is a big loss of water, in the desert areas, for example, and especially when we have the areas where the pumped water is very much expensive and energy resources are very expensive, that these areas can be, I mean, where we can use this drip irrigation, and especially in the close to mountain hill areas we may use. So we have some scientific justification to do these processes in the areas where this is relevant. Of course, another situation now this is applied quite broadly. So now government is thinking very much carefully that the water is the valuable resource, but farmers basically don't care about that, because they are interested in having water more on their lands. So to make sure that they have enough water for irrigation. When we have the light soil with lower content of salination, so for per season, I mean the level of the loss is very much insignificant, and I think that the science should always follow and support these innovations introduced by the government. And our president, during his speech, addressed this issue that we have to actually, develop those areas which we have lost, but we need to be guided by the science and scientific and evidence-based practices. This is the political viewpoint that the science must always accompany any solutions. So therefore, we will continue studying. For instance, for example, with this drip irrigation, we would like to use the chemicals, polyamide acids. If we are going to decrease the osmotic pressure, maybe the drip irrigation can be used. But again, it's going to be quite expensive because components and the chemicals are expensive. But what we are doing is we're conserving the fertilizers. Again, the science should say its final word and must actually accompany the practice. And of course, that's my suggestion, therefore, that so I just would like to call on everyone that the science should be valued, and scientific fellow works should be valued much higher. So therefore, experienced scientists must be heard more. I think today's forum is useful. At least we're listening and hearing each other, and globally we're listening to each other and hearing each other. And if, for example, the state says, let the scientists say and prompt us, this is already a huge work. Thank you so much. Any other questions? If you have any, please. Just hold a second, please. We need to use the microphone. Yeah, now it's working. My question is to Ms. Yule again. About 40 or 50 years ago, so in the steep, so we had quite good vertical drainage system functioning quite well. So this was a good system. What are the reasons that we are not remembering about them? And the next question is to Bahadur Mirzaev. You said that it's better to maintain private specialized local projects rather than the comprehensive integrated projects. When you develop such quite specialized projects, as we have heard today already, So the findings and the results up to 50%, 70, centers, the productivity of the cotton increases. But when it comes to the comprehensive or integrated management, when all this change should be brought together, we end up with nothing. So some examples can be concept on the land and water resources and the strategy from the Uzbekistan agriculture strategy. So I spoke with the professionals of agriculture. I asked them why the first strategy from 2017, 2021, that you have not implemented that strategy. They think that we have implemented the strategy up to 50 or 60%. But I keep asking why you don't have the analysis that the strategy didn't work, and then we immediately to adopting the long-term project documents. And these are the questions I would like to add some answers. For you. Thank you. Thank you for this question. Indeed, this question is very interesting. Let's start from the fact that some vertical drainage wells are still functioning. So they are functioning, operating in the whole Fergana Valley, because there is quite serious support by the subsoil water in the upstream areas, so elevated areas. Where it is necessary, they are functioning. So in the mid areas, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan did not always want this vertical drainage, because sometimes made some environmental errors. Ms. Siddiqova from Akaltan district of Sirdarya region, from the water well, pumped 70 gram per liter. So this would not be environmentally correct. So we're kind of, we are decreasing or regulating the subsoil level water. We are then harming or damaging the surface water. So it is quite energy consuming and very much luxurious approach, which requires very sophisticated management level, because now we move into two crop. So the cotton and the grain. The cotton for summer and for winter time, and the grain for summertime. Because when we needed, we used to use them, and then when we didn't use, we would shut them down. So, when we talk about the year-round use, so this mode needs to be developed and rationalized, because the state budget allocates lots of funds to, pump out the water. For example, from Karshki, so there are several cascade water flows, so up to 100 meters, the water is elevated. So again, it's all about the funds consuming, resource consuming. So where this drainage is necessary, it's okay. But I saw some non-functioning wells in Kashkadarya and in Sirdarya, I didn't see them to be efficient. Now, speaking about the meliorative canister, this should be approached separately. Before, it was bad when the subsoil water were closed, but now when we see the water deficiency, it's not that bad, because we may actually save the yields by some other means. We have some support from underground water. So therefore, bringing down the subsoil water with such a methodology, we're not that much richer, right? You kind of use this methodology, but you were heard, and I'm gonna deliver this message to the ministry. So thank you so much for this question. I think the question, my point, since I spoke in English, you probably didn't hear. You didn't understand the translation. My point, I pointed out not those integrated approaches, but I wanted to mention about the integrating of those aspects. Like, for example, bring the private sector and look at climate change issues and those science and innovations, bring them together under one program. In many projects, so they come as separate standalone components, and sometimes we simply miss some targeted aims or objectives. So therefore, integrated approaches of different sectors in under one program gives a good results, and therefore it's have been possible to look from this angle. Maybe you, as explained, as about the integrated approaches, so integrated management of different resources would have been difficult because those projects, for example, did not include those such elements as inviting, engaging the private parties or similar components, because that's how I see the problem. Because in these under this area, under the, I mean, we have good projects. I mean, which can simply be used as the evidence base. Thank you so much. We have only time for one question because the time is quite up, and 7:30 we have to be already at the dinner. Just one question, and we will call it a day. And then the follow-up questions can be discussed during the dinner. And we're going to have follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is Jorge Badie, Universidad de Valencia, and acting as INSAS Chair. I came here for learning from my respected colleagues, and I cannot leave passing the occasion to make a question that interests to me and is interesting as well for the network to the distinguished panelists. And the question is, did you, in general, did you find any association in between the salinity and boron and selenium or selenium toxicity? And as well, did you find any problem of air pollution because particles dispersion that affect any population close to the salt-affected areas? Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge.
Thank you for your question.
Кто может ответить? Да.
Всем участникам, всем панельной дискуссии.
Please, very briefly. Of course, not. Thank you very much for your question. Not every region we can observe such a high wind intensity. Of course, wind is main culprit for distributing, for circulating the salt. You will go to Moinak, and this problem of transferring of dust and salt is a global issue. In fact, it's an allergic sort of an allergic promoter. And if you look at any respiratory diseases or also some kidney-related diseases, this all has to do with the situations where the territories are salty, where people bring salty waters. In the northern parts of Uzbekistan, it's Karakalpakstan and Kharazm, they have the problem of drinking water, and in the downstream of Sirdarya, in the area of Kızılar'da, Kazakhstan, I think this problem is more acute than just transferring of salt and dust. And these substances, when it's moved by the wind, it becomes a problem for many diseases, for many outbreaks of diseases. Unfortunately, we don't have the statistics and a struggle against the fight against the salinification. So this bottom of the RLC. So the government is taking measures, taking steps to stop the wind, and they are running a large-scale project on afforestation of the bottom of the RLC, and it's like news from the front lines. I mean, many state unities, state companies, they do the afforestation of like Saxawul, this desert tree, just to stop the shifting of the sands. and to reduce the stress on the population. But in other regions, in local areas, of course, nobody does the type of monitoring, because probably this has not been covered in press. But in areas with unhealthy soils, of course, the population first of all suffers from under-harvesting, and they invest their labor, time, money, but they don't get the profits. And this is also a social issue. And if a human being does not, say, undereats or has a malnutrition, again, this is also has to do with the social problems. But government is aware of the problem, and of course, a lot of resources are being allocated there, and the rural community is being attracted there. You will go and see it with your own eyes. Of course, that's a tragedy. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Shirokova, dear friends, dear colleagues. First of all, thank you very much for being present here in spite of this late hour. You have shown some interest in this subject matter. And special thanks go to our colleagues, to our panel members, who have given comprehensive answers to the questions asked, have done very interesting presentations. And by concluding, by wrapping up today's session, I'd like to say that today's discussions have allowed us to get a better understanding of the problem in Central Asia. And in continuation, I'd like to say that the ideas, suggestions, remarks expressed, the summary, and we also organize a discussion plan to organize another separate event, which will be devoted to the issues of salinization in Central Asia within the framework of our project. And you, by scanning this QR code, you'll be able to register on that event and leave your own feedback. And our Sergjan will take the minutes of the panel discussion results, and all the opinions will be taken into account in the future. Thank you very much to all the participants. Thank you very much for those who organized this panel discussion. And thanks to the guests who have, in spite of this pretty late hour, shared their expertise, their knowledge in the area of soil salinization. And I hope that these discussions will be fruitful in the future, will bring the benefits. So by having said that, I'd like to wrap up today's discussion. As it's been said, the bus will be waiting at 7:30, and we'll have a gala dinner on the FAO presentation. Thank you.